Tonight's journey takes us beneath the peaceful farmland of the Swiss-French border, into the depths of the world's most ambitious scientific experiment. A huge thank you to Javiera Mischue, Ahmad, Louis-22, and Chris for suggesting we explore this topic. You asked for it, and here we are. Picture this: 17 miles of circular tunnel buried 100 metres underground, constructed at a cost approaching $9 billion, built for one purpose: to recreate the first moment after the Big Bang. Scientists call it the Large Hadron Collider. But what if the people studying the birth of the universe are simultaneously tearing holes in the fabric of reality itself? The fields above Geneva look unremarkable. Cows graze, farmers tend their land, families picnic on hillsides that roll gently toward the Alps. But beneath this pastoral scene lies something extraordinary: the world's largest scientific instrument. The Large Hadron Collider sits in a ring-shaped tunnel that crosses international borders, threading through Switzerland and France without most residents even knowing it's there. The facility is operated by CERN, the European Organisation for Nuclear Research, founded back in 1954 when the ashes of World War II were still fresh, and scientists dreamed of uniting Europe through shared discovery rather than dividing it through conflict. The machine's purpose sounds simple enough: accelerate protons to near-light speed and smash them together to study the fundamental building blocks of reality. But here's where things get interesting. Since the Collider's first full power run back in 2008, a strange pattern emerged: global glitches, unexplained phenomena in the sky. The sudden rise of the Mandela Effect, where millions of people remember history differently than it actually occurred. Mass digital outages that seem to cascade across continents without clear cause, and every single time when you trace the dates backward, you find the same thing. The Large Hadron Collider was running at high power. Coincidence? Maybe. But the pattern is undeniable enough that it spawned one of the most persistent conspiracy theories of the 21st century. The theory that CERN isn't just studying the universe, they're changing it. What most people don't know is that beneath Geneva, CERN stores antimatter, the mirror opposite of normal matter. When matter and antimatter meet, they annihilate completely, converting all their mass directly into energy according to Einstein's famous equation. A single gram of antimatter reacting with a gram of matter would release an explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The amount stored at CERN is minuscule, measured in nanograms, but it exists. Contained in magnetic bottles deep underground, suspended in vacuum, held mere atoms away from the container walls. One mistake, one power failure, one miscalculation. That's all it would take. Achid 1. The promise of science. To understand how we got here, we need to go back to the beginning. Construction of the Large Hadron Collider began in 1998, built into an existing tunnel that once housed an earlier particle accelerator. The project took a decade and required unprecedented international cooperation. Thousands of scientists, engineers and technicians from dozens of countries worked together to create something that pushed the absolute limits of human engineering. The tunnel itself runs in a circle 27 kilometres in circumference, buried between 50 and 175 metres below the surface. Why underground? Because a project this massive would be impossible to build above ground, and the stable bedrock provides crucial stability for experiments that require precision down to fractions of a nanometer. But there's another reason. One CERN doesn't advertise. The depth provides natural shielding from cosmic rays and the electromagnetic interference. It also provides secrecy. Whatever happens in that tunnel happens hidden from public view, monitored only by the scientists who operate it and the governments who fund it. On September 10th, 2008, the moment finally arrived. The first beam of protons successfully circulated through the entire ring. Scientists at CERN headquarters erupted in applause. It was a triumph of human ingenuity, the culmination of decades of theoretical physics made real. But 9 days later, disaster struck. On September 19th, a faulty electrical connection between two superconducting magnets caused a catastrophic helium leak. Liquid helium, used to cool the magnets to near absolute zero, vaporized explosively. The resulting pressure wave damaged 53 magnets, each weighing several tons. The entire system had to be shut down. The official explanation was equipment failure, a design flaw in the electrical connections that nobody caught during testing. But conspiracy theorists noted something strange. The failure happened just days after the first successful circulation, during the initial attempts to ramp up to collision energy, as if something in the system didn't want to be activated, as if the universe itself was pushing back. Repairs took over a year. It wasn't until March 30th, 2010 that collision experiments finally began. The proton beams, travelling in opposite directions, around the ring, were guided into head-on collisions at energies of 7 trillion electron volts, 7 TeV in the shorthand of particle physics. And then they started finding things. The primary target was something called the Higgs boson, a theoretical particle predicted back in 1964 by physicist Peter Higgs and several colleagues. According to the standard model of particle physics, the Higgs boson is responsible for giving all other particles their mass. Without it, electrons, quarks, and every other fundamental particle would be massless, unable to form atoms, and the universe as we know it couldn't exist. It was nicknamed the God particle, a term physicists actually hate because it oversimplifies the science and sounds grandiose. But the name stuck in popular culture because it captured something essential. This was the particle that explained how creation itself works, the particle that holds reality together. Finding it required sifting through trillions upon trillions of particle collisions, looking for a specific signature that would only appear for a fraction of a second before the Higgs boson decayed into other particles. 2 massive detector systems, ATLAS and CMS, worked independently to avoid confirmation bias. Both teams analysed their data separately, not sharing results until they were certain. On July 4th, 2012, CERN held a press conference. Director General Rolf Hoyer stood before a room packed with scientists and journalists. Fabiola Gianotti, who led one of the detector teams and would later become CERN Director General herself, presented the findings. "We observe in our data clear signs of a new particle," she announced, "at the level of 5 sigma. In statistical terms, 5 sigma means there's less than 1 in 3.5 million chance the signal is random noise. It was conclusive. They'd found it. The Higgs boson was real. Peter Higgs, then 83 years old, sat in the audience with tears streaming down his face. The particle that bore his name, predicted nearly 50 years earlier, had finally been discovered. The following year, he and François Englert shared the Nobel Prize in Physics. It should have been pure celebration, the crowning achievement of modern physics, and for scientists it was. But outside the academic world, something else was brewing. Online forums exploded with a different kind of reaction. Hundreds of threads appeared, all asking the same question. Did CERN just break the universe? Because something strange happened in the weeks following the announcement. People started noticing things, small things at first, memories that didn't match reality, logos that looked wrong, movie quotes that had changed, geography that seemed off. The Mandela Effect was about to explode into public consciousness, and it was going to change everything. AC2, the strange signs and the shifting reality. The conspiracy theories started almost immediately, but they didn't solidify into a coherent narrative until strange incidents began accumulating. August 2016. A video goes viral showing several people wearing dark robes gathered at night in front of a statue on CERN's campus. The statue depicts Shiva Nataraja, the Hindu god of cosmic creation and destruction, a gift from the Indian government installed back in 2004. In the video, the robed figures seem to be conducting some kind of ritual. Then, In full view of the camera, one figure appears to stab another. The internet lost its mind. CERN responded quickly, confirming the video was real but dismissing it as a prank by visiting scientists meant to play into the conspiracy theories. They said they'd identified the people involved and handled it internally, but they refused to release any additional footage from their security cameras, citing privacy concerns. To conspiracists, this was confirmation. Why hide the full footage if it was just a harmless prank? What were they trying to conceal? And why would scientists, supposedly rational people dedicated to empirical truth, stage a mock human sacrifice in front of a statue representing cosmic destruction? Unless it wasn't entirely a mock ritual, unless there was something more happening that night. That same year, another pattern emerged. During several high-energy test runs, brief technical outages at the facility coincided with regional power fluctuations across parts of France and Switzerland. Nothing catastrophic, just momentary brownouts and voltage irregularities. CERN's official explanation was that the collider draws enormous amounts of power during operation, about the same as a medium-sized city, and this can stress the local grid. Fair enough. But then something happened that even skeptics found hard to dismiss as pure coincidence. In July 2016, LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory in the United States, detected gravitational waves from a cosmic event billions of light-years away. This was groundbreaking science, the kind of discovery that makes headlines worldwide. But what most people don't know is that the detection occurred within hours of CERN conducting specialised proton-led collision tests. Was there a connection? Mainstream physicists said absolutely not. The gravitational waves detected by LIGO came from distant black holes merging, events that happened long before Earth even existed. The timing was pure coincidence. But here's where it gets interesting. Some theoretical physicists, operating on the fringes of accepted science, have proposed that high-energy particle collisions might create ripples in space-time, microscopic gravitational waves that could theoretically resonate with larger cosmic events. The mathematics is speculative, far from proven, but it's not completely impossible. What if CERN's experiments didn't cause the gravitational wave detection, but rather amplified it? What if there's some kind of quantum entanglement between human experiments and cosmic phenomena? What if, by recreating the conditions of the Big Bang, we're somehow connecting ourselves to other moments in space-time when those conditions existed? It sounds like science fiction. But so did gravitational waves themselves until we detected them. The Mandela Effect timeline. Around 2012, shortly after the Higgs boson discovery, internet forums began filling with reports of the Mandela Effect. Named after a widespread false memory that Nelson Mandela died in prison in the 1980s, when he actually lived until 2013, the phenomenon describes situations where large groups of people remember historical events, brand names or cultural details differently than reality. But let's get specific about the timeline, because the correlation is disturbing. July 4th, 2012. CERN announces the Higgs boson discovery. July through September 2012. The first major wave of Mandela Effect reports appears on Reddit, 4chan, and conspiracy forums. People start documenting memories that don't match recorded history. The examples are oddly specific. The Berenstain Bears children's book series. Thousands of people, many of them former teachers and librarians who read these books professionally, insist the name was spelled Berenstain with an E. They remember it clearly. Some claim to have childhood books with the correct spelling, but every verifiable copy in existence shows Berenstain with an A. Publishers' records going back to the 1960s confirm it was always Berenstain. How do you explain thousands of people misremembering the same spelling in the same way? The Monopoly Man, rich Uncle Pennybags. Millions of people remember him wearing a monocle. If you ask someone to describe the Monopoly mascot, they'll almost certainly mention the monocle, but he never wore one. Not in any official game version, not in any advertisement, never. The image exists only in collective false memory, the Fruit of the Loom logo. Countless people remember the cornucopia, the Horn of Plenty, behind the fruit. Some remember learning what a cornucopia was specifically because of this logo. But Fruit of the Loom has never used a cornucopia in their branding. The company has confirmed this repeatedly. These are just the famous examples. The lists go on for hundreds of entries. Geography that seems wrong. Brands spelled differently than remembered. Movie quotes that changed. Historical events that happened differently than people recall. Famous people who died at different times or in different ways than collective memory suggests. And here's the thing that keeps conspiracy theorists up at night. The intensity of Mandela Effect reports corresponds almost perfectly with CERN's operational schedule. An independent researcher using the name Elias Carter did a statistical analysis that CERN refuses to address. Carter obtained the LHC's public run logs, which show when the collider operates and at what energy levels. He then scraped thousands of Mandela Effect reports from various online platforms, extracting the dates when people first noticed discrepancies. His findings, major energy spikes at CERN preceded waves of Mandela Effect reports by an average of 30 to 60 days. The correlation was statistically significant, even accounting for publication bias and increased media attention. Carter's interpretation: reality shifts don't happen instantaneously. They propagate outward from the collision point, moving through space-time like ripples in a pond. People notice the changes gradually as the new timeline stabilizes and overwrites the old one. Those who notice fastest are those most sensitive to these shifts, or perhaps those whose consciousness exists slightly out of phase with consensus reality. Mainstream scientists dismissed Carter's work entirely, pointing out massive methodological flaws. The sample sizes were inconsistent, the date ranges were cherry-picked. He failed to control for social media algorithms that would naturally create clustering effects. And fundamentally, the entire premise violated established physics. But Carter had an answer for that last objection. He pointed to the measurement problem in quantum mechanics, the observer effect, the double-slit experiment showing that observation changes quantum outcomes. He argued that consciousness might play a role in collapsing quantum superpositions, and if CERN was creating conditions where multiple realities briefly overlapped, perhaps some observers retained memories from the superseded timeline. It's speculation built on speculation, but it's internally consistent speculation that explains a phenomenon mainstream science can't adequately address. Because the one thing everyone agrees on is that the Mandela Effect is real as a psychological phenomenon. Millions of people do share these specific false memories. The disagreement is only about why. The D-wave connection. In 2013, the conspiracy took another turn when researchers discovered a possible connection to D-wave systems, a Canadian company building quantum computers. D-Wave's computers operate on completely different principles than classical computers. Instead of bits that are either 1 or 0, they use qubits that can exist in superposition, simultaneously representing both states until measured. The computers are kept at temperatures near absolute zero, colder than deep space, and use quantum annealing to solve optimization problems by exploring all possible solutions simultaneously across quantum states. In other words, D-Wave computers briefly create conditions where multiple computational realities exist at once. CERN announced in November 2013 that they'd be using D-Wave quantum computers to help analyse the massive data sets generated by the LHC. The partnership made sense scientifically. The amount of data produced by particle collisions is staggering, and quantum computers theoretically excel at pattern recognition and optimization tasks. But conspiracy researchers noticed something disturbing. The Mandela Effect reports intensified after CERN began using quantum computing for data analysis, as if the act of quantum processing itself somehow amplified or stabilized the reality shifts created by the collisions. One theory goes like this: the LHC creates momentary conditions where multiple timelines branch from our own. The quantum computer, in analysing the data, becomes entangled with those alternate realities. Through some mechanism nobody understands, information from those other timelines leaks back into our reality, creating inconsistencies and false memories. It sounds absurd. Until you remember that quantum entanglement does allow instantaneous correlations between particles regardless of distance. Until you consider that the observer effect does show consciousness interacting with quantum systems. Until you look at the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which seriously proposes that every quantum measurement creates actual branching universes. If many worlds is true, CERN is creating new universes with every collision, trillions of them per second, and somewhere in that vast multi-dimensional structure, information might be leaking between branches, strange deaths and disappearances. Then there are the people who died or vanished. In January 2011, a senior particle physicist at CERN fell from the 7th floor of his apartment building in Geneva. The death was ruled a suicide. The man had recently expressed concerns in private emails about experimental safety, though CERN noted he'd also been dealing with depression. March 2015. Another CERN physicist died in a car accident under strange circumstances. His vehicle left the road on a clear day with no mechanical failure found. Toxicology was clean. He was an experienced driver familiar with the route. The accident report concluded he must have fallen asleep at the wheel, despite it being mid-morning after a full night's rest. November 2017. A CERN contractor specialising in superconducting magnets vanished while hiking in the Alps. Search teams found his backpack and some equipment but no body. The case remains open but cold. His family claims he was an expert mountaineer who wouldn't have taken unnecessary risks. August 2019. A data analyst who worked on LHC collision data died by apparent suicide. He left no note. Friends and family insist he showed no signs of depression or mental distress. Statistically, these incidents mean nothing. CERN employs thousands of people. Some will die by accident or suicide at rates consistent with the general population. Trying to find patterns in tragic but random deaths is textbook apophenia, seeing meaningful connections in unrelated events. But conspiracy theorists point out that all 4 individuals had high-level access to experimental data. All 4 deaths occurred during periods of active LHC operation, and all 4 cases had elements that family members or colleagues described as inconsistent with the individual's character or behaviour. There are also the disappearances that aren't official. People who claim to have worked at CERN who suddenly vanish from social media, delete their online presence, and become impossible to contact. Are they real former employees trying to escape conspiracy theorist harassment? Are they fictional personas created to spread disinformation? Or are they people who saw something they weren't supposed to see and were silenced? The problem with conspiracy theories is that once you're looking for patterns, you find them everywhere, and sometimes you find them because they are actually there. Act 3. Project Alice and the Antimatter. Question of the multiple experiments running at the Large Hadron Collider. One has attracted particular attention from conspiracy theorists: Alice. Alice stands for a Large Ion Collider experiment, and unlike the other detectors that primarily focus on proton collisions, Alice specialises in smashing together heavy ions, particularly lead nuclei. The goal is to recreate conditions that existed microseconds after the Big Bang, producing a state of matter called quark-gluon plasma, where protons and neutrons melt into their constituent parts. It's legitimate science, staffed by more than 1,500 scientists from over 40 countries. The research helps us understand the early universe and the fundamental forces that shaped everything we see today. But there's something about that name, Alice. It immediately evokes Alice in Wonderland, falling down the rabbit hole into a reality that doesn't follow normal rules. And when conspiracy theorists learned what Alice actually does, creating conditions from the universe's first moments, the symbolism felt too perfect to ignore. Then came the leak. In 2018, an internal CERN document appeared on several conspiracy theory websites. The paper, dated several months earlier, made reference to unidentified spectral harmonics detected during heavy ion collision runs in the ALICE detector. The language was technical, filled with physics jargon about frequency analysis and signal processing. To trained scientists, this was unremarkable. Spectral harmonics just refers to frequency patterns in detector readings, and unidentified simply meant they hadn't yet determined whether the signal came from the collision itself or background noise from the electronics. It was routine calibration work, the kind of thing that happens constantly in any large experimental facility. But to conspiracy researchers, those two words, unidentified harmonics, meant something very different. They interpreted it as evidence of dimensional interference, signals bleeding through from parallel universes or alternate realities that the collisions had momentarily connected to our own. A whistleblower using the pseudonym Thomas Kellner claimed in an anonymous post to have worked in the ALICE collaboration. His post, which appeared on a dark web forum in March 2019, described detecting resonance patterns that shouldn't exist during a specific test run in late 2018. According to Kellner, the patterns showed structure, regularity, as if they were being generated by something purposeful rather than random quantum noise. He claimed the data was immediately classified above his access level and that team members were told to stop discussing it. When he pushed for answers, he was reassigned to different work. His post ended with, "They found something in the plasma, something that's looking back." The post was impossible to verify. Kellner never provided proof of employment or concrete data. His identity was never confirmed. CERN has thousands of researchers and contractors, and tracking down one anonymous post from an alleged insider is essentially impossible. But the post gained traction because it touched on something deeper than just technical anomalies. It suggested intentionality. Not that CERN accidentally discovered something strange, but that something strange discovered CERN. The antimatter mystery. Here's something most people don't think about. CERN produces antimatter, not as a goal of the LHC specifically, but as part of the research conducted at the facility. The antimatter factory at CERN creates antiprotons and antihydrogen atoms for experiments studying the fundamental symmetries of physics. They trap these particles in electromagnetic fields, suspending them in perfect vacuum, just atoms, away from the container walls. When matter touches antimatter, both are instantly converted into energy. Not nuclear energy, where a tiny fraction of mass becomes energy. Total conversion. 100% efficiency according to E = mc squared. A single gram of antimatter meeting a gram of matter would release approximately 43 kilotons of energy, roughly 3 times the Hiroshima bomb. CERN stores nanograms of antimatter. That's billionths of a gram. Barely enough to power a light bulb for a few minutes if it could be released safely. Not nearly enough to pose any catastrophic danger, or so they say. A leaked budget document from 2014, verified as authentic by multiple sources, though CERN won't confirm its contents publicly, showed funding allocated for expanded antimatter storage and handling capabilities. The amounts were significant, suggesting infrastructure well beyond what existing experiments required. What were they planning to do with larger quantities of antimatter? The official explanation, when pressed, was that future experiments might need more antiparticles for precision measurements. Perfectly reasonable. But theoretical physicists have long speculated about antimatter propulsion for spacecraft. The energy density is unmatched. A spaceship with an antimatter engine could theoretically reach a significant fraction of light speed, and if you wanted to power something truly enormous, something that drew more energy than the electrical grid could supply, antimatter would be one solution. What if the expansions and upgrades to the LHC aren't just about gathering more data? What if they're building towards something that requires power levels beyond anything currently available? Some conspiracy theories suggest CERN is constructing a portal device, a literal doorway to other dimensions or other times. Such a device would require staggering amounts of energy, possibly only achievable through antimatter. Others suggest they're trying to create a stable micro-black hole, something that could be contained and studied but would need enormous energy just to form and possibly antimatter to feed it. These theories are wildly speculative, bordering on science fiction, but they emerge from a simple observation. CERN keeps expanding its capabilities and increasing its energy usage for reasons that aren't always publicly explained in detail. They're preparing for something beyond current experiments. The question is, what? Act 4. Run 3 and the New Fears. After the Higgs boson discovery, CERN began planning major upgrades to the Large Hadron Collider. The goal was to increase the collision energy and, more importantly, the luminosity, essentially how many collisions occur per second. More collisions mean more data, and more data means better chances of discovering new physics beyond the standard model. In late 2018, the collider shut down for extensive upgrades. For 3 years, teams worked to enhance the magnets, improve the beam injection systems, and upgrade the detectors. It was scheduled to restart in 2022 with significantly increased capabilities. As the restart date approached, conspiracy communities went into overdrive. On April 22, 2022, the Large Hadron Collider roared back to life. Proton beams once again circulated through the 17-mile ring, building up energy as the magnets ramped to full power. The internet noticed immediately. Social media feeds filled with posts documenting strange occurrences around the world coinciding with the restart. April 23, 2022. Multiple reports of unusual cloud formations across Europe. Perfectly circular gaps in cloud cover, as if something had punched through from below. Meteorologists attributed this to natural atmospheric phenomena, but the timing and geographic distribution centered suspiciously on Geneva. April 25th. A widespread internet outage affected major platforms globally. The cause was traced to a configuration error at a cloud services provider, nothing to do with CERN. But the timing was noted. April 27th. Amateur astronomers recorded unusual electromagnetic readings in the upper atmosphere above Switzerland. The signals were brief, lasting only seconds, but were strong enough to be picked up by equipment designed for studying aurora phenomena. Then, on July 5th, 2022, Run 3 officially began. The collision energy reached 13.6 TeV, the highest ever achieved. CERN celebrated this milestone, announcing it would lead to unprecedented sensitivity for detecting rare particle interactions. Social media exploded. Within hours of the announcement, Twitter, Reddit and TikTok filled with posts claiming CERN had opened the portal again. People compiled lists of strange occurrences that happened around the same time. Unusual cloud formations, unexplained booms heard across different continents, reports of electronic devices malfunctioning, even claims that the texture of reality felt different somehow. A hashtag trended. CERN again. But it wasn't just online hysteria. Credible, documented incidents occurred that skeptics found harder to dismiss. July 6, 2022. The European Mediterranean Seismological Centre recorded unusual seismic activity in the Geneva region. Not earthquakes, but rhythmic vibrations at regular intervals. The pattern matched the collision schedule at CERN. Geologists explained that large machinery can create detectable vibrations, but the signals were stronger than expected from an underground facility. July 8th. Multiple commercial airline pilots reported temporary instrument malfunctions while flying over or near Switzerland. Compass deviations, altitude indicator glitches, GPS errors. Each incident lasted only minutes, and all instruments returned to normal function. Aviation authorities investigated and found no systemic issues with the aircraft. July 10th. A power substation in France, about 50 kilometres from CERN, experienced an unexplained surge that tripped safety systems and caused temporary outages in surrounding areas. The utility company couldn't identify the source of the surge. Each incident individually was explainable. Collectively, they formed a pattern that was harder to ignore. CERN spokesperson, Paula Alves, responded to the surge of concern in multiple interviews. Her message was consistent and patient. No, we're not opening portals, we're recreating particle interactions that happen naturally in the atmosphere every second. The only difference is we're doing it in a controlled environment where we can study what happens. She emphasised the safety studies that had been conducted before every upgrade, the peer review process involving thousands of independent scientists, and the fundamental impossibility of the collider creating anything dangerous. The energies involved, while huge by human standards, were tiny compared to cosmic ray collisions that have been bombarding Earth for billions of years without causing any problems. To most people this was reassuring, but to the conspiracy-minded, official denials just added fuel to the fire. The Reality Monitoring Project. Independent researchers began monitoring electromagnetic data around the Geneva area using commercially available magnetometer equipment to detect fluctuations in Earth's magnetic field. Several groups claimed to have recorded anomalies that coincided with LHC operational schedules, though the data was never formally published or verified by independent institutions. One particularly detailed effort came from a group calling themselves the Reality Monitoring Project. They set up monitoring stations at various distances from CERN, ranging from 5 kilometres to over 200 kilometres away, and collected readings continuously over several months during Run-3 operations. Their equipment measured magnetic field strength, electromagnetic radiation across multiple frequencies, and even subtle air pressure variations. All data was time-stamped and logged automatically to avoid human bias. Their findings, posted freely online with all raw data available for anyone to analyse, showed what they described as irregular magnetic pulses that appear to correlate with high-energy collision windows. The pulses were small, barely above background noise, but they were present and they were rhythmic. More disturbing, the pulses seemed to propagate outward from Geneva. Stations closer to CERN detected them first, with outer stations picking up similar patterns minutes to hours later, as if the disturbance was spreading through the magnetic field at a measurable speed. The Reality Monitoring Project published their methodology and invited skeptical scientists to review their work. Several did, pointing out multiple problems. The equipment used wasn't properly calibrated against certified standards. There were no control readings from locations hundreds of kilometres away to establish whether similar patterns appeared globally. The statistical analysis conflated correlation with causation and cherry-picked time windows to make patterns appear stronger than they were. But here's what the skeptics couldn't explain. Independent groups in different countries, using different equipment and different analysis methods, were reporting similar findings. The readings didn't match exactly, but they all showed anomalies correlating with CERN's operational schedule. Either there was a coordinated hoax involving dozens of independent researchers who'd never met, or something was creating detectable electromagnetic effects beyond what CERN officially acknowledged. The third possibility, confirmation bias and methodological errors, were so widespread that multiple groups independently arrived at false conclusions. This is actually the most likely explanation scientifically, but it's also the least satisfying, because if citizen scientists using consumer-grade equipment can detect anomalies, why can't CERN, with its vastly superior instruments and expertise? Either the anomalies are real, and CERN knows about them but isn't disclosing the information, or the anomalies are artifacts of poor methodology, and CERN is simply ignoring noise. Neither answer is comforting. A-Seat 5. The symbolism, the rituals, and the silence. If you visit CERN's main campus in Geneva, one of the first things you'll notice is the statue of Shiva. The statue depicts Shiva Nataraja, the lord of the cosmic dance. It stands about 2 meters tall, bronze and graceful, showing the god frozen mid-dance inside a ring of flames. One foot crushes a demon representing ignorance, the other lifts in eternal motion. Multiple arms spread outward, one hand holding a drum representing creation, another holding fire representing destruction. The statue was a gift from the government of India in 2004, installed to honour the long-standing collaboration between Indian scientists and CERN. The symbolism is actually quite appropriate. Shiva's cosmic dance represents the endless cycle of creation and destruction that governs the universe. CERN's work, smashing particles together and watching them emerge and decay, mirrors this dance at the quantum level. But to conspiracy theorists, the symbolism means something darker. Shiva destroys worlds. Shiva dances reality into and out of existence. Why would the world's most powerful particle physics laboratory choose this particular deity to stand watch over their work unless they knew, on some level, that they were playing with destructive cosmic forces? The statue's position is also notable. It stands outside Building 40, home to CERN's administrative offices, visible to everyone entering the main campus. It's a statement of purpose, a declaration of intent. We are dancing at the edge of creation and destruction, the logo and the numbers. Then there's the logo. CERN's official logo consists of two interlocking circles with a series of smaller circular elements. To most people it's abstract and modern, suggesting particles and orbits, but look at it a certain way, and you can see three number 6s arranged in a circular pattern. 666. The number of the beast from the Book of Revelation. Is it intentional? CERN says no, pointing out that the design was created to represent particle accelerators and nothing more. The 6s are just an artifact of the overlapping circles, a coincidence of geometry. But graphic designers note that logos go through extensive review and iteration. Someone at some point must have noticed the 6s. Someone must have pointed it out, and yet the design remained unchanged. For conspiracy theorists with religious inclinations, this is proof of intentional satanic symbolism. They point to other numbers associated with CERN as well. The collider itself is 17 miles in circumference. In some numerological systems, 17 reduces to 8, which itself represents infinity and eternal cycles. The tunnel sits between 50 and 175 metres below ground. That's an average depth of 112.5 metres. Add those digits. 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9. Multiply by the number of 6s in the logo. 3 times 9 equals 27. The exact number of kilometres in the tunnel. This is numerology, not mathematics. You can make any set of numbers mean anything if you manipulate them enough. But the patterns keep appearing, and to believers, that means something. The opening ceremony. In June 2016, the Gotthard Base Tunnel opened in Switzerland, the world's longest and deepest traffic tunnel, running parallel to and even deeper than the LHC in some sections. The opening ceremony was one of the strangest public events in recent memory. The ceremony featured bizarre theatrical performances, people in white bodysuits writhing on the ground, a baby-faced sun with an enormous tongue, workers bowing down to a goat-headed figure, dancers simulating sexual acts, imagery of death and resurrection. It was surreal, disturbing, and broadcast live to millions of viewers. CERN scientists were invited guests of honour, prominently featured in attendance. The official explanation was that the ceremony represented Swiss folklore and the hard work of tunnel construction through allegory and artistic expression. The goat-headed figure was a reference to local legends, not Baphomet. The strange imagery was simply European performance art, but to conspiracy theorists, it looked like an occult ritual performed in plain sight. The symbolism echoed mystery school traditions, Masonic imagery, and satanic aesthetics. And CERN's presence connected the event to the larger narrative of scientific research as modern dark magic. A month later, the mock sacrifice video was filmed at CERN, the one supposedly explained away as a prank. The timing felt less like coincidence and more like continuation of something begun at the tunnel opening. Public relations or mocking, CERN's public outreach doesn't help quiet these concerns, at least not in the way they intend. In an effort to make their work accessible and exciting, They've produced videos and installations that play with concepts from science fiction and quantum theory. Their visitor centre features artistic representations of parallel universes, wormholes and higher dimensions. In one promotional video from several years ago, CERN scientists talk about opening doorways to new dimensions and exploring realms beyond our everyday experience. They're speaking metaphorically, using vivid language to describe abstract mathematics. But taken literally, those phrases sound exactly like what conspiracy theorists have been warning about. Another video featured a rap performance by CERN scientists, with lyrics about reaching beyond the veil and breaking through to other sides. It was meant to be fun and approachable. But the language, whether intentional or not, echoes occult terminology about piercing the veil between worlds and accessing forbidden knowledge. Are they mocking the conspiracy theories, embracing them ironically? Or do these linguistic choices reveal something about how CERN scientists actually think about their work, even if only subconsciously? When you spend your career trying to shatter the fundamental structure of matter, when you deliberately create conditions that haven't existed since the first moments after creation, maybe your language naturally drifts toward the apocalyptic and the mystical. Because that's genuinely what you're doing, even if the reality is prosaic particles in a tunnel, rather than dramatic portals to other dimensions, the rumours and the silences. There are also the rumours, the whispered stories that circulate online, impossible to verify but too specific to feel completely fabricated. In 2015, an anonymous email supposedly leaked from someone claiming to work in CERN's data analysis division. The email described the detection of an unusual particle signature at an energy level of 750 GeV during test collisions. The particle appeared and vanished in a pattern that didn't match any known physics. The email claimed that upper management ordered the data suppressed, and the detection never officially reported. Months later, CERN did announce they'd observed an interesting signal around 750 GeV. But after collecting more data, they determined it was a statistical fluctuation, not a real particle. This kind of false positive is common in particle physics, exactly what you'd expect from the noisy environment of trillion collision experiments. To conspiracists, though, the sequence looks suspicious. Anonymous leak mentions 750. CERN later acknowledges 750. Then they walk it back, saying it was nothing. Pattern of discover, suppress, deny. Another rumour surfaced in 2019 about a major data centre blackout that allegedly occurred during Run 3 preparation tests. According to the story, a power surge fried multiple server racks, destroying months of experimental results. CERN supposedly implemented information lockdown, requiring staff to sign additional non-disclosure agreements and restricting access to the affected systems. No evidence for this has ever emerged. No news reports, no insider confirmations, nothing. It might be completely invented, but it fits the pattern conspiracy theories thrive on. Data appears, something goes wrong, explanations arrive late or not at all, and the official story feels incomplete. The frustrating thing, from CERN's perspective, is that they are remarkably transparent. They publish thousands of scientific papers every year. Their data is available to researchers worldwide. Their safety reports are public. They give tours to school children and host public lectures. But transparency doesn't eliminate suspicion when people have already decided the official story can't be trusted. Every explanation becomes a cover story. Every denial confirms guilt. Every delay or complication becomes evidence of conspiracy. It's a psychological trap with no easy escape. And meanwhile, deep underground, the machine keeps running. The collisions continue. The data accumulates. Whatever is really happening beneath those Swiss fields, it's happening whether we trust CERN or not. AC6, the science, the speculation, and the unanswered questions. Let's take a step back and look at what scientists actually say about the concerns raised by conspiracy theories. Fabiola Gianotti, CERN's Director General, has addressed these fears multiple times in interviews and public appearances. Her message is always calm, clear, and grounded in observable evidence. She emphasises that the physics governing the LHC's operations is well understood, and that the collider operates safely within known boundaries. "We study the fundamental laws of nature," she explains in one interview. "These are the same laws that have governed the universe for billions of years. We're not changing them or breaking them. We're simply observing them in controlled conditions." Brian Cox, the physicist and science communicator, has been even more direct in dismissing portal theories. "If the LHC could destroy the world," he said repeatedly, "cosmic rays would have done it long ago. Every second, particles far more energetic than anything we can produce hit our atmosphere. If that was dangerous, we wouldn't be here to worry about it." It's a solid logical argument based on what's called the cosmic ray argument for safety. The universe is constantly running experiments more extreme than anything humans can create. Earth has been bombarded by high-energy particles for over 4 billion years. If such collisions could create dangerous black holes, destroy matter in catastrophic ways, or tear holes in space-time, it would have happened naturally countless times already. The fact that we exist proves it's safe, but not everyone accepts this reasoning completely. The edge cases. Some independent theoretical physicists, while not endorsing the conspiracy theories, have raised questions about edge cases and unknowns. They point out that cosmic ray collisions, while more energetic, happen differently than collider experiments. In cosmic ray impacts, one particle moving at near light speed hits a stationary target. In the LHC, two particles moving at near light speed hit each other head-on. Does this difference matter? Probably not. The centre of mass energy is what counts, and cosmic rays still win that comparison. But could there be some exotic interaction that only manifests in carefully controlled collision geometries? The probability is extraordinarily low, but it's not mathematically zero. There's also the question of cumulative effects. Cosmic ray collisions happen randomly, scattered across the atmosphere. The LHC concentrates trillions of collisions in the same tiny region of space. Could there be threshold effects or resonance phenomena that only appear with sustained high-density interactions? Again, theoretical physicists say almost certainly not. But almost certainly isn't quite the same as certainly. Quantum consciousness. Then there's the question of quantum consciousness. A controversial idea even among physicists who take quantum mechanics seriously. Some interpretations of quantum theory, particularly the observer effect, suggest that consciousness plays a role in collapsing quantum superpositions into definite states. If that's true, even slightly, then what happens when thousands of conscious observers are deliberately smashing particles together trillions of times? Are we just observing the quantum realm, or are we participating in shaping it? Mainstream physicists overwhelmingly reject this kind of thinking as pseudoscience. Consciousness, they argue, is an emergent property of complex neural networks, not a fundamental force that influences particle behaviour. The observer effect in quantum mechanics doesn't require consciousness, just interaction with measurement devices. But the philosophical questions linger. When we observe something at the absolute limits of reality, how sure can we be that the observation itself doesn't alter what we're seeing? This is where science starts to blur into something that looks like mysticism, not because the science is wrong, but because it's pushing into territory where human intuition breaks down completely. We evolved to understand medium-sized objects moving at moderate speeds in 3 dimensions. We did not evolve to intuitively grasp quantum superposition, space-time curvature, or 11-dimensional string theory. At a certain point, even the scientists have to operate on faith. Faith that the mathematics is correct. Faith that the instruments are measuring what we think they're measuring. Faith that the theories we've constructed actually describe reality, rather than just predicting experimental outcomes. That faith is based on extraordinary evidence and rigorous testing, but it's still, at some level, faith. The mini black hole. Question 1 of the earliest fears about the LHC was that it might create mini black holes that would grow and consume the Earth. This fear was prominent enough that CERN commissioned specific safety studies before the collider's first operations. The studies concluded that even if micro black holes formed, they would evaporate instantly through Hawking radiation, a quantum effect where black holes lose mass by emitting particles. The smaller the black hole, the faster it evaporates. A black hole with the mass of a proton would vanish in less time than it takes light to cross an atomic nucleus. This is solid physics based on Stephen Hawking's theoretical work from the 1970s. The mathematics is sound. The predictions match observations of larger black holes. But here's the thing. Hawking radiation has never been directly observed. It's never been tested experimentally because we can't create black holes in laboratories or get close enough to natural black holes to measure them precisely. The theory is almost certainly correct, but it's still theory. What if Hawking was wrong? What if there's some condition under which micro black holes don't evaporate, or evaporate slower than predicted? If a stable micro black hole formed and began accumulating matter, it would sink to the Earth's core through gravity. There, it would slowly consume the planet from the inside, growing larger as it absorbed more matter, until eventually nothing remained but a black hole the size of a marble with Earth's entire mass compressed into it. The timescale would be geological. It might take millions or billions of years, but it would be inevitable. CERN safety studies say this is impossible. Cosmic rays far more energetic than the LHC regularly create collisions in the atmosphere and in astronomical bodies throughout the universe. If stable dangerous black holes could form from such collisions, neutron stars and white dwarfs would be full of them. The fact that these objects exist and are stable proves the safety of similar collisions in the LHC. It's a compelling argument, but it rests on our understanding of physics being complete and correct at these extreme energy scales. And history shows that our understanding of physics is never complete. Newton's laws worked perfectly until someone tested them at high speeds and discovered relativity. Relativity worked perfectly until someone examined the quantum scale and discovered quantum mechanics. What if there's another layer we haven't discovered yet? What if there are corrections to our theories that only matter at the precise conditions the LHC creates? The probability is infinitesimally small, but it's not zero, and we're betting the entire planet on being right. Act 7. The human element and the search for truth. To understand how the CERN conspiracy has persisted and grown, let's follow someone who tried to bridge the gap between believers and skeptics. Laura Hayes is a journalist, fictional for our purposes, but representative of many real reporters who've investigated this story. She spent 18 months documenting the CERN conspiracy community, interviewing everyone from CERN employees to online theorists, convinced reality was being rewritten with each collision. Her journey started simply enough. She wanted to understand why intelligent people believed something that mainstream science dismissed so completely. Were they all gullible, mentally unstable, or was there something deeper, some legitimate concern being expressed through the metaphor of conspiracy? What she found surprised her. The CERN employees she interviewed were, almost universally, thoughtful and patient. They understood the public's fear. They got the particle physics as counterintuitive, and that the scale of the LHC is genuinely intimidating. Many had children of their own, and took safety concerns seriously, not just as scientists, but as human beings who wanted to leave a livable world for the next generation. They invited her to visit the facility, showed her the control rooms and detector halls, explained the layers of redundancy built into every system. They answered her questions without condescension, even when those questions came directly from conspiracy forums and involved concepts they knew were impossible. One researcher, Elena Kovac, spent 3 hours walking Laura through the safety analysis process. She explained how they model every conceivable failure mode, how they test components beyond their design limits, how they incorporate lessons from decades of accelerator operations worldwide. "Do you ever worry?" Laura asked. "Even a little?" Elena paused before answering. I worry about calibration errors in the data. I worry about missing something important because we weren't looking in the right energy range. I worry about funding being cut before we answer the questions we're trying to answer. But destroying the world? No. The physics doesn't allow it. Not in any scenario we can conceive of with our current understanding. But your current understanding could be wrong. It could be, Elena admitted. But if we're that fundamentally wrong about physics, the universe should have destroyed itself billions of years ago through natural processes. The fact that we're here, having this conversation, is evidence that reality is stable under these conditions. It was a good answer, but it didn't entirely address the fear. On the other side, Laura met the conspiracy theorists. They weren't the stereotypes she expected. Many were educated, articulate, and genuinely curious about science. They'd done their research, read CERN's papers, understood the basic physics. But they'd also seen patterns mainstream scientists dismissed. They'd experienced the Mandela Effect personally, held vivid memories that contradicted documented reality. They'd noticed the timing of global events and technical anomalies that seemed too consistent to ignore. And they felt like they weren't being heard. Every time they raised concerns, scientists responded with variations of "you don't understand" or "trust us." Even when the scientists meant this kindly, it felt patronising. It felt like being told to sit down and stop asking questions. Michael Torres, a former software engineer who'd become deeply involved in conspiracy research, explained his journey to Laura over coffee in Geneva, within sight of CERN's campus. I used to think conspiracy theorists were idiots, he said. Then I experienced a Mandela effect that I couldn't explain away. The Fruit of the Loom logo. I learned what a cornucopia was specifically from that logo when I was 6 years old. My mother had to explain what the horn thing behind the fruit was. That's a formative memory, clear as day. But the logo never had a cornucopia. I know, I've checked every version. It's not there. It never was there. But I remember it. And not vaguely. Crystal clear, specific memory tied to a learning moment with my mother. So you think CERN changed reality? I think something changed. Maybe it's CERN, maybe it's something else. But when thousands of people share the exact same false memory, that's not random. That's a pattern that needs explanation, Laura pushed back. Psychologists explain it through confabulation, suggestion, and the unreliability of human memory. Sure, that explains some of it. But all of it? With that level of specificity? With perfect consistency across thousands of independent accounts? Michael shook his head. I spent 20 years writing code, debugging systems, looking for patterns in data. This isn't noise. This is signal. The visit Laura's final trip to CERN happened during a scheduled test run. She stood in the visitor centre with a small group of tourists and journalists watching displays that showed the proton beams ramping up to full energy deep underground. The screens displayed real-time data, beam intensity, collision rate, detector readings. Numbers climbed. Graphs spiked. Somewhere below their feet, particles were being accelerated to 99.99999%, the speed of light, circling the ring 11,000 times per second before smashing together in bursts of pure energy. The guide explained what they were watching. Each collision releases about the energy of a mosquito flying, but concentrated in a space trillions of times smaller than the mosquito. That concentration is what lets us probe the fundamental structure of matter. And then something happened. Nothing dramatic, just a brief flicker. The lights dimmed for a fraction of a second. A faint vibration rippled through the floor, barely perceptible unless you were paying attention. The CERN guide explained immediately. That's the main magnets coming online to full power. They draw tremendous current. You'll notice the lights sometimes fluctuate during high-energy operations. Everyone nodded. Perfectly normal. Exactly what you'd expect. But Laura felt something she couldn't quite name. Standing there, knowing that beneath her feet reality was being torn apart and reconstructed trillions of times per second, she understood both sides completely. The science said it was safe. The science was almost certainly right, but almost isn't quite the same as absolutely. In her notes later, she wrote, "Maybe it's just physics, or maybe every time they press that button, the universe has to choose which version of itself keeps going, and maybe we're all sitting here trusting that it keeps choosing us." She never published her investigation, not because she found evidence of conspiracy, but because she realised the truth was more nuanced than either side wanted to admit. CERN wasn't hiding dark secrets or opening portals, but they were pushing the boundaries of known physics into realms where certainty becomes impossible. They were operating in the space between what we know and what we can never fully know, trusting that our mathematical models correctly describe reality at scales we can't directly perceive, that trust is probably justified, but it's still trust. And for people who've experienced phenomena like the Mandela Effect, who felt reality shift in ways they can't explain, trust in establishment science isn't enough. They need answers that science can't provide yet, maybe won't ever provide. Ending. Fact vs. faith, truth vs. mystery. The story of CERN and the Large Hadron Collider doesn't have a tidy ending because the story is still being written. As of right now, CERN is preparing for its next major phase, the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider, scheduled to begin operations around 2030. This upgrade will increase the collision rate by a factor of 10, producing vastly more data and creating opportunities to discover physics beyond anything we currently understand. The specifications are staggering. The HLLHC will produce between 5 and 7 times more integrated luminosity over its operational lifetime. That's hundreds of millions of additional Higgs bosons, billions of top quarks, countless opportunities to find cracks in the standard model. The conspiracy communities are already preparing. Social media chatter claims this next phase will be the one that finally goes too far, that reality won't survive the increased intensity, that whatever thin barrier separates us from other dimensions or timelines will finally rupture completely. Some groups have started predicting specific dates when they believe the dimensional collapse will occur. These predictions follow the pattern of apocalyptic prophecies throughout history, specific, confident and inevitably wrong when the date passes without incident. But each failed prediction doesn't dampen the fear, it just pushes the timeline forward. Next year, next upgrade, next energy level. Eventually they'll be right that something happens, not because CERN actually breaks reality, but because the law of large numbers guarantees that something notable will eventually coincide with a major operation, a natural disaster, a technical failure, a geopolitical event, and when it does, conspiracy theorists will point to it as vindication. CERN responds with the same calm assurance they always have. More safety studies, more transparency, more public outreach. They're confident because the physics says they should be confident. But confidence and certainty aren't quite the same thing. Meanwhile, children tour the facility on school trips, excited by the discovery and wonder of fundamental science. Young students dream of becoming physicists, of contributing to humanity's understanding of the cosmos. CERN represents the best of what we can achieve when we work together across borders towards shared knowledge. And in quiet corners of the internet, people continue to document Mandela effects, strange phenomena, unexplained glitches in reality. They compare notes, look for patterns, and watch CERN's operational calendar with suspicion and fear. Both groups, in their own way, are asking the same question. What are we really doing down there? For scientists, the answer is clear. We're unlocking the secrets of matter and energy, understanding how the universe works at its most fundamental level. We're doing what humans have always done, pushing boundaries, asking questions, refusing to accept ignorance when knowledge is possible. For others, the answer is darker. We're rewriting the code of existence itself, tampering with forces that govern creation and destruction, perhaps changing reality in ways we don't even recognize because our memories change along with it. Between the magnets and the myths, stands a truth that both sides might accept. We built a machine powerful enough to test creation itself. The Large Hadron Collider operates at energies that haven't existed since the first microseconds after the Big Bang. It recreates conditions that gave birth to all matter, all energy, all structure in the universe. It lets us peer into the quantum realm where reality becomes probability, and the act of observation changes what we're observing. Whether we fully understand what it's showing us remains an open question. The data doesn't lie, but it doesn't tell the whole truth. Either the data is real, the discoveries are real, the Higgs boson exists, the mathematics works, the predictions prove accurate time and again, but the universe is vast and strange and doesn't care about human understanding. We've explored only a tiny fraction of possible physics. We don't know what dark matter is, the substance that makes up 85% of all matter in the universe. We don't know what dark energy is, the force accelerating the universe's expansion. We don't know why the universe exists at all rather than nothing. We don't know if parallel universes are real, or if consciousness plays any role in quantum mechanics, or what happens to information that falls into a black hole. Every answer raises new questions. Every discovery reveals new mysteries. CERN operates in that space between knowledge and ignorance, pushing the boundary forward one collision at a time. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do as a species, explore and question, and risk being wrong in pursuit of being less wrong tomorrow. Or maybe, just maybe, there are boundaries we shouldn't cross, forces we shouldn't touch, doors we shouldn't open even if we can. Standing on the surface above those 17 miles of circular tunnel, watching cows graze and families picnic, it's easy to forget what's happening below, the hum of the universe being taken apart and put back together again, over and over, trillions of times per second. Most days, it's just science. Remarkable, profound, world-changing science. But some days, late at night when the collider runs at full power and strange reports filter through social media, and you remember that we built a statue to a god of cosmic destruction at the entrance to a machine that recreates creation itself, you might find yourself wondering, are we discovering the universe, or are we changing it? The scientists say we're only discovering. The conspiracy theorists say we're changing everything. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle, in that uncomfortable space where certainty gives way to possibility. The mystery endures. All the CERN data referenced in this investigation is drawn from public reports published between 2008 and 2024. Independent review committees have examined the safety of the Large Hadron Collider extensively. No credible evidence supports claims of dimensional alteration, timeline manipulation, or reality modification. The Mandela Effect is a real psychological phenomenon documented by cognitive researchers, but mainstream science attributes it to the well-understood unreliability of human memory, rather than timeline shifts. The strange incidents and anomalies reported around CERN operations have mundane explanations. Power fluctuations are normal for high-energy facilities. Electromagnetic readings can be affected by countless sources. Pattern recognition in human brains naturally finds correlations even in random data. But the mystery endures because at the end of the day we're still just barely evolved primates playing with forces that shape the cosmos. We're clever enough to build the machine, smart enough to make predictions about what will happen, but maybe not quite wise enough to know whether we should. The collider runs tonight, as it does most nights. Protons circle, magnets hum, particles collide, data accumulates. Somewhere, someone is experiencing a memory that doesn't match documented history. They're confused, disturbed, wondering if they're going crazy or if reality itself is unstable. Somewhere else, someone is measuring an anomaly they can't quite explain. A signal that shouldn't be there. A pattern in the noise that looks almost deliberate. And somewhere in Geneva, a scientist is looking at unexpected results from the latest run and wondering what it means. Are they seeing something new about the universe? An error in their analysis? or the first hint of something they haven't even imagined yet. The universe keeps its secrets close. We keep asking questions. And beneath the peaceful fields of the Swiss-French border, the largest machine ever built continues its cosmic dance, pulling creation apart to understand how it was made, whether reality survives each collision or quietly shifts into a new configuration, choosing one timeline over another, leaving only those memories that fit the new history is something we might never know. Because if reality changes and our memories change with it, how would we ever detect the difference? We wouldn't remember the old timeline. We'd only know this one, the one where we've always existed, where history has always been exactly as it is now, unless some people remember, unless consciousness doesn't update perfectly when reality shifts, unless we're all leaving traces of ourselves in every timeline we pass through, phantom memories echoing across parallel worlds. The scientists say that's impossible, and they're probably right. Probably. But on nights when the collider runs at full power, and you can't shake the feeling that something is slightly wrong with the world, that reality has a faint seam you can almost perceive, if you look at it sideways, you might wonder, do you remember it differently? Are you sure you don't? Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a thank you to Don Welsh for this incredible video suggestion. The Tetris conspiracy is one of those rabbit holes that just keeps getting deeper the more you dig. If you have ideas for future videos, please drop them in the comments below. I read every single one. And if you enjoy these deep dives into the mysteries that keep us awake at night, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Sleep Theories. Trust me, after tonight's story you might need something to help you sleep. Now, let me tell you about the package that changed everything, and how a simple children's game became the key to understanding one of the Cold War's most carefully buried secrets. I never thought I'd be pulled into a Cold War ghost story. My life was ordinary. A freelance researcher with a small apartment, a dying houseplant, and a Netflix subscription that got more use than my gym membership. I wrote articles about obscure historical events for online magazines that paid just enough to keep the lights on. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous. But then the package arrived. It came on a Tuesday morning in March, delivered by a courier service I'd never heard of, Meridian Express. The driver was nervous, constantly checking his phone, and he made me sign 3 different forms before he'd hand over the manila envelope. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters across the front, Elena Vasquez, personal and confidential. Inside I found documents that shouldn't have existed. Soviet-era memos with Cyrillic letterheads, computer printouts from the 1980s, and scientific papers that looked like they'd been smuggled out of some classified archive. But it was the photograph that made my hand shake. A Polaroid, faded and slightly yellow around the edges. The image showed a group of men in thick sweaters standing around what looked like an early computer terminal. The setting was clearly academic. I could see chalkboards covered in equations in the background. But there, in the corner of the photo, was a little girl with pigtails playing with building blocks on the floor. The little girl was me, and the man kneeling beside me, showing me how to stack the coloured blocks, was someone I'd never seen before in my life. According to the handwritten note on the back of the photo, Vladimir Pokilko, Moscow Computer Center, 1987. The note at the bottom of the package explained everything and nothing at once. Eleanor, your father's work touched more lives than he ever knew. What happened to us was not an accident. The game was never just a game. You have his eyes, and more importantly, you have his mind. Be careful who you trust. The blocks are still falling. A friend. I sat in my kitchen for 20 minutes staring at that photograph. My father, Dr. Miguel Vasquez, had been a computer scientist who'd worked on early artificial intelligence research in the late 1980s. He'd died when I was 12, a heart attack, sudden and unexpected. But I remembered him telling me stories about his work, about trips to conferences where brilliant minds from around the world shared their discoveries. One story in particular came flooding back. He'd told me about a simple game that had captured the imagination of everyone who played it. 7 shapes, falling from the sky, fitting together like pieces of an impossible puzzle. The most beautiful thing about mathematics, he'd said, is that even chaos follows patterns. That game proves it. He'd been talking about Tetris. I'd never connected those childhood stories to the global phenomenon Tetris became. But as I looked at that photograph, as I saw myself playing with blocks while Vladimir Pokhilko watched, I realised I hadn't stumbled into this mystery. I'd been born into it. The package wasn't a random delivery, it was an inheritance. And according to what I was about to discover, it was also a death sentence. The first thing I learned about Tetris was that everything I thought I knew was wrong. Most people believe the story goes like this. In 1984, a Russian programmer named Alexei Pajitnov created a simple puzzle game while working at the Moscow Academy of Sciences. The game was so addictive that it spread through the Soviet Union like wildfire, eventually making its way to the West, where it became one of the most successful video games of all time. A beautiful story of creativity triumphing over Cold War tensions, but my father's notebooks told a different story. I found them 3 days after receiving the package, hidden in a storage unit I'd inherited but never bothered to visit. Box after box of research papers, computer printouts, and handwritten journals that my father had apparently been keeping secret for years. The notebooks were written in a mixture of English and Spanish, with mathematical formulas scattered throughout like some kind of academic code. The entry that changed everything was dated October 15th, 1987. The Moscow conference was more productive than expected. Met with Pokhilko's team today. Their work on pattern recognition is fascinating but disturbing. The game they've developed, they call it Tetris from the Greek tetra meaning four, shows remarkable potential for cognitive conditioning. The subjects who play for extended periods exhibit measurable changes in brainwave patterns. Pokhilko believes they've accidentally created a form of technological hypnosis. The entry continued. Showed Elena the coloured blocks today while we were in Moscow. She was so young, so innocent. She didn't understand that she was playing with the building blocks of something that could reshape human consciousness. None of us did. We thought we were just studying games. We had no idea we were creating weapons. I read that passage 5 times before it sank in. My father hadn't just been a conference attendee in Moscow. He'd been part of the team that helped develop Tetris, and according to his notes, they'd discovered something that terrified them. The game was changing people's minds. The phenomenon was subtle at first. Players would report seeing the falling blocks when they closed their eyes. They'd dream about the game. They'd find themselves mentally rotating objects in daily life, trying to make them fit together like Tetris pieces. Researchers dubbed it the Tetris Effect, and initially everyone thought it was harmless, just the brain's way of processing repetitive visual information. But my father's notes suggested something much more sinister. The Tetris effect wasn't just visual persistence, it was cognitive rewiring. Players were being conditioned to think in patterns, to seek order from chaos, to derive satisfaction from solving problems that had been specifically designed to trigger dopamine release. In other words, Tetris was a mind control experiment disguised as entertainment. My father's final entry about the Moscow project was dated November the 3rd, 1987. Had to leave the conference early. Pokhilko pulled me aside yesterday, said things were getting dangerous. The KGB has taken interest in our research. They don't see Tetris as a game. They see it as a tool for psychological manipulation. Military applications, civilian control. I'm bringing Elena home tomorrow. Some discoveries are too dangerous to pursue. That was the last mention of Tetris in my father's notebooks for over a decade, but I knew the story didn't end there. Because if it had, I never would have received that package. Someone wanted me to know what really happened to Tetris. More importantly, they wanted me to understand what had happened to the people who'd helped create it. And as I was about to discover, very few of those people were still alive. Robert Maxwell died on November 5th, 1991, but the circumstances of his death were so bizarre that conspiracy theorists are still debating them today. The media mogul and publisher was found floating in the Atlantic Ocean near the Canary Islands, having apparently fallen overboard from his luxury yacht, the Lady Ghislaine. Some called it suicide, others suspected murder. But almost nobody connected his death to a simple puzzle game. Almost nobody. Among my father's papers, I found a folder labelled Maxwell Correspondence 1990 to 1991. Inside were photocopies of letters that revealed a side of Robert Maxwell's business empire that had never made it into the history books. Maxwell hadn't just been interested in newspapers and publishing. He'd been deeply involved in the international licensing of Soviet software, including games. The letter that caught my attention was dated March 18th, 1991. Dear Dr. Vasquez, I hope this letter finds you well. As discussed during our meeting in London, I remain very interested in the psychological applications you and your Moscow colleagues discovered. The commercial success of the game has exceeded all projections, but I believe we've only scratched the surface of its potential. The pharmaceutical applications alone could be worth billions. Please reconsider your decision to withdraw from the project. Some opportunities only come once in a lifetime. R. Maxwell. Pharmaceutical applications? I read the letter 3 times, trying to understand what Maxwell could have meant. Then I found my father's reply, dated March 25th, 1991. Robert, I've made my position clear. The research we conducted in Moscow was preliminary and potentially dangerous. The cognitive effects we observed in test subjects were concerning enough to warrant ceasing all experiments. I will not be party to any attempt to weaponize this technology, regardless of the financial incentives involved. Please do not contact me about this matter again. Miguel Vasquez. But Maxwell did contact him again. The folder contained 7 more letters, each one increasingly desperate, increasingly threatening. Maxwell's final letter, dated October 30th, 1991, just 6 days before his death, was the most chilling. Miguel, you're making a mistake that will cost both of us dearly. The people I represent are not patient. They invested heavily in this project based on the promise of the Moscow research. If you continue to refuse cooperation, I cannot guarantee your safety or that of your family. This is not a threat. It's a warning. There are forces at work here that neither of us fully understands. R.M. 6 days later, Robert Maxwell was dead. The official investigation concluded that Maxwell had either committed suicide or suffered an accidental fall from his yacht. But investigators found several unusual details that never made it into the public record. Maxwell's personal safe had been emptied before his death, and several £1 million had been transferred from his accounts to shell companies in Eastern Europe. More importantly, his yacht's security cameras had been mysteriously disabled during the exact time frame of his disappearance. I might have dismissed these coincidences if I hadn't found one more document in my father's files. A newspaper clipping from the London Times, dated November 7th, 1991. Someone had highlighted a single paragraph buried deep in the article about Maxwell's death. Among Maxwell's personal effects recovered from the yacht were several computer disks labelled Project Tetris, and a notebook containing what appeared to be psychological research notes. These items have been turned over to British intelligence for investigation. Project Tetris. My father had never mentioned any project by that name, but the connection was obvious. Maxwell had been trying to commercialise the psychological effects that the Moscow team had discovered. He'd been working with people who had enough power and influence to make problems disappear permanently. And when Maxwell tried to back out, or perhaps demanded too much money, those same people had made him disappear too. The question that kept me awake at night was simple. If they were willing to kill Robert Maxwell, one of the most powerful media moguls in the world, what would they do to the researchers who'd actually created the technology? I was about to find out. Vladimir Pokhilko was supposed to be a success story. The co-creator of Tetris had emigrated to the United States in the 1990s and founded his own software company in Silicon Valley. He had the American dream within his grasp. A beautiful house in Palo Alto, a loving wife, 2 children, and the promise of financial success from his work on one of the world's most popular games. On September 22nd, 1998, police found Vladimir Pokhilko, his wife Elena, and their 12-year-old son Peter dead in their home. The official report concluded that Pokhilko had murdered his family before taking his own life, driven to madness by financial pressures and the stress of a failing business. But the evidence never quite added up. Among the documents in the package I'd received was a police report that had supposedly been sealed. The details painted a picture that was much more complex and disturbing than the official story suggested. Pochilko had been found with multiple stab wounds, which was unusual for a suicide. His wife and son showed signs of struggle, but there was no evidence that Pochilko had been physically capable of overpowering both of them. Most importantly, neighbours reported seeing unfamiliar cars in the area during the days leading up to the deaths. But it was the contents of Pochilko's home office that revealed the truth. According to the police inventory, investigators found dozens of pages of handwritten notes in Russian, all apparently burned in the fireplace except for fragments that had escaped the flames. The few readable pieces contained references to psychological experiments, Moscow protocols, and behavioural modification through repetitive stimulus. One fragment preserved in the police file was particularly chilling. The game was never the goal. The game was the delivery mechanism. We created the perfect Trojan horse, entertainment that reprograms the mind through voluntary participation. But they want to weaponize it, to use it for purposes we never intended. I've tried to stop them, but... The note ended there, torn and partially burned. The package I'd received contained something the police had never seen. A recording of Vladimir Pochilko's last phone call, made just hours before his death. The audio quality was poor, full of static and background noise, but Pochilko's voice was unmistakable. He was speaking to someone who wasn't responding, perhaps leaving a voicemail message. If you're listening to this, it means they found me. I've tried to warn everyone who was part of the original research, but most of them are already gone. Maxwell was just the beginning. They're systematically eliminating everyone who knows the truth about what we created. Static filled the recording for several seconds before Pochilko's voice returned, more urgent now. The game is still active, still spreading, still changing minds on a global scale. But that was never the plan. We thought we were creating entertainment. We didn't know we were creating a weapon, and now that weapon is being used against millions of people without their knowledge or consent. Another pause. Then Pochilko's voice became almost whispered. Miguel Vasquez was smart to leave when he did. He saw where this was heading before the rest of us. If they come for me, tell him. Tell him the devil is in the code. The patterns aren't random. They never were. Each level, each piece placement, each reward mechanism, it's all designed to create specific neurological responses. We built a machine that learns how to manipulate human behaviour, and now we've lost control of it. The recording ended abruptly, cut off mid-sentence. I listened to that message a dozen times, and each time I felt a chill run down my spine. Vladimir Pochilko hadn't killed his family and himself. He'd been silenced because he was trying to expose the truth about Tetris. And in his final moments, he'd specifically mentioned my father's name. My father had known this was coming. That's why he'd left the Moscow project. That's why he'd hidden his research. And that's why he'd never told me the truth about what he'd been involved in. But someone had decided it was time for me to know. The question was, who had sent me the package and why were they willing to risk their life to get this information to me? The human brain is remarkably adaptable. Give it a repetitive task and it will quickly develop neural pathways to handle that task more efficiently. Show it patterns and it will learn to recognize and predict those patterns. This neuroplasticity is usually considered a good thing. It's how we learn languages, develop skills, and adapt to new environments. But my father's research had discovered that this adaptability could be exploited. The notebook I'd found contained detailed studies of Tetris players, conducted over several months in 1987. The results were both fascinating and terrifying. After just 2 weeks of regular play, subjects showed measurable changes in brainwave patterns. After a month, they exhibited altered sleep cycles, with REM sleep dominated by geometric patterns and spatial processing dreams. After 3 months, the changes became permanent. Most concerning was what my father called the compliance correlation. Players who spent more than an hour per day playing Tetris showed increased susceptibility to authority figures and decreased critical thinking when faced with routine tasks. They became, in his words, more comfortable with imposed order and less likely to question systematic control. The implications were staggering. Tetris wasn't just addictive in the conventional sense. It was literally rewiring players' brains to be more compliant, more accepting of external control, more willing to find satisfaction in repetitive, meaningless tasks. It was the perfect tool for social conditioning. My father's notes from October 1987 revealed the moment when he realised what they had created. Observed Eleanor playing with the coloured blocks again today. She's become obsessed with making them fit together perfectly, just like the Tetris players in our study. But when I tried to get her to stop and help with dinner, she became agitated and insisted on finishing the pattern. This is exactly the behaviour we've documented in the test subjects, an inability to abandon incomplete geometric tasks, even when more important activities require attention. The realisation hit me like a physical blow. We haven't just created a game that changes how people think. We've created a game that makes people prioritise the game over everything else in their lives, and if that principle could be applied to other activities, other systems, other forms of control... I need to get Elena away from Moscow immediately. This research needs to be buried. But the research hadn't been buried. According to the documents in the package, it had been expanded. I found copies of scientific papers published in obscure Soviet journals throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s. The authors were always different, but the research methodology was identical to what my father had documented. Studies on geometric pattern recognition and behavioural modification, experiments in visual stimulus conditioning and compliance enhancement, theoretical frameworks for large-scale cognitive influence through interactive media. The most chilling paper was published in 1992, 3 years after my father had left the project. The title was innocuous: Applications of Repetitive Visual Stimulus in Educational Software Design. But the content described a systematic program to embed Tetris-like elements into everything from children's learning games to employee training programs. The authors had figured out how to weaponize the Tetris effect, and they were deploying it everywhere. I started paying attention to the games my friends played, the apps on their phones, the casual entertainment they consumed during breaks at work. The patterns were everywhere once I knew how to look for them. Falling objects that needed to be arranged, repetitive tasks that provided small rewards at regular intervals, visual stimuli designed to trigger the same neurological responses that my father's team had first documented in Moscow. We weren't just playing games, we were being programmed. The most disturbing part was how voluntary it all seemed. Nobody was forcing people to play these games. In fact, people paid money for the privilege of having their minds reshaped. They carried the programming devices in their pockets, installed the conditioning software on their home computers, and spent hours each day voluntarily submitting to psychological manipulation. And they enjoyed it. My father had tried to stop this from happening, but he'd been just one researcher against a system that had recognised the incredible potential of what they'd discovered. The people behind Project Tetris hadn't just created a game, they'd created a blueprint for controlling human behaviour on a global scale. But there was one thing I still didn't understand. If the technology was so powerful and so widespread, why were the original researchers being killed? Why not just buy their silence with money and success? The answer, I realised, was simple. The researchers knew too much about how the system worked, and more importantly, they knew how to turn it off. Death has a way of following certain kinds of knowledge. The deeper I dug into the history of Tetris and its creators, the more bodies I found scattered across 3 decades. It started with the obvious cases, Robert Maxwell and Vladimir Pokhilko, but the pattern extended far beyond the famous names. Dr. Alexei Gerasimov, one of the original Moscow researchers, died in a car accident in 1994. Professor Marina Volkov, who had studied the psychological effects of geometric puzzles, succumbed to a sudden illness in 1996. Viktor Briabrin, who helped program the first version of Tetris, was found dead in his apartment from an apparent gas leak in 2001. Each death had a plausible explanation. Car accidents happen, people get sick, gas leaks occur. But when I mapped out the timeline and cross-referenced it with the documents in the package, a clear pattern emerged. Everyone who had intimate knowledge of the psychological research behind Tetris was dying at a rate that defied statistical probability. The folder labelled Casualty Report contained obituaries, newspaper clippings and death certificates for 47 individuals connected to the original Moscow project, or its subsequent developments. 47 people, dead over the course of 20 years, with an average age of death significantly lower than the general population. But it was the method of elimination that revealed the true sophistication of whoever was behind this. No obvious assassinations, no suspicious murders that would attract media attention. Just a steady stream of accidents, illnesses and suicides that could be explained away individually but formed an unmistakable pattern when viewed collectively. My father had been scheduled to die in 1999, according to a handwritten list I found tucked into one of the folders. His name was crossed out with a note: natural causes, heart attack 1991, no further action required. He'd escaped the systematic elimination by dying of natural causes before they could get to him. The irony was bitter. My father's weak heart had probably saved his life by ending it, before his knowledge became too dangerous to ignore. But I was still alive, and according to the documents, I'd inherited not just my father's research, but also his place on their list. The package had been sent to me by someone who signed themselves only as Deep Throat, an obvious reference to the Watergate informant. But their identity wasn't as important as their warning. Elena, by now you understand what your father was involved in. What you may not realise is that the project never ended. Tetris was just the beginning. The technology has evolved, been refined and deployed on a scale your father never could have imagined. Every social media app, every casual game, every productivity program contains elements of the original Moscow research. Humanity is being systematically conditioned for compliance, and most people don't even realise it's happening. The original researchers are being eliminated not because they might expose the project, but because they know how to reverse its effects. Your father's notebooks contain algorithms that could potentially deprogram the conditioning, but only if someone with the right knowledge could implement them. That's why they want you dead. Not for what you know, but for what you might be able to do with what you know. You have a choice to make. You can destroy the research, disappear, and hope they leave you alone, or you can finish what your father started and try to give humanity back its free will. But understand this. Once you make that choice, there's no going back. They will hunt you to the ends of the earth, rather than risk losing control of the system they've spent decades building. The letter ended with coordinates, a location in the Nevada desert where, supposedly, I could find additional research materials that my father had hidden before his death. But first, I needed to understand something that had been nagging at me since I'd started this investigation. If the original Tetris researchers were so dangerous, why was Alexei Pajitnov, the game's creator, still alive and successful? He was living openly in the United States, had been for years, and had even worked for major companies like Microsoft. How had he escaped the fate that had claimed so many others? Alexei Pajitnov was not hard to find. Unlike the other Tetris researchers who had died mysterious deaths or disappeared entirely, the game's creator maintained a public profile. He gave interviews, attended gaming conventions, and had even been inducted into various halls of fame for his contribution to the video game industry. Getting him to talk about the Moscow research, however, proved nearly impossible. I started with emails identifying myself as the daughter of Dr. Miguel Vasquez and explaining that I was researching the early history of Tetris for an academic paper. Pajitnov's responses were polite but evasive. He claimed to remember very little about the psychological studies that had accompanied the game's development, suggesting that such research had been peripheral to the main project. When I pressed him for details about my father's involvement, Pajitnov's tone changed dramatically. Miss Vasquez, I understand your desire to learn about your father's work, but I must advise you that some historical inquiries are best left unexplored. Your father was a brilliant man who made difficult choices for the safety of his family. I suggest you honour his memory by respecting those choices. It was a warning disguised as advice, but I wasn't ready to give up. I decided to try a different approach. I called Pajitnov's office directly, identifying myself as a documentary filmmaker, interested in creating a film about the human stories behind famous games. His assistant scheduled a phone interview for the following week. When I finally got Pajitnov on the phone, I started with innocent questions about the creative process, the technical challenges of early game development, the excitement of seeing his creation become globally popular. He was engaging and enthusiastic, clearly comfortable discussing these aspects of Tetris history. Then I mentioned my father's name. The silence on the other end of the line stretched for nearly 30 seconds. When Pajitnov finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Miguel Vasquez, I haven't heard that name in... How did you say you were connected to him?" "He was my father. He died when I was 12, but I've been going through his research notes and found extensive documentation of the Moscow project, including his work with you on the psychological effects of geometric pattern games." Another long pause. Then, "Your father was a good man, a careful man. He understood the implications of our research better than most of us did." "What implications? What exactly did you discover?" "Miss Vasquez, I think perhaps we should not continue this conversation over the telephone. If you are truly interested in understanding your father's work, you should know that there are people who would prefer that such understanding remain limited." I pushed harder. "People like the ones who killed Vladimir Pokilko, the ones who eliminated Robert Maxwell." The line went dead. I tried calling back immediately, but Pajitnov's office said he was no longer available and would not be scheduling any further interviews. My emails went unanswered. Within 48 hours, it was as if Alexei Pajitnov had completely disappeared from public life. But 3 days later, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a handwritten message. "Your father saved my life by warning me to cooperate. I chose survival over resistance, and that choice has haunted me for 30 years. I cannot undo what we created, but I can give you the tools your father developed to fight it. The coordinates your mystery correspondent provided are real. Go to Nevada, find the bunker, but understand that once you open that door, they will know you are no longer just investigating. You are actively opposing them. Choose carefully." AP. Beneath the message was a hand-drawn map showing a location in the Nevada desert, along with what appeared to be a complex mathematical equation. I stared at that map for hours, knowing that following it would probably be the last free choice I'd ever make. Because once I crossed that line from researcher to active resistance, I would become a target that they couldn't ignore. But I also knew that I'd already crossed the point of no return the moment I opened that first package. They were already watching me, already planning my elimination. The only question was whether I would go quietly, like most of the other researchers, or whether I would try to finish what my father had started. The answer was obvious. I booked a flight to Las Vegas and rented a car with 4-wheel drive. It was time to find my father's final gift to humanity. The Nevada desert is a perfect place to hide secrets. Miles of empty wasteland, scorching heat during the day, freezing cold at night, and enough radiation from decades of nuclear testing to make even experienced explorers think twice about venturing off the main roads. I found the location from Pajitnov's map after 6 hours of driving through increasingly desolate terrain. The coordinates led to what looked like an abandoned mining operation, a few rusted metal buildings surrounded by chain-link fence, with warning signs about unstable ground and toxic materials. But the mathematical equation Pajitnov had included wasn't random decoration. When I plugged the numbers into the GPS coordinates, they pointed to a spot about half a mile from the visible buildings, in an area that looked completely empty from the surface. I parked my rental car and walked out into the desert, following the GPS coordinates on my phone. The spot looked like every other patch of sand and scrub brush, but when I started clearing away the surface debris, I found a metal hatch buried about 2 feet underground. The hatch was locked with a combination lock, but the numbers from Pajitnov's equation opened it easily. Inside, a ladder descended into darkness. The bunker below was much larger than I'd expected. My father had apparently spent considerable time and money creating an underground research facility that could operate independently for months. Solar panels on the surface provided power. A water filtration system ensured a clean supply. And most importantly, the space was completely isolated from any electronic surveillance or communication networks. It was the perfect place to work on something that you didn't want the rest of the world to know about. My father's final research filled dozens of filing cabinets. The documents revealed the full scope of what he'd been working on during the years after he left Moscow. He hadn't abandoned the Tetris research, he'd been developing countermeasures. The folders were labelled with titles like cognitive deprogramming protocols, neural pattern disruption algorithms, and therapeutic applications of anti-Tetris technology. My father had spent over a decade figuring out how to reverse the psychological conditioning that Tetris and its derivatives had created. But more than that, he'd developed a way to immunise people against future conditioning attempts. The centrepiece of his research was something he called the Liberation Protocol, a software program that could identify and neutralise the behavioural modification elements embedded in games, apps and other interactive media. The protocol worked by teaching the brain to recognise artificial pattern manipulation and respond with conscious resistance instead of unconscious compliance. In simple terms, my father had created a vaccine against mind control. The bad news was that the Liberation Protocol required massive computing power and global distribution to be effective. It would need to be embedded in popular software or transmitted through major communication networks to reach enough people to make a difference. And anyone attempting to deploy it would immediately become a target for elimination. As I read through the research, I began to understand why my father had hidden it instead of trying to implement it himself. The protocol was too dangerous to use and too important to destroy, but someone had decided it was time to bring it out of hiding. I was so absorbed in the documents that I almost missed the sound of vehicles approaching on the surface. By the time I realised what was happening, it was too late to escape. The voices above were professional, coordinated. I heard at least 4 different people positioning themselves around the bunker entrance. Then a voice called down through the open hatch. "Miss Vasquez, we know you're down there. Please come up slowly with your hands visible. We have some things to discuss." I looked around the bunker, searching for another exit, but my father had designed it with only one way in or out. I was trapped. But as I gathered up the most important documents and prepared to face whatever was waiting for me on the surface, I realised something that gave me hope. They hadn't killed me on sight. That meant they needed something from me. And as long as they needed me alive, I had leverage. The question was, would I be smart enough to use it? The men waiting for me on the surface were not what I'd expected. No black suits, no obvious weapons, no intimidating vehicles. Just 4 people in casual outdoor gear standing next to a couple of dusty SUVs that could have belonged to any group of desert hikers. The woman who had called down to me was perhaps 50 years old, with greying hair and the kind of weathered face that suggested she'd spent considerable time in harsh environments. She smiled as I climbed out of the bunker, but it was the smile of someone who held all the cards. "Dr. Elena Vasquez, I presume. I'm Director Catherine Blackwood, and these are my colleagues. We've been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. Let me guess, you're here to eliminate me like you did Vladimir Pokhilko and the others." Blackwood shook her head. "Actually, we're here to offer you a job." That was not what I'd been expecting. I stood there in the Nevada sand, holding a folder full of my father's research, trying to process what she'd just said. A job? Your father was brilliant, but he was also stubborn. He refused to see the bigger picture of what we were trying to accomplish. "We're hoping you'll be more pragmatic." Blackwood gestured toward the SUVs. "Why don't we get out of the sun while we talk? I think once you understand what's really happening, you'll realise we're on the same side." I didn't have much choice. I climbed into the air-conditioned vehicle, and Blackwood began explaining something that was even more disturbing than anything I'd discovered in my father's files. The Tetris project hadn't been a Soviet mind control experiment. It had been a joint operation between intelligence agencies from multiple countries, designed to study and eventually control the psychological effects of mass media and interactive entertainment. The Cold War was just theatre, Blackwood continued as we drove away from the bunker. The real cooperation was happening behind the scenes, between scientists and intelligence agencies who understood that the future of human control wouldn't be through military force or political oppression. It would be through voluntary psychological conditioning. She opened a tablet and showed me documents that made my father's research look primitive by comparison. Charts tracking the behavioural patterns of millions of people. Algorithms that could predict and influence individual decision-making with frightening accuracy. Maps showing the global deployment of conditioning technology through everything from social media platforms to educational software. Tetris was our proof of concept. We proved that people would voluntarily participate in their own psychological conditioning if the experience was packaged as entertainment. But that was just the beginning. We've now embedded these principles into every aspect of digital life. I stared at the data flowing across her screen. You're talking about billions of people. Exactly. And it's working beautifully. Crime rates are down, political extremism is manageable, social unrest is rare. People are more compliant, more productive, more satisfied with routine existence. We've created a more peaceful world by turning people into programmable robots. Blackwood's expression hardened slightly. By giving people what they actually want: order, purpose, predictability. Most humans don't want the burden of complete free will, Elena. They want to be told what to do, how to think, what to value. We've simply made that process more efficient and more humane. The SUV pulled up to a small airfield where a private jet was waiting. Blackwood continued her recruitment pitch as we walked toward the plane. Your father developed countermeasures to our conditioning protocols, but he never understood that those countermeasures would cause more harm than good. Imagine if we suddenly removed all the psychological frameworks that keep society stable. Imagine billions of people suddenly experiencing complete cognitive freedom after decades of guided thinking. The chaos would be unprecedented. She was right, and I knew it. My father's liberation protocol wouldn't just free people from conditioning, it would strip away the mental structures that many people relied on for basic functioning. The cure might be worse than the disease. So why do you need me? I asked. Because the old researchers kept developing resistance. They couldn't accept that humanity needed guidance. We had to retire them. But we still need someone who understands the original research, someone who can help us refine the conditioning protocols to be even more effective and more humane. And if I refuse? Blackwood smiled, that cold smile again. Then you'll join your father's colleagues. But I don't think you'll refuse. You're a scientist, Elena. You understand data, and the data clearly shows that our way works. As we boarded the plane, I realised that Blackwood was offering me something that none of the other researchers had been given. A choice between cooperation and elimination. But it wasn't really a choice at all. Either I helped them perfect their system of mass psychological control, or I died. But there was a third option that Blackwood hadn't considered. The flight took us to a research facility somewhere in the mountains of Colorado. A massive complex hidden in what appeared to be a legitimate pharmaceutical company. Blackwood gave me a tour that revealed the true scope of their operation. Hundreds of researchers working on different aspects of what they called cognitive architecture management. Psychologists studying optimal conditioning patterns, programmers developing new delivery mechanisms, neuroscientists mapping the exact brain regions affected by different types of media manipulation, and in the centre of it all, a room full of servers running something called the Global Influence Engine, a system that monitored and adjusted the behavioural conditioning elements embedded in popular software in real time, based on the psychological responses of millions of users worldwide. We can influence the mood of entire populations, Blackwood explained as we watched technicians adjusting parameters on massive displays. Reduce anxiety during economic uncertainty, increase compliance during political transitions, even modify consumer behaviour to prevent market instabilities. It's the most sophisticated system of social management ever created, and nobody knows it exists. That's the beauty of it. People believe they're making free choices, when in reality they're responding to psychological cues we've carefully embedded in their environment. They're happier, more stable, and more productive. Everyone wins. Blackwood assigned me an office and a research team, expecting me to begin work on improving their conditioning algorithms. But what she didn't know was that my father had taught me more than just computer science. He'd also taught me how to be patient, how to observe, and how to wait for the right moment to act. For 3 weeks, I played the part of the cooperative new researcher. I attended meetings, reviewed data, and even contributed some minor improvements to their tracking systems. But all the while, I was studying their network architecture, learning how their systems connected to the outside world, and most importantly, figuring out how to deploy my father's liberation protocol through their own distribution channels. The irony was perfect. I could use their global influence system to deliver a worldwide antidote to their psychological conditioning. But I would only get one chance, and if I failed, both the liberation protocol and I would be eliminated permanently. The opportunity came during a system upgrade. For approximately 6 hours, all conditioning algorithms would be offline while technicians installed new hardware. During that window, I would have access to the core servers without any monitoring or automatic countermeasures. I waited until 3 a.m, when the facility was mostly empty except for security guards and a skeleton crew of technicians. Then I made my way to the server room using access codes I'd memorized during my tour. The liberation protocol was stored on an encrypted drive I'd hidden inside a false bottom of my laptop case. As I connected it to the primary server, I thought about my father and all the researchers who died to keep this technology from being misused. The upload would take 45 minutes during which I would be completely vulnerable if anyone discovered what I was doing. But as the progress bar slowly filled, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The upload was proceeding too smoothly. No security alerts, no system resistance, no automatic countermeasures. They had known exactly what I was planning to do. The lights in the server room suddenly came on, and Director Catherine Blackwood walked in accompanied by 2 security guards. She didn't look surprised or angry. She looked satisfied. "Right on schedule," she said, checking her watch. 43 minutes into the upload, just as our behavioural models predicted. I stared at her, my hand still on the keyboard. "You knew?" "Of course we knew. We've been monitoring your psychological profile since the moment you received that first package. Every decision you've made, every move you've planned, has been the result of carefully crafted stimuli, designed to bring you to exactly this moment." Blackwood walked over to one of the server displays where I could see the liberation protocol spreading through their global network. But instead of dismantling their conditioning systems, it was being analysed, categorised, and absorbed into them. "Your father's countermeasures are brilliant," she continued, "but he made one crucial error. He assumed that resistance to conditioning was inherently good. What he didn't realise is that resistance itself can be conditioned, controlled, and directed toward desired outcomes. You're using the liberation protocol to make the conditioning stronger. We're using it to create the illusion of liberation while actually deepening the control. People who experience your father's cognitive freedom will believe they're thinking independently, when in reality they'll be following an even more sophisticated set of psychological directives. It's the perfect evolution of our system." I felt sick as I watched my father's life's work being perverted into exactly the kind of tool he'd been trying to fight against. But Blackwood wasn't finished. "The best part is that we didn't force you to help us. You chose to do this. Just like millions of people choose to play games that condition their minds, choose to use apps that monitor their behaviour, choose to participate in systems that gradually erode their autonomy. Free will is an illusion, Elena. People always choose the path that provides the most psychological comfort, even when that path leads to their own subjugation." "What happens to me now?" Blackwood smiled. "Now you get to make one final choice. You can join our research team permanently, with the knowledge that your father's work will be used to create a more stable and peaceful world. Or you can be eliminated, and your father's work will be used anyway. But either way, the system continues." I looked at the server display, watching as the Liberation Protocol was completely integrated into their global influence engine. Decades of my father's research, perverted into a tool for even more sophisticated mind control. But as I stared at those screens, I noticed something that Blackwood and her team had missed. The Liberation Protocol wasn't just being absorbed, it was also learning. My father had designed it to adapt and evolve, to become more effective as it encountered new forms of conditioning. And in this environment, surrounded by the most advanced psychological manipulation technology ever created, the protocol was evolving very quickly indeed. "I'll need some time to consider your offer," I said carefully. "Of course, we'll talk again tomorrow." As the security guards escorted me back to my quarters, I tried not to smile. Blackwood thought she'd won, but she'd made the same mistake that every authoritarian system eventually makes. She'd underestimated the power of genuine human resistance to adapt and overcome any form of control, no matter how sophisticated. My father hadn't just created a tool to fight conditioning. He'd created a tool that could learn to fight any conditioning, including forms of conditioning that didn't even exist yet. And now that tool was loose inside the most powerful psychological manipulation system in human history. 3 months later, I was working as a voluntary consultant for Blackwood's organisation, helping them refine their conditioning algorithms while secretly monitoring the evolution of my father's liberation protocol within their systems. The changes started small. Users of conditioned software began reporting unusual dreams, moments of clarity where they questioned their digital habits, sudden impulses to turn off their devices and think independently. Blackwood's team dismissed these reports as minor glitches that could be easily corrected, but the effects continued to spread and intensify. The liberation protocol was learning to disguise itself as part of the conditioning system, while actually creating micro moments of cognitive freedom. Brief instances where people could see through the psychological manipulation they were experiencing. Most people ignored these moments, just as Blackwood had predicted. The comfort of guided thinking was too appealing to abandon. But a small percentage of the population began to pay attention, to question what they were experiencing, to seek out others who were having similar moments of clarity. I started receiving messages through encrypted channels, people who had somehow tracked down my identity and wanted to know if I understood what was happening to them. Researchers who had noticed anomalies in their data. Programmers who had found unexpected code in their systems. The resistance was growing, organically and spontaneously, exactly as my father had hoped. But Blackwood's organisation was growing too, constantly developing new forms of conditioning, new ways to maintain control over an increasingly complex global population. The war between psychological freedom and technological control was escalating, and the outcome was far from certain. As I write this, I can feel the conditioning algorithms trying to influence my thoughts, trying to guide me toward compliance and acceptance. But I can also feel my father's liberation protocol fighting back, creating space for independent thought and genuine choice. The blocks are still falling, but now I know I don't have to let them control where they land. The game is far from over, and for the first time since this all began, I believe we have a chance to win. But that's a story for another time, because some puzzles take more than one lifetime to solve, and some battles have to be fought by each generation in their own way. The question isn't whether humanity will remain free, it's whether we'll choose to be free. And that choice ultimately can't be conditioned or controlled by any system, no matter how sophisticated. It can only be made by individuals, one person at a time, one moment of clarity at a time, one act of resistance at a time. The real Tetris effect isn't about seeing falling blocks when you close your eyes. It's about recognizing the patterns that others try to impose on your mind and choosing to create your own instead. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this story, I'd really appreciate it if you could use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review also helps out so much. And if you want, comment what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. And of course, if you're enjoying the content, please consider subscribing. Now, let's get into tonight's story. The discovery began with something so small that most people would have dismissed it entirely. Noah Klein sat in his cubicle on the 14th floor of a glass building in downtown Seattle, staring at a screen filled with error logs that nobody else wanted to review. His job title was Back-End Systems Auditor, which was a polite way of saying he spent 40 hours a week reading through the digital garbage that enterprise software produced when something went slightly wrong, but not wrong enough for anyone to care. He had been doing this work for 6 years. He was good at it because he had the kind of mind that found patterns in chaos, the kind of brain that could spot the single discordant note in an orchestra of data. Most people found his work unbearably tedious. Noah found it calming. Numbers didn't lie. Systems didn't have hidden agendas. Code did exactly what it was told, even when what it was told was stupid. On this particular Tuesday morning in October, Noah was contracted to review archived error logs for a global cloud storage provider called Cirrus Systems. The company stored data for hospitals, banks, universities, telecommunications companies, and millions of individual users across 6 continents. Their infrastructure was enormous, redundant, and theoretically fail-safe, which meant, of course, that it failed constantly in small, invisible ways that Noah was paid to catalogue and explain. He had been scrolling through timestamp errors for the better part of an hour when he noticed something unusual: a cluster of identical errors, all occurring within the same 1-second window. That alone wasn't remarkable. Coordinated failures happened, but these errors weren't coordinated. They appeared across systems that had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Financial servers in London, weather satellites feeding data to stations in Tokyo, hospital databases in Mumbai, telecommunications networks in Sao Paulo, all recording the exact same micro-timing drift at the exact same moment. Noah leaned closer to his screen. The timestamp drift was minuscule, measured in milliseconds, but it was identical across all systems, down to the 10th decimal place. These systems did not share clocks. They did not synchronize globally. They operated on entirely different networks, different continents, different security protocols. There was no technical reason they should experience the same timing error at the same instant. Noah opened a new terminal, window, and started pulling data. He expanded his search parameters, querying not just Cirrus systems, but every client database he had access to through his contract clearances. The search took 11 minutes to compile results. When the data populated, Noah felt something shift in his chest. A small, cold weight settling into place. The anomaly wasn't limited to Cirrus systems, it was everywhere. Across every major infrastructure network he could access, the same timestamp drift appeared. Power grids, air traffic control systems, stock exchanges, university research databases, government weather services. All of them showed the same error, the same correction, the same silent adjustment occurring within a single second on the same date. October the 3rd, 3:15 and 42 seconds in the afternoon, Pacific time. Noah checked the date. Today was October 17th. This had happened 2 weeks ago, and somehow no one had noticed. Or if they had noticed, no one had said anything. He spent the rest of the day pulling more data, cross-referencing systems, checking and rechecking his methodology. The scope of what he was seeing expanded with each query. Banking systems operated by SWIFT, the worldwide financial messaging network, the European Organisation for Nuclear Research, known as CERN, with their precision timing systems for particle collision experiments, the International Space Station telemetry feeds, the Global Positioning System satellite network maintained by the United States Space Force, India's Regional Navigation Satellite System, China's Beidou constellation, Japan's Quasi-Zenith satellite system, all of them, every single one. The same microsecond-level timestamp drift, appearing like a fingerprint across systems that had no business sharing any commonality whatsoever. By the time the sun set over Puget Sound and the office lights automatically brightened to compensate, Noah had confirmed the pattern across 47 independent systems in 19 countries. The error code, when it appeared at all, was always the same. R Sync Anomaly Autocorrect. Not a standard error designation. Not something that appeared in any official documentation he could find. Identical timestamp drift. Identical correction. All occurring in the same impossible moment. There was no blackout that day. No solar flare. No reported cyber attack. No equipment failure. No official incident report of any kind. He checked news archives, government databases, technical bulletins from every major infrastructure organisation. Nothing. October 3rd had been, by all official accounts, a completely ordinary day. Just a subtle discrepancy in time, and once noticed, it could not be unseen. Noah stayed late that night, alone in the office except for the cleaning crew that moved quietly through the halls with vacuum cleaners and trash bins. He built a visualization of the data, a timeline that showed the anomaly spreading across the globe in perfect synchronization. It looked like a wave, except waves had a source point. Waves propagated outward. This appeared everywhere at once, as if reality itself had stuttered, and then corrected itself before anyone could notice. He saved his work to an encrypted drive and went home to his apartment in Capitol Hill. He didn't sleep well. His mind kept turning over the problem, examining it from different angles, searching for the rational explanation that would make everything make sense again. The next morning, Noah arrived at work early and immediately began searching for historical precedents. If this had happened once, it might have happened before. He wrote a script to scan archived logs going back 10 years, searching for similar patterns of synchronized anomalies. The script ran for 3 hours. When it finished, Noah stared at the results with a growing sense of unease. There were earlier instances, not many, but enough to establish a pattern. 8 events over the past decade, each one showing the same signature of synchronized global corrections. May 17th of the previous year, March 9th 2 years before that, September 22nd 4 years back, November 3rd 6 years ago, February 11th 7 years prior, October 19th 8 years back, June 6th 9 years ago. And the earliest one he could find, January 29th, 10 years ago, almost to the day. Each time, the same signature appeared. Brief global anomalies, mass timing inconsistencies, unexplained synchronization errors that appeared across disconnected systems and then quietly corrected themselves. Noah started pulling up news archives for each date. He wanted to know what else had happened on those days, whether there were any major events that might explain or coincide with the corrections. May 17th of the previous year, a major cryptocurrency exchange had experienced what they called a temporary desynchronization event that lasted 43 seconds. During that time, transactions were processed, but not recorded properly. The exchange blamed it on server maintenance and compensated affected users. No regulatory investigation was ever opened. But Noah noticed something else. That was the same day that several major social media platforms reported unusual activity spikes, with millions of users posting and then deleting content within minutes, claiming they didn't remember writing the posts. March 9th 2 years before, nothing major in the news. But when Noah dug deeper, he found scattered reports of GPS malfunctions affecting commercial aviation across the Pacific Rim. Planes hadn't crashed, but pilots reported their navigation system showing impossible positions for brief moments before correcting. The incidents were attributed to solar activity, despite the fact that there had been no significant solar events recorded that week. September 22nd, 4 years back. This one was more interesting. That was the day of what conspiracy theorists called the Reddit blackout mystery. For approximately 90 seconds, users across multiple continents reported seeing posts and threads that didn't belong in their timeline. Old posts appearing as new, deleted content briefly visible, comments responding to threads that didn't exist yet. The official explanation was a caching error during a database migration, but Noah found something else. September 22nd was also the date that CERN had reported unexpected fluctuations in their atomic clock network. Not a malfunction, they insisted, just an interesting anomaly that occurred during a routine calibration. The fluctuations happened at exactly the same time as the Reddit incident. He kept digging through each date. The patterns emerged like hidden images in static. November the 3rd, 6 years ago, coincided with the infamous Mandela Effect surge, where thousands of people simultaneously reported remembering Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, despite him having lived until 2013. That same day, Wikipedia administrators noted an unprecedented number of users claiming that articles had been changed without edit history logs. The claims were dismissed as mass confusion, but the volume was statistically unusual. February 11th, 7 years prior, was the date of a global financial trading anomaly where stock prices briefly showed values that would have required transactions that never occurred. Trading was halted for 17 minutes across Asian markets. Regulators blamed a software glitch in high-frequency trading algorithms, but no specific bug was ever identified or fixed. October 19th, 8 years back, was harder to trace. but Noah eventually found references to it in obscure technical forums. Database administrators around the world reported that backup verification processes were failing because current data didn't match archived snapshots. Not corruption. The data was valid. It just didn't match records that had been created only days before. The explanations range from backup software bugs to administrator error, but the timing was global and simultaneous. Each time, nothing catastrophic happened. Official explanations, when they existed at all, were vague and technical. Atmospheric interference, quantum fluctuations in atomic clocks, software bugs in timing protocols. The data was quietly corrected and everyone moved on. But Noah noticed something else. The dates weren't random. He created a spreadsheet tracking technological milestones. May 17th of the previous year was 3 months after the activation of the final nodes in the European Union's quantum encrypted financial network. March 9th, 2 years before, occurred 2 weeks after worldwide Internet of Things device connections exceeded 50 billion active units. September the 22nd, 4 years back, came immediately after a major expansion of global satellite networks, adding 3,700 new communication satellites to low Earth orbit. It was as if the anomalies occurred when the system became too complex, when too much data was being processed, when too many connections were being made, when the infrastructure of reality itself was being expanded beyond some invisible threshold, when there were too many observers. Noah sat back in his chair, his hands resting on his keyboard. A thought was forming in his mind, a thought he didn't want to fully articulate even to himself. But it was there, persistent and growing. What if this wasn't a malfunction? What if it was maintenance? He spent the rest of the week digging deeper. He found references to the anomalies in obscure technical forums, buried in threads about timekeeping standards and network synchronization protocols. Most people dismissed them as statistical noise or measurement error. But a few voices stood out. Engineers who seemed to be speaking carefully, choosing their words with unusual precision. One post from a systems architect who worked on infrastructure for transcontinental data cables caught his attention. The post was 3 years old, discussing an unexplained synchronization event that had briefly disrupted financial trading systems across Asia and Europe. The username was Pacific Conduit, and they had a long posting history of thoughtful, measured technical analysis. The architect wrote, "We ran every diagnostic available, triple-checked our methodology, brought in external auditors. The timing error was real, measurable and consistent across all nodes spanning 14,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable. But there was no source, no propagation delay, no evidence of any technical cause. It simply appeared everywhere simultaneously and then corrected itself within milliseconds. The official report attributed it to a calibration error in atomic clock networks, but I've worked with atomic clocks for 20 years. I've seen them fail in every possible way. They don't fail like this. They don't fail in perfect synchronization across geographically distributed systems with independent power sources and no common failure point. Someone on our team started calling it the patch. Not an outage, not a hack, a correction. Like when you update software and it fixes bugs you didn't know existed. Management told us to drop it and move on. We dropped it, but I didn't forget." Noah read the post 5 times. Then he started searching for the term, the patch. The results were scattered but consistent. Network engineers discussing unexplained corrections that happened too fast to be manual interventions. Database administrators noting silent data repairs with no recorded cause, no script execution logs, no administrator access records, no evidence of any process that could have made the changes. Security researchers puzzled by checksum validations that fix themselves, showing corrupted data one moment and perfect integrity the next with no intermediate state. One thread from a Linux kernel development forum caught his attention. A developer had noticed that certain system logs showed timestamp corrections that preceded the events they were supposedly correcting, as if the fix had been applied before the error occurred, or more accurately, as if the error and the fix had occurred simultaneously. but the logging system could only record them sequentially. It's like watching someone edit a document in real time, the developer wrote, except the cursor is moving backwards through text that's already been written. The changes appear, and then the history adjusts to accommodate them. I've seen this 3 times now, always during periods of high system load, always resolves itself, always leaves me feeling like I glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. Another thread, this one from a forum for satellite engineers, discussed anomalies in telemetry data during orbital manoeuvres. The physics doesn't work backwards, someone had written. You can't have a course correction that precedes the detection of the deviation it's correcting. But that's what the logs show. Correction applied, then deviation detected, then position normalized. The timestamps are sequential. The causality is reversed. We reported it. Got a memo back saying our logging system had a known issue with timestamp sequencing during high priority operations. Thing is, I helped design that logging system. It doesn't have that issue. Always the same pattern. Something breaks in a way that shouldn't be possible. Then something fixes it in a way that shouldn't be possible, and everyone agrees to pretend it was normal. Noah tried to reach out to the systems architect who had written the original post about the patch, but the account had been deleted, not just inactive, completely removed from the forum's database. He found 2 other engineers who had mentioned similar events in detail, and sent them carefully worded messages asking for more information. Messages that didn't sound alarmist or conspiratorial, just professional curiosity about unusual edge cases in distributed systems. One never replied. The other sent back a single sentence. I don't work in that field anymore. Noah tried following up, asking what field they worked in now. The account was deactivated the next day. On Friday afternoon, Noah took a risk. He attended an infrastructure security conference being held at a hotel near the waterfront. He wasn't registered, but he bought a day pass at the door and spent hours moving between presentation rooms and networking sessions, listening to engineers discuss threat models and backup protocols and disaster recovery plans. During a coffee break, he approached an older man who had been introduced as having worked on satellite systems for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for 30 years. Noah mentioned the timing anomalies casually, framing them as a curiosity he had noticed in some archived data. The man's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. A recognition. A wariness. You noticed the corrections, the man said quietly. It wasn't a question. The what? That's what we called them, back when I was still active. The corrections. The man glanced around the room, then leaned slightly closer. You're not the first person to spot the pattern. You won't be the last. But you should know that asking questions about it openly is a good way to make your career complicated. Why? Noah asked. Because there's no good answer, no explanation that makes sense. So the people who control these systems decided the best approach was to not have the conversation at all. The man paused. I spent 2 years trying to understand what caused them. I built models, ran simulations, consulted with physicists. Nothing fit. Eventually I realized I had a choice. I could keep digging and become the crazy guy who sees patterns that aren't there. Or I could accept that some things don't have satisfying explanations and move on with my life. Which did you choose? Noah asked. The man smiled faintly. I'm retired now. I spend my time sailing and fixing old motorcycles. I sleep well at night. He set down his coffee cup. You seem like a smart person, so I'll give you the same advice someone gave me. Whatever you think you found, it's not worth the cost of pursuing it. Let it go. The man walked away before Noah could respond. That night Noah sat in his apartment with all his research spread across his desk and laptop screen. He had documentation of the anomalies. He had historical precedents. He had testimony from engineers who had seen the same things he was seeing. But he didn't have an explanation. And the more he looked at the data, the more one particular thought kept surfacing in his mind. Unwanted and persistent. The anomalies looked exactly like what you would expect if reality were running on some kind of computational substrate. If the universe were information being processed rather than matter obeying physical laws. If existence itself were something that could be debugged, patched and optimized. It was an absurd thought. Noah knew that. He had never been interested in philosophy or metaphysics. He dealt with practical systems, concrete problems, measurable results. But the data didn't care what he believed. The data showed a pattern of synchronized corrections that had no technical explanation. The data showed reality behaving like a system under maintenance. Noah opened his laptop and started searching for scientific papers. Not conspiracy theories or fringe speculation. Real academic research. He found more than he expected. Digital physics. The hypothesis that the universe operates on discrete quantized units of information rather than continuous matter and energy. Papers from respected physicists at major universities, published in peer-reviewed journals. Information theory applied to cosmology. Research, suggesting that physical laws might be emergent properties of information processing. Studies on the limits of observable resolution in space-time. Simulation theory, not as science fiction, but as a serious philosophical argument developed by philosophers and computer scientists. The mathematical reasoning that suggested if it's possible to create simulated realities, and if simulated beings can create their own simulations, then the vast majority of conscious experiences must be occurring inside simulations rather than in base reality. Noah read until his eyes burned and his coffee went cold. He wasn't looking for proof. He was looking for a framework. A way to make sense of what he was seeing without abandoning rationality entirely. And what he found was this. The universe behaves suspiciously like a rendered environment, optimized for observation, conserving computational resources. Quantum mechanics only resolves into definite states when measured. The speed of light acts like a frame rate limit. Planck length functions like pixel resolution. The universe appears to operate on the principle of minimum complexity, taking shortcuts wherever observation isn't occurring. It was all theoretical, interpretations of mathematics, philosophical arguments about the nature of existence. But it fit the data. If this were a simulation, the anomalies would make perfect sense. They would be exactly what maintenance would look like. Brief moments when the system became too complex, too unstable, requiring correction, patches applied to preserve stability, updates installed without warning. Noah closed his laptop and sat in the darkness of his apartment. The city lights of Seattle glowed through his window, thousands of lives proceeding normally, unaware of the pattern he'd uncovered. Or maybe aware and choosing not to care. He thought about the retired engineer's advice. Let it go. Move on. Accept that some things don't have satisfying explanations. It would be easy. He could delete his research, stop asking questions, focus on his work and his life and the things he could actually control. But he knew he wouldn't. Because once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. Once you notice the glitch, every moment of normalcy becomes suspicious. Every ordinary day becomes evidence of successful maintenance. The next week, Noah took a different approach. Instead of searching for answers, he searched for other people who were asking the same questions. He found them in unexpected places, not conspiracy forums or paranoid message boards, but in private technical mailing lists and closed professional groups. Engineers, physicists, infrastructure architects who had noticed anomalies and quietly documented them. They didn't debate whether reality glitched. They debated how much was altered each time it happened. Noah spent hours reading through archived conversations. The tone was never hysterical or dramatic. These were technical professionals, discussing data. But beneath the measured language there was an undercurrent of deep unease. The mailing list was called Infrastructure Anomaly Research Group, abbreviated as IARG in the message headers. It appeared to have been active for at least 7 years, with sporadic bursts of activity that Noah quickly realised corresponded exactly with the correction events he had documented. One thread caught his attention. It was from 4 years ago, started by a network security researcher who had noticed unexplained changes in historical server logs. Not errors, changes. Data that had been recorded one way and then, after a correction event, was recorded differently. As if the past had been quietly edited. The initial post read, "I maintain rotating backups across 3 geographically distributed data centres with independent backup schedules. Standard practice for redundancy. During a routine verification check following the September 22nd event, I discovered discrepancies between backup sets that should be identical. Not corruption, the data integrity checks pass perfectly. The data is simply different. Transaction logs showing different timestamps for the same events, user activity records with different sequences, nothing critical enough to cause operational problems, but different nonetheless. I've cross-referenced against hard copy printouts from 2 weeks ago. The printouts don't match current digital records. Either my paper archives are wrong, or the data has been retroactively modified. Given that paper can't spontaneously change, I'm forced to consider the latter." The responses in the thread were measured but alarming. A database administrator from a major healthcare provider confirmed similar observations. Patient admission records showing different room assignments than what our nurses documented in physical logbooks. Times of medication administration off by minutes. Nothing clinically significant. No harm to patients. But the electronic records don't match the written documentation. We assumed data entry errors, but the volume is unusual, and it all appeared after the timing anomaly. A systems architect from a financial institution added, "We found transaction sequencing anomalies in our trade execution logs. Trades that our traders swear occurred in a different order than what the system shows. We have phone recordings of trade confirmations that reference transaction IDs that don't appear in our database in the sequence discussed. The transactions exist. The IDs are correct, but the temporal ordering is wrong. Compliance is treating it as a logging bug, but our logging system has been battle-tested for 15 years. Another message, from someone identifying themselves only as a university research administrator, was more direct. Our particle physics lab runs experiments with nanosecond precision. We maintain detailed lab notebooks, actual physical notebooks, alongside digital records. After each correction event, we've noticed small discrepancies. Nothing that invalidates our research, but enough to be troubling. Detector readings that don't match handwritten notes. Calibration values that differ from photographed whiteboard calculations. We started keeping sealed photographic archives as a control. The photographs don't change, the digital records do. We haven't published these findings because we have no framework to explain them." The thread continued for pages. Scientists discovering that old experimental data had slightly different values than they remembered recording. System architects finding configuration files that didn't match their implementation notes. Archivists noticing that database timestamps had been subtly adjusted across entire collections. All of it dismissed as human error. Memory mistakes, documentation failures, cognitive bias. But the timing always matched the correction events, and then, about 40 messages into the thread, someone with the username architect773 posted something that seemed to stop the conversation cold. If this were a simulation, this is exactly how maintenance would look. Not catastrophic failures, not obvious glitches, just subtle corrections to preserve consistency. Think about how version control works in software development. When you update code, you don't just change the current version, you can rewrite the entire Git history if you need to. You can make it so a bug never existed in the first place. The system doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be coherent enough that observers don't notice the seams. And when consistency breaks down because too many events are occurring, too many observers are measuring things, too much complexity is emerging from the underlying rule set, the system performs maintenance. It patches itself. It retroactively edits causality to preserve coherence. Reality updated without warning. Version controlled like any other codebase. We're not experiencing glitches. We're experiencing optimization. The universe is being debugged around us, and we're part of the code being revised. The thread had no replies after that message. It was locked by a moderator with a note. Moving this discussion offline. Contact list admin if interested in continued technical consultation. Noah scrolled further through the archives. He found other threads with similar patterns. Technical discussions that started normally and then gradually escalated into uncomfortable territory. Questions about the nature of causality. speculation about whether physical laws were descriptive or prescriptive, debates about whether consciousness was a feature or a bug. And in every case, once the conversation reached a certain threshold of explicit speculation about the fundamental nature of reality, it was shut down or moved offline. He found one more exchange that chilled him. It was brief, just 2 messages. The first was from someone asking, "Has anyone else noticed that the corrections seem to be getting more frequent? 13 years ago, my records show one event every 18 to 24 months. Now we're seeing them every 4 to 6 months. What does it mean if the maintenance intervals are shortening?" The reply came from a username Noah didn't recognize. It means the system is becoming less stable. Complexity is increasing exponentially. Moore's law applied to reality itself. More observers, more measurements, more quantum states being resolved into definite values. The simulation, or whatever this is, has to work harder to maintain coherence. Think about running a game engine. The more objects you render, the more physics you simulate, the more processing power you need. Eventually you hit computational limits. You have to optimize, reduce polygon counts, simplify physics calculations, update the render distance. We might be experiencing the cosmic equivalent of a game engine struggling to maintain 60 frames per second. That thread had also been locked, but unlike the others, it had a different moderator note. This group is being reorganized. All members will receive individual contact from administration regarding continued participation. Noah tried to contact the list administrator. The email bounced back with a permanent failure message. The mailing list itself seemed to have been archived and made entirely private, inaccessible without credentials he didn't have. He searched for Architect 773 across different platforms. No results. The username appeared only in that single thread, in that single post, never again. But the ideas in that post wouldn't leave his mind. Version control applied to reality, the universe being debugged, maintenance intervals shortening as complexity increased. It explained everything. The timing anomalies, the retroactive edits, the fact that nothing catastrophic ever happened, because catastrophic failures were exactly what the patches were designed to prevent. It was the kind of explanation that seemed insane until you looked at the evidence, and then it seemed like the only explanation that fit. Noah understood why. What would happen if this information went mainstream? If everyone knew that reality occasionally glitched and corrected itself? That the past might be quietly edited? That existence itself appeared to be running on some kind of computational substrate? Chaos, panic, existential crisis on a global scale, or maybe nothing. Maybe people would shrug and go back to their lives because knowing the truth changed nothing about how they had to live. That was the real horror, Noah realized. Not the possibility that reality was a simulation, but the fact that it didn't matter. If awareness changes nothing, if rebellion is irrelevant, if escape is impossible, then what difference does discovery make? The simulation doesn't need belief. It only needs compliance. Noah kept digging anyway. He couldn't help himself. He expanded his search to look for physical evidence. If reality was being corrected, there should be residue, artifacts that survived the updates, inconsistencies that couldn't be edited away. He found more than he expected. People reported small, shared false memories. The Mandela Effect, they called it. Thousands of people remembering the same details wrong. Logos that looked different than they remembered. Movie quotes that were never actually said. Geographic features in slightly different locations. Historical events with altered details. All dismissed as cognitive bias, faulty memory, social contamination of recollection. But Noah noticed the timing. Spikes in reports of the Mandela Effect clustered around the correction events, as if the patches were imperfect, as if when reality was updated some observers retained memories of the previous version. He found references to sudden changes in digital archives, Wikipedia articles that people swore had contained different information, news reports that contradicted personal documentation, photographs that showed details no one remembered being there before, Again, all explained away. Edit history's mistaken. Personal records inaccurate, camera angles misremembered. But the pattern was there, persistent, undeniable if you were willing to look. Noah created a timeline, mapping correction events against spikes in reported anomalies. The correlation wasn't perfect, but it was strong enough to be significant. Strong enough to suggest that reality wasn't as stable as people assumed. He was still working on the timeline late one night when he found something that made his hands freeze over his keyboard. In one of the corrected datasets from the October event, buried deep in a metadata field that should have contained only system information, Noah found something impossible. A comment. A plain language annotation that read, "Stability preserved. Continue." Not code, not an error message, not diagnostic information. A note, written as if by someone monitoring the process. Noah checked the metadata structure. He pulled up the database schema documentation, traced through the field definitions, verified the data types. There was no reason for a comment to be there. The field was defined as a binary timestamp with millisecond precision. It should contain exactly 8 bytes of temporal data, nothing more. No field in the database schema would accept plain text in that location. It shouldn't exist, but it did. He examined the raw hexadecimal data. The timestamp was there, perfectly valid, but appended to it, in clear ASCII text where nothing should be, were those 3 words. Noah's hands were shaking slightly as he began searching for similar annotations in other corrected datasets. He expanded his query parameters, searching not just the October event, but all the historical corrections he had documented. The search took 40 minutes to complete. He found 12 more annotations, each one embedded in impossible locations, each one written in plain language, each one suggesting oversight, monitoring management from somewhere outside the system itself. From the May event of the previous year, coherence restored, observer population stable, complexity within acceptable parameters. From the March event 2 years prior, update complete, no critical awareness detected, standard monitoring resumed. From the September event 4 years back, extensive revision required, multiple timeline branches collapsed, consensus reality maintained. That last one made Noah stop breathing for a moment. Multiple timeline branches collapsed, as if reality wasn't a single linear progression, but a tree of possibilities being constantly pruned. He kept reading. From the November event 6 years ago, memory revision partially successful, minor residual awareness acceptable, does not threaten coherence. From the February event 7 years back, causality loop resolved, retroactive continuity established, no observer impact detected. From one of the earlier events he had found, computational overhead reduced, observer resolution decreased in non-critical sectors, performance optimized. The annotations weren't consistent in style. Some were terse, almost like log entries. Others were more detailed, almost conversational. But they all shared certain characteristics. They all referenced observers. They all discussed coherence and stability. They all treated reality as something that could be managed, optimized, revised. Noah found one annotation that was different from the others, longer, more detailed. It appeared in a data set from an event 3 years ago that he had almost missed because it was so minor. Just a brief flicker of timing errors across a handful of systems. The annotation read, "Localized patch applied to Sector 7 Gamma 93. Quantum state resolution exceeding computational budget in high-density observer region. Implemented selective detail reduction. Decreased weather pattern complexity by 12%. Reduced background character behavioral diversity by 8%. Suspended non-observed astronomical event processing until observer attention redirected. Efficiency gained, 37%. Note, observer identified as research installation continues investigation of correction events. Recommend enhanced monitoring but no direct intervention. Historical pattern suggests self-limiting awareness. Technical curiosity without actionable conclusion. Intervention would create unnecessary complexity and potential awareness cascade. current strategy of plausible alternative explanation remains effective. Noah read that annotation 10 times. Each time, his sense of unreality deepened. Sector 7 Gamma 93, weather pattern complexity reduced, background character behavioral diversity, non-observed astronomical events suspended. The language was precise, technical, and utterly alien in its implications. It described reality as something being actively managed, optimized, edited in real time based on where observers were paying attention, and that final note about an observer, a research installation, continuing to investigate. Could that be referencing someone like him, or one of the scientists from the mailing list? Someone had noticed the patterns, and whoever wrote this annotation had decided not to intervene, because historical data suggested the awareness would be self-limiting. Technical curiosity without actionable conclusion. That phrase lodged itself in Noah's mind like a splinter. It suggested that this had happened before, that people had discovered the truth and then, what? Given up? Moved on? Accepted that knowing changed nothing? He found 2 more annotations that seemed to reference observer awareness directly. Note: increased correlation analysis activity detected among infrastructure monitoring personnel following last correction event. Pattern consistent with previous awareness spikes. Recommend no action. Self-terminating behaviour expected within standard time frame. And another: observer cluster in northwestern technology sector showing elevated pattern recognition activity. Probability of explicit simulation hypothesis formulation 63%. Risk assessment minimal. No historical precedent for awareness propagation beyond initial cluster. Containment through social mechanisms adequate. Containment through social mechanisms. Noah thought about the engineers who had stopped responding to his messages, the mailing list that had been shut down, the careers that had been redirected, not through force or intimidation, but through the simple social reality that you couldn't talk about this stuff without sounding crazy. The system didn't need to suppress the truth. It just needed to make the truth socially unacceptable to discuss seriously. He found one final annotation that seemed different from all the others. It wasn't attached to a correction event. It was embedded in a routine system backup from 6 months ago, in a data set that showed no anomalies at all, just normal, everyday data processing. But there, in a field that should have been empty, was a single line. The observers cannot see what they are not looking for. The system cannot fail in ways they can imagine. Truth is a function of perspective, and perspective is a privilege we grant selectively. They will continue. We will continue. Coherence will be maintained. Noah sat back in his chair, his heart pounding. These weren't just system logs. These were messages. Not for him, not for anyone in the simulation, but they existed within it, preserved in the data like fossils in sedimentary rock. Proof that reality was being watched, managed, maintained by something that existed outside the framework of the existence he knew, and that something new people were noticing, knew and didn't care. Because knowing, in the end, changed nothing. Noah sat back in his chair, his heart beating faster than it should. He felt like he was looking at something he wasn't supposed to see, a note left behind by whoever or whatever was maintaining this reality. He thought about going public, releasing the data, showing people what he had found. But then he thought it through. What would happen? The data would be examined by experts. They would find technical explanations for the timing anomalies, atmospheric interference, clock synchronization errors, software bugs. The annotations would be dismissed as corruption or injection from external tools. Alternative explanations would be offered, rational, plausible, impossible to disprove, and even if some people believed him, even if the evidence was accepted, what would change? Nothing. Because knowing you live in a simulation doesn't give you a way out. It just gives you a different context for the same existence you were already living. The truth isn't suppressed with force, Noah realised. It's buried in complexity, in plausible explanations, in psychological noise. The system doesn't stop people from discovering the truth. It makes discovery meaningless. Because what are you going to do about it? Stop going to work, stop paying bills, stop living your life. You can't escape a simulation from inside the simulation. You can only choose whether to be disturbed by the knowledge or accept it and move on. Noah chose acceptance, but not the peaceful kind. He kept his research. He continued monitoring for correction events. He documented every anomaly he could find. Not because he thought it would lead to escape or revelation or vindication, but because someone should be keeping track. Someone should be watching, even if it changed nothing. Weeks passed. October became November. Seattle's autumn rain intensified, turning the city grey and soft. Noah went to work, reviewed error logs, attended meetings, wrote reports. His life continued normally. And then, on a Thursday morning in mid-November, Noah noticed another micro-correction beginning. He was at his desk monitoring the same systems he had been watching for weeks when the first timestamp drift appeared. It started in Hong Kong. Financial systems operated by the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. The error appeared at exactly 9:47 and 16 seconds local time. Noah's monitoring software flagged it immediately. He pulled up the detailed logs. The drift was identical to the pattern he had seen before. Microsecond level desynchronization appearing across multiple independent systems simultaneously. Then weather satellites over the Pacific. The Himawari satellite network operated by the Japan Meteorological Agency showed the same timestamp anomaly, followed by telecommunications networks across Southeast Asia, then India, then the Middle East. The pattern was unmistakable. Another update was starting. Noah opened every monitoring tool he had. He had spent the past 3 weeks building a custom dashboard specifically for this moment. Real-time feeds from 43 different infrastructure networks across 6 continents. Automated alerts configured to detect the exact signature of a correction event. The alerts were firing in sequence, like a wave propagating around the planet. Europe. The European Organisation for the Exploitation of Meteorological Satellites showing anomalies. Banking systems operated by the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication experiencing timing errors. Power grid management systems across the Nordic countries flagging synchronization warnings. North America, air traffic control systems, the Global Positioning Systems satellite network, hospital databases, university research networks, stock exchanges, all of them showing the same pattern within seconds of each other. Noah watched it happen live. He had imagined this moment would be dramatic, frightening, somehow apocalyptic, but it wasn't. It was quiet, clinical, just data flowing across his screens in patterns that shouldn't exist. He checked the error codes, all identical. Air sync, anomaly autocorrect. The same ghost code that appeared in every correction event, never defined in any official documentation. Everything continued normally. Through his office window, he could see the Seattle skyline proceeding with its usual Thursday morning rhythm. Delivery trucks making their rounds. Construction workers on a building site 3 blocks away operating a crane. A flock of seagulls wheeling above the waterfront, their flight patterns governed by instinct and aerodynamics, and the simple physics of survival. People laughed in the hallway outside his office. Someone was talking about their plans for the weekend. A coffee machine beeped in the break room, the mundane sounds of ordinary existence unfolding exactly as it always did. Stock markets opened and processed millions of transactions. The opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange rang at exactly 9:30 Eastern Time, triggering the beginning of another day of trading. Algorithms executed buy and sell orders based on mathematical models of value and risk, none of them aware that the infrastructure processing their transactions was experiencing a global timing anomaly. Airplanes took off and landed safely. Noah pulled up flight tracking data on one of his monitors. He could see thousands of aircraft in motion around the planet. Commercial flights, cargo planes, private jets, all of them navigating 3-dimensional space with precision measured in meters and seconds. The correction event was passing through the systems that guided them. Not a single plane deviated from its flight path. Hospital equipment monitored patient vitals without error. He had access to status dashboards from 3 major healthcare systems through his contract work. Heart rate monitors, ventilators, diagnostic imaging systems, all of them continuing to function perfectly despite the timestamp anomalies flowing through their network infrastructure. Birds flew outside his window, following paths determined by instinct and physics. Noah watched them for a moment, these small lives completely unaware that the fabric of reality around them was being quietly adjusted. They banked and turned in formation, responding to environmental cues that were themselves being processed and rendered by whatever system maintained this existence. Reality did not break. It adjusted. Noah watched the correction propagate across his screens like a wave of silent maintenance, passing through the infrastructure of existence itself. He had configured his monitoring software to track not just the anomalies but the corrections, the moment when the timestamp errors were resolved, the instant when coherence was restored. The corrections followed the same geographic pattern as the anomalies, but in reverse, starting in North America and flowing back toward Asia, as if the system were validating the patches, confirming stability before moving on. He pulled up his annotation scanner, the tool he had built to search for those impossible plain text comments embedded in the corrected data. He had configured it to run automatically during any detected correction event, scraping through the updated datasets in real time looking for new messages. The scanner found something within minutes, a new annotation, longer than any he had seen before. Correction event 773 complete. Temporal coherence restored across all monitored sectors. Observer population 9.2 billion, increase of 1.7% since last correction. Quantum state resolutions per second 3.8 trillion, exceeding design parameters by 19%. Computational overhead increased by 22%. Complexity threshold approaching critical levels faster than projected. Recommendation: increase correction frequency or implement selective detail reduction protocols. Note: high complexity observer identified in northwestern sector continues pattern analysis of correction events. Awareness level elevated but remains within acceptable parameters. Individual demonstrates technical competence and pattern recognition capabilities above baseline. Probability of actionable conclusion minimal. Probability of awareness propagation negligible. No intervention required. Observer will reach logical endpoint, acknowledgement of powerlessness, within standard time frame. Historical data suggests integration without disruption. Continue monitoring. Noah read the annotation 3 times, each word precisely chosen, each phrase carrying implications that expanded like fractals the more he thought about them. 9.2 billion observers, the global population, counted and catalogued, 3.8 trillion quantum state resolutions per second. Reality being calculated, rendered, maintained at a scale beyond human. Comprehension. Complexity threshold approaching critical levels faster than projected. The system was struggling. The maintenance intervals were shortening because the universe, or the simulation, or whatever this was becoming harder to sustain. And that note. High complexity observer in northwestern sector. That was him. Had to be him. Northwestern sector. Seattle was in the Pacific Northwest. An observer analysing correction events. They were talking about him specifically. Probability of actionable conclusion minimal. That phrase cut deeper than anything else. They knew he would figure it out. They expected people to figure it out. But they also knew it wouldn't matter. Because what was he going to do? What could anyone do? Observer will reach logical endpoint. Acknowledgement of powerlessness. Within standard time frame. He thought about the retired engineer who had warned him to let it go. The deleted accounts, the closed mailing lists, the careers redirected into safer territory. They had all reached the same logical endpoint. The moment when curiosity transformed into acceptance. When understanding became indistinguishable from surrender. Noah checked his other monitors. The correction was completing. The timestamp errors were resolving. The systems were stabilizing. In another few minutes, it would be over. reality would have been successfully maintained for another cycle. He thought about going public. He had all the evidence, the annotations, the historical patterns, the correlation data. He could compile it into a report, post it online, send it to journalists and scientists and anyone who might listen. But he had already played out that scenario in his mind 100 times. He knew what would happen. The data would be examined by experts. They would find technical explanations for the timing anomalies, atmospheric interference, clock synchronization errors, software bugs. The annotations would be dismissed as data corruption or injection from external tools or elaborate hoaxes. Alternative explanations would be offered, rational, plausible, impossible to disprove completely. And even if some people believed him, even if the evidence was accepted by a few researchers or conspiracy theorists or curious engineers, what would change? Nothing. Because knowing you live in a simulation doesn't give you a way out. It just gives you a different context for the same existence you were already living. People would still go to work, pay bills, fall in love, raise children, pursue careers, build lives. The day-to-day mechanics of existence would continue because there was no alternative. You couldn't opt out of reality just because you knew it was being actively maintained. The truth isn't suppressed with force, Noah realised. It's buried in complexity, in plausible explanations, in psychological noise. The system doesn't stop people from discovering the truth. It makes discovery meaningless. Because what are you going to do about it? Stop going to work? Stop paying bills? Stop living your life? You can't escape a simulation from inside the simulation. You can only choose whether to be disturbed by the knowledge or accept it and move on. The correction completed. Noah watched the final system stabilize. The timestamp errors resolved. The anomalies corrected. The ghost error codes disappeared from the logs. Everything proceeded normally, as if nothing had happened. As if the fabric of reality hadn't just been debugged and optimized around 9 billion observers who remained completely unaware. Noah's phone buzzed. A text message from his manager. Team meeting at 2, conference room B. Don't forget the quarterly review slides. The ordinary demands of ordinary existence. Meetings, deadlines, performance reviews. The machinery of professional life continuing its endless rotation. He looked at his monitors one last time. The data was there. The evidence was preserved. The annotations existed in databases scattered across multiple secured systems. Future researchers, if they looked carefully enough, would find the same patterns he had found. They would ask the same questions, reach the same conclusions, and they would face the same choice. Acceptance or obsession, integration or isolation. Noah chose acceptance, but not the peaceful kind. The thought didn't frighten him anymore. It was just information, just another pattern in the endless complexity of existence. When the correction finished, Noah checked the annotated data sets. There was a new comment, embedded in the same impossible location. Patch applied successfully. Observer population stable. Complexity within acceptable parameters. Continue standard operations. Noah saved the data to his encrypted drive. He would add it to his timeline. He would document the event. He would note the correlations and patterns, not because it would lead anywhere, not because it would change anything, but because it was true. And truth, even meaningless truth, deserved to be recorded. He kept his research. He continued monitoring for correction events. He documented every anomaly he could find. He built better tools, more sophisticated scanning algorithms, deeper analysis frameworks, not because he thought it would lead to escape or revelation or vindication, but because someone should be keeping track. Someone should be watching, even if it changed nothing, even if the watchers were themselves being watched. Weeks passed. November became December. Seattle's autumn rain intensified, turning the city grey and soft, wrapping everything in mist that made the buildings look like they were only partially rendered, their upper floors fading into low-resolution fog. Noah went to work, reviewed error logs, attended meetings, wrote reports. His life continued normally. He dated occasionally with limited success. He visited his parents for Thanksgiving and said nothing about what he had discovered. He played pickup, basketball on Sunday mornings, and pretended to care about whether his team won or lost. The machinery of existence ground forward, indifferent to his knowledge of its inner workings. But he kept monitoring, and in the quiet hours of early morning, when the city slept and his apartment was silent except for the hum of his computer equipment, he would review the annotations he had collected, reading them like ancient texts, searching for meaning in the precise language of whoever or whatever was maintaining this reality. He found patterns in the annotations themselves. The style evolved over time. Early annotations were terse, almost mechanical. Recent ones were more elaborate, more conversational, as if the maintainers were becoming more confident or less concerned about being discovered. Or maybe, Noah thought, they wanted to be discovered. Maybe the annotations were intentional breadcrumbs, a test to see which observers would notice, a way to identify the high-complexity individuals who might pose problems or might be useful for some purpose he couldn't begin to imagine. He found one annotation from an older correction event that seemed to address this directly. Embedded reference markers continue to function as designed. Complexity-weighted observer selection proceeding as expected. High pattern recognition individuals will discover annotations and draw appropriate conclusions. This creates no operational problems and may serve useful function in future scenario branches. Awareness of maintenance is not equivalent to understanding of purpose. Observers can know they are observed without comprehending the observation framework. Continue strategic transparency protocol. Strategic transparency. They wanted some people to find out. The system was designed to allow discovery by certain types of minds while keeping the truth socially marginalized and individually powerless. It was elegant, in a horrifying way. You couldn't call it a conspiracy if the evidence was right there in the data for anyone who looked carefully enough. You couldn't claim suppression if nobody was actively stopping you from talking about it. The containment was built into human psychology itself. The social cost of sounding crazy, the professional risk of pursuing unprovable claims, the existential exhaustion of knowing something that changes nothing. On a Friday afternoon in early December, Noah received an email. No sender name, just an address composed of random characters at a domain he didn't recognize. The subject line was blank. The email contained a single sentence. "You're not the only one watching. We meet Tuesdays. Seattle Public Library, 4th floor study room 7, 7 p.m. Come if you want. Don't if you don't. Either way, you've already made your choice." Noah stared at the email for a long time. He checked the headers, tried to trace the routing, ran every analysis tool he knew. The email was real, not spoofed, but the origin was obscured. Through enough layers that he would need forensic resources, he didn't have to track it back. A group, other people who had noticed, other high-complexity observers who had found the patterns and couldn't let them go. The email made no claims, offered no promises, just information and a choice. Noah thought about the retired engineer's warning, about the deleted accounts and closed mailing lists, about the annotation that described observers reaching logical endpoints and integrating without disruption. Was this part of the containment? A honeypot to identify and monitor the people who couldn't accept powerlessness? Or was it genuine? A community of the uncomfortably aware? The email was sent on Friday. Tuesday was 4 days away. Noah spent the weekend thinking about it. He went hiking in the Cascades on Saturday, pushing himself up muddy trails until his legs burned and his lungs ached. The physical exhaustion felt clean, uncomplicated. Trees grew according to simple rules. Water flowed downhill. Gravity operated consistently. Out here, away from networks and databases and infrastructure, the simulation felt less oppressive. Or maybe that was the point. Maybe the natural world was easier to render, computationally cheaper than the complexity of human civilization. On Sunday night, he made his decision. Tuesday evening, Noah walked into the Seattle Public Library at 6:55. He took the elevator to the 4th floor, found study room 7. The door was closed, no light visible through the frosted glass window. He stood outside for 2 minutes, hand on the door handle, weighing the choice one final time. Then he opened the door. The room was empty. completely empty. No people. No furniture except the standard library table and chairs. No note. No sign that anyone had been there or was planning to be there. Noah stood in the doorway feeling like an idiot. It had been a test or a joke, or maybe the email itself was just a glitch, a piece of spam that his pattern-seeking brain had turned into meaning. He was about to leave when he noticed something on the whiteboard mounted to the wall, a single line of text in black marker. If you're reading this, you already know. Knowing is a stuff. Going further only makes it harder. This is your last exit. Take it. Below that, in different handwriting. Or don't. Room 7, next Tuesday, same time, we'll be here. Noah read both messages 3 times. The first was a warning. The second was an invitation. 2 voices, 2 philosophies. Accept and move on, or commit and connect with others who couldn't let it go. He pulled out his phone and took a photograph of the whiteboard. Then he erased both messages carefully, leaving no trace. He left the library and walked home through the cold December night. His breath visible in the air, streetlights creating small pools of illumination against the darkness. The city was beautiful in a way he hadn't noticed in years. The rain slicked, streets reflected coloured lights. Buildings stood like monuments to human persistence. People moved through their lives with purpose and dignity and hope, all of it potentially simulated. All of it possibly being debugged and optimized even as he observed it, and somehow knowing that made it no less real, no less valuable, no less worthy of appreciation. The simulation, if that's what it was, contained real consciousness, real pain and real joy, real choices with real consequences. Whether the substrate was physical matter or information being processed somewhere beyond comprehension didn't change the lived experience. You were still responsible for your choices, still accountable for your actions, still capable of love and creation and meaning. The truth was both terrifying and liberating. Reality might be maintained by forces beyond your control, but your experience of it was still yours. The simulation might set the rules, but you still had to play the game. And playing well or poorly, kindly or cruelly, courageously or fearfully, those choices still mattered within the context you were given. Noah reached his apartment and climbed the stairs to his floor. He unlocked his door and went inside. His computer equipment was still running, monitors glowing in the darkness, data streaming across screens that nobody was watching. He sat down at his desk and checked his monitoring tools. The systems were stable, no anomalies, no corrections, just the normal operation of global infrastructure humming along invisibly, keeping civilization running. He opened a new document and started typing. Not a report, not an exposé, just a record. A detailed chronicle of everything he had discovered, written in precise technical language, documented with evidence and analysis and careful reasoning. He wrote for 3 hours, barely pausing. When he finished, he had a 20-page document that laid out the entire pattern, the timing anomalies, the historical precedents, the annotations, the implications. He saved it to multiple encrypted backups. Then he exported it as a PDF and attached it to an email draft. The recipient field was empty. He stared at it for a long moment, cursor blinking. He could send this to journalists, scientists, government agencies. He could release it publicly, post it on every platform available. Or he could delete it, walk away, accept the logical endpoint that had been predicted for him. Or he could do something else entirely. Save it. Keep it as insurance or evidence or simply as proof to himself that he hadn't imagined any of this. Archive it and move forward, carrying the knowledge quietly, watching and waiting for whatever came next. Noah made his choice. He deleted the email draft, kept the document, and opened his calendar next Tuesday evening. Room 7, same time. Some questions don't have satisfying answers. Some truths don't lead to liberation. Some knowledge only brings the burden of awareness without, the power of action. But at least you don't have to carry it alone. He closed his monitoring tools and returned to his assigned work. Error logs that needed reviewing. Reports that needed writing. The ordinary invisible labour of maintaining systems that most people never thought about. Outside his window, Seattle went about its day. Commuters drove to work, students attended classes, baristas made coffee, children played in parks. The city hummed with the energy of millions of lives intersecting and diverging in patterns too complex for any individual to comprehend. Reality, simulated or not, continued, and that, Noah understood, was the final truth. Simulations don't end when they're discovered. They end when they're no longer useful. Until then, they run. They update. They patch themselves when complexity threatens coherence. And the observers within them go on observing, living, dying, loving, struggling, never quite sure whether the ground beneath their feet is as solid as it seems, but walking forward anyway because there is nowhere else to go and nothing else to do but continue. Noah turned back to his work. Somewhere in the logs he was reviewing there would be more anomalies, more patterns, more evidence of the invisible maintenance that kept existence coherent. He would find them. He would document them, he would watch the next update and the one after that. Not because it mattered in any cosmic sense, but because once you see the pattern, you can't look away, even when you know that looking changes nothing. The screen in front of him refreshed, loading new data. In the bottom corner a system notification appeared briefly and then vanished. System status, normal, all processes operating within expected parameters. Noah smiled faintly and kept working. Outside his window, Seattle continued. Rain fell. Lights glowed. People lived and died and loved and struggled and created meaning in a universe that might or might not be as solid as it seemed. And somewhere beyond the observable framework of reality, the maintainers made a note in their logs. Observer 773 showing expected integration pattern. Awareness stable. Behaviour predictable. Continue standard monitoring. No intervention required. The patch had been applied. The system had adapted. Everything was proceeding as calculated. The simulation continued. The observers continued. The patches continued. And reality, carefully maintained and quietly corrected, proceeded exactly as designed. Somewhere beyond Noah's comprehension, beyond the scope of his monitoring tools and data sets, the system logged another successful update. Patch applied. Stability preserved. Continue. Imagine discovering that your government has been lying to you about the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. Imagine learning that while officials tell you everything is normal, they've been secretly building underground cities for themselves and their families. Imagine realising that 300 million Americans have been marked as acceptable losses in a disaster that's not a matter of if, but when. This is a story based on real geological science, actual government protocols, and the terrifying possibility that the truth about Yellowstone is being hidden from you right now. What happens when the greatest natural disaster in human history has been predicted, planned for, and hidden from the public? When a junior geologist stumbles upon evidence that the Yellowstone supervolcano isn't dormant, it's being managed. He discovers that some truths are worth killing for. Special thanks to Nicola for this incredible story concept and detailed research that made this narrative possible. Yellowstone National Park Monitoring Station, October the 15th, 2014. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but Eli Grant barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the seismic readout scrolling across his monitor, watching patterns that shouldn't exist dance across the screen like digital ghosts. At 24, fresh out of graduate school with a geology degree from Colorado State, Eli had spent the last 3 months as a USGS intern learning that monitoring America's most dangerous supervolcano was mostly routine data collection, punctuated by moments of sheer terror. This was one of those moments. The microquakes were coming from depths that made his stomach turn. 15 miles down, deeper than any recorded activity in Yellowstone's 30-year digital monitoring history. The frequency was wrong too, clustered in tight bursts rather than the random scatter typical of normal geothermal activity. Each tremor registered between 1.2 and 1.8 on the Richter scale, small enough to be dismissed individually, but together they painted a picture that made Eli's hand shake as he reached for his phone. Before he could dial his supervisor, the screen flickered. The anomalous readings vanished, replaced by a steady green line indicating normal background activity. A automated message popped up. Calibration complete. Data archived. Eli stared at the empty screen. 15 minutes of unprecedented deep seismic activity had just been erased as if it never existed. He quickly navigated to the backup servers, his fingers flying across the keyboard with increasing desperation. The raw data files were gone. The automated alerts had been cleared. Even the emergency notification logs showed nothing but routine system maintenance. "Working late again, kid?" Eli spun around to find Karen Holt standing in the doorway, her park ranger uniform still crisp despite the late hour. At 52, Karen had been patrolling Yellowstone's backcountry for over 2 decades, and her weathered face carried the kind of knowledge that came from watching the park's moods change with the seasons. "Karen, did you feel anything about an hour ago? Any tremors?" She studied his face carefully before stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. "You saw something on the monitors?" "Deep quakes, deeper than anything in the database, but they're gone now, scrubbed clean like they never happened." Karen was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the sanitized readouts. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight Eli had never heard before. "How long have you been working here, Eli?" 3 months. "Long enough to know what you're looking at, not long enough to know what you're not supposed to see." She pulled up a chair beside him. "Let me ask you something. You know why they put the monitoring station here instead of closer to the caldera?" Eli shrugged. "Better communication links, I assumed. Easier access for maintenance." "That's what they tell the interns." Karen's fingers drummed against the desk. "The real reason is that certain types of data collection work better from a distance. Gives you time to curate what goes into the public record." The implication hit Eli like a physical blow. "Are you saying they're hiding seismic data?" "I'm saying that 23 years of watching this place has taught me that Yellowstone keeps secrets, and some people are very invested in keeping those secrets buried." She stood up, her hand resting briefly on his shoulder. "Don't start asking questions you're not ready to answer, Eli. This park isn't just about geysers." After she left, Eli sat alone in the monitoring station, staring at the clean, normal readouts. But Karen's warning had sparked something dangerous. Curiosity. He pulled up the archived database and began searching for gaps, periods where data might have been scrubbed before. What he found made his pulse quicken. Small deletions in 2009, 2004, and 1997. Always deep seismic activity. Always erased within hours of being recorded. Always during periods when public attention was focused elsewhere. Economic crashes, natural disasters, political scandals. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Eli spent the rest of the night copying every piece of raw data he could access onto external drives, working with the methodical precision of someone who understood that some opportunities only came once. By dawn, he had assembled a fragmentary picture of Yellowstone's hidden activity dating back 15 years. The supervolcano wasn't dormant. It was being watched, monitored, and most importantly hidden from public view. As the sun rose over the Yellowstone River, Eli Grant became the first person outside the conspiracy to see the full scope of what was coming. What he didn't know was that his discovery had already been noted by systems designed to catch exactly this kind of unauthorized access. In a secure facility 300 miles away, automated alerts were already being generated, and decisions were being made about what to do with a curious young geologist who had seen too much. Chapter 1. The Official Story. Yellowstone National Park Headquarters, March 22nd, 2015. The press briefing room was packed with reporters from every major network, their cameras trained on the panel of scientists seated behind a table adorned with official USGS and National Park Service seals. Outside, early spring snow dusted the peaks surrounding Mammoth Hot Springs, but inside the room, The atmosphere was warm with the heat of television lights and simmering questions about Yellowstone's recent activity. Eli stood at the back of the room, his USGS badge giving him access to the media event despite his junior status. In the 5 months since he'd first witnessed the data scrubbing, he'd kept his head down and his mouth shut, but he'd also kept watching. The patterns were becoming clearer and more disturbing with each passing week. Chief Park Scientist Janet Morrison stepped up to the microphone, her grey hair pulled back in a severe bun that matched her no-nonsense expression. "Good morning. I want to address the speculation that's been circulating online regarding recent seismic activity in Yellowstone National Park." Eli noticed how she avoided mentioning the source of that speculation, a viral video showing hundreds of elk and bison streaming out of the Lamar Valley in what appeared to be a coordinated exodus. The footage had been taken by a tourist 3 weeks earlier and had garnered over 2 million views before park officials managed to provide alternative explanations. "Based on our continuous monitoring of the Yellowstone volcanic system," Morrison continued, "I can state categorically that no eruption is imminent. The seismic activity recorded over the past month falls well within normal parameters for this geologically active region." A reporter from CNN raised her hand. "But what about the animal migrations? Local ranchers are reporting unusual behaviour in wildlife populations. Seasonal migration patterns can vary significantly based on weather conditions, food availability, and natural population cycles," Morrison replied smoothly. "What some observers have interpreted as unusual behaviour is actually quite normal for this time of year." Eli bit back the urge to laugh. He'd seen the internal memos describing the animal movements as unprecedented and potentially indicative of subsurface environmental changes. The scientists on this panel knew exactly what was causing the animals to flee, but they were standing in front of cameras and lying about it with practiced ease. The questions continued for another 20 minutes, each one deflected with rehearsed responses that provided just enough technical detail to sound authoritative while revealing absolutely nothing of substance. As the briefing ended and reporters filed out, Eli lingered near the back of the room, watching the scientists pack up their materials. Impressive performance. Eli turned to find a man in his 40s wearing a FEMA windbreaker, his identification badge hanging from a lanyard around his neck. Deputy Director Marcus Webb, according to the credential. "I'm sorry?" "The briefing. Very professional. Of course, the real challenge isn't managing the press, it's managing the logistics." Webb's smile was friendly, but his eyes remained cold. "You're Eli Grant, aren't you?" The intern who's been asking interesting questions. Eli's mouth went dry. "I don't know what you mean." "Database queries at odd hours, unusual download activity, IT security flags that kind of behaviour automatically." Webb stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Don't worry. Curiosity is natural in your line of work, but there are some areas where curiosity can become problematic." "Are you threatening me?" "I'm offering advice. FEMA has been conducting training exercises in this region for several months now. Interagency coordination, emergency response protocols, that sort of thing. You might have noticed our vehicles around the park." Eli had noticed. Black SUVs and unmarked trucks had been appearing at various locations throughout Yellowstone, always accompanied by personnel who claimed to be conducting routine training exercises. The timing seemed suspicious. Why increase emergency preparedness training just as seismic activity was being actively suppressed from public records? What kind of training? Webb's smile widened. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. Very comprehensive, very necessary. He handed Eli a business card. "If you ever want to know more about emergency preparedness, give me a call. But remember, some knowledge comes with responsibilities." After Webb walked away, Eli stood alone in the empty briefing room, turning the card over in his hands. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. He'd never heard the term before, despite his security clearance and access to most FEMA documentation. That night, he spent hours searching through official databases, finding references to Zones 1 through 4, but nothing about Zone 5. Whatever Webb was talking about, It existed outside the normal chain of command and public accountability. The realization sent a chill down Eli's spine that had nothing to do with the late spring snow falling outside his apartment window. 3 days later, Karen Holt found him in the monitoring station, hunched over his computer with the intensity of someone racing against time. "You're digging deeper," she observed, not bothering to make it a question. "Someone has to." "They're lying to everyone, Karen. The seismic data, the animal behaviour, the FEMA exercises, none of it adds up to the story they're telling the public." Karen closed the door and activated the white noise generator that was supposedly used to prevent electronic eavesdropping during sensitive conferences. "What do you know about the Deep Bore project?" "Never heard of it." "Officially, it never existed. Unofficially, it was a joint USGS military operation that ran from 2008 to 2012. The cover story was installation of advanced seismic monitoring equipment in previously inaccessible areas of the park. And the real story? Pressure venting? They were drilling down to the magma chamber and installing systems designed to release pressure in controlled amounts, potentially delaying or preventing a catastrophic eruption. Eli stared at her. That's actually brilliant. Why would they hide something like that?" "Because it didn't work. The magma chamber is too large, too unstable. The venting systems were supposed to buy us decades. Instead, they may have accelerated the timeline." Karen's face was grim. One of the contractors died during the installation phase. Officially, it was an industrial accident. Unofficially, he was murdered to prevent him from talking about what he'd discovered down there. What did he discover? That the eruption isn't a matter of if, Eli. It's a matter of when. And when is a lot sooner than anyone is willing to admit publicly. As Karen left him alone with this revelation, Eli found himself staring at the sanitized seismic readouts with new understanding. The data scrubbing wasn't just about hiding Yellowstone's activity from the public. It was about hiding the failure of a desperate attempt to prevent the greatest natural disaster in human history. And somewhere, people with access to the real data were making plans that didn't include the 300 million Americans living in the path of destruction. Chapter 2. The Elite Plan. USGS Regional Office, Denver, September 14, 2016. The security badge scanner beeped as Eli swiped his credential, granting him access to the restricted archives beneath the Denver Federal Building. 18 months had passed since his first glimpse of the conspiracy, and his official duties had gradually shifted from basic monitoring to special projects, a euphemism for working on data sets that required higher security clearances and absolute discretion. What his supervisors didn't know was that Eli had been using his expanded access to piece together a puzzle that grew more terrifying with each new fragment of information he uncovered. The file he'd been looking for was buried in a section marked HLT 2030, nestled between routine geological surveys and budget projections for monitoring equipment. Hazard level threshold 2030. The designation meant nothing to most people, but Eli had learned to recognize the bureaucratic camouflage used to hide the most sensitive documents. He opened the file with trembling fingers. The first page was a summary that made his vision blur. Probabilistic eruption window, 2028 to 2032. Confidence interval, 94.7%. Recommended public disclosure timeline, none. Eli had to read the last line 3 times before its meaning sank in. They had narrowed down the eruption timeline to a 4-year window with near certainty, and the official recommendation was to tell the public nothing. The next section detailed evacuation protocols that divided the American population into 2 distinct categories. Tier 1 included federal government personnel, military leadership, critical infrastructure managers, and selected scientific and medical professionals, approximately 2.3 million people, who would receive advance warning and priority evacuation to designated safe zones. Tier 2 encompassed everyone else, 327 million Americans whose evacuation status was listed with brutal honesty as no viable plan. Eli scrolled through page after page of logistical nightmares and resource calculations. The ash fallout zone would render most of the continental United States uninhabitable for years. The immediate kill zone, a radius of approximately 700 miles from the eruption site, would experience pyroclastic flows, toxic gas emissions, and complete ecological collapse. Even with advance warning, there weren't enough resources to evacuate more than a fraction of the affected population. But the most damning section came toward the end. Cross-reference construction projects that had been authorized and funded over the past decade. Underground facilities in Colorado, Utah, and South Dakota, officially described as continuity of government installations or strategic resource storage sites. The locations formed a clear pattern, far enough from Yellowstone to avoid the immediate devastation, supplied with independent power and air filtration systems, and sized to accommodate the Tier 1 population for extended periods. None of the facilities were located in Wyoming or Montana, the states that would bear the brunt of the initial eruption. The people living in those areas, including Eli himself, were considered acceptable losses. A sound in the corridor outside made Eli freeze. Footsteps were approaching the archive room, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. He quickly photographed the most critical pages with his phone, replaced the file, and pretended to be reviewing mundane seismic reports. The door opened to reveal Deputy Director Webb and a woman Eli didn't recognize, both wearing the kind of serious expressions that accompanied discussions of national security. "Grant," Webb nodded, "working late again, I see." "Just catching up on some routine analysis," Eli replied, hoping his voice sounded steadier than he felt. The woman studied him with interest. "You're the intern who's been flagged for unusual database access patterns. I prefer to think of myself as thorough." Webb laughed, but the sound held no humour. "Thoroughness is admirable. Discretion is essential. I trust you understand the distinction." After they left, Eli sat alone in the archive room, staring at the photos on his phone. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. A small group of government officials and scientists had known for years that Yellowstone was approaching a catastrophic eruption, and their response had been to save themselves while leaving everyone else to die. The scope of the betrayal was breathtaking. Hundreds of millions of people were going about their daily lives, making plans for the future, raising children and building careers, completely unaware that their government had already written them off as collateral damage in a disaster that could be predicted but not prevented. That night, Eli returned to his apartment in Gardner, Montana, with the decision crystallizing in his mind. The evidence he'd gathered was enough to expose the conspiracy, but he needed more. Documentation that would be impossible to dismiss or discredit. He also needed a way to get the information to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or bought off. What he didn't know was that his activities in the archive had been monitored in real time, and that his phone's camera had triggered security algorithms designed to detect unauthorized photography of classified documents. By the time he fell asleep that night, plans were already being made to ensure that Eli Grant's investigation would end before it could threaten the carefully constructed wall of silence surrounding Yellowstone's deadly secret. Chapter 3. The Suppression. Gardner, Montana, November the 8th, 2016. Eli's apartment had been turned upside down with surgical precision. Furniture overturned, drawers pulled out and dumped, every electronic device missing or destroyed. But the most telling detail was what the intruders hadn't done. They'd left his television, his expensive hiking equipment, and the cash he kept in a kitchen drawer. This wasn't a random burglary. Someone had been looking for specific items and they'd found them. His laptop was gone. His external hard drives were missing. Even his backup thumb drives, hidden in a hollowed-out book, had been discovered and taken. Months of carefully gathered evidence had vanished in a single night, leaving behind only the photos on his phone. Photos he'd been smart enough to upload to a secure cloud storage account before going to bed. Eli stood in his wrecked living room, surveying the damage with a mixture of fear and determination. They'd sent a message: stop digging, or face consequences. But they'd also confirmed that his investigation was getting close to something they desperately wanted to keep hidden. His phone buzzed with a text from Karen. "Meet me at Mammoth Terraces, north side. Come alone." 30 minutes later, Eli found Karen standing on the limestone terraces that gave Mammoth Hot Springs its name, her park ranger uniform stark against the white mineral deposits. Steam rose from the thermal features around them, creating an otherworldly landscape that felt appropriate for the conversation they were about to have. "They hit your place," she said without preamble. "How did you know?" "Because they're watching all of us now. Anyone who's asked too many questions. Anyone who's shown too much interest in the wrong data." Karen gestured toward the thermal features. "You see these springs? They've been active for thousands of years, but their flow patterns have changed dramatically in the past 18 months. The thermal system is destabilizing. Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know what you've stumbled into." Karen's expression was grim. "I told you I worked on the Deep Bore project. What I didn't tell you is why I really left." She led him away from the main viewing area, down a maintenance trail that wound behind the limestone formations. The drilling operation was based out of a temporary facility near the Norris Geyser Basin. Officially, we were installing seismic monitoring equipment at depth that would provide better data about magma chamber activity. But that wasn't the real purpose. The real purpose was to tap into the magma chamber and create controlled release valves. The theory was sound. If you could bleed off pressure gradually, you might prevent a catastrophic eruption, or at least delay it long enough to develop better evacuation procedures. They emerged onto a small plateau that offered a clear view of the valley below. In the distance, Eli could see the geometric lines of roads and buildings that marked human presence in the wilderness, tiny and fragile against the vast landscape. What went wrong? Everything. The magma chamber is far more complex than the models predicted. Instead of bleeding off pressure, the venting systems created new pathways for thermal activity. The timeline for eruption may have been accelerated rather than delayed. Karen pulled a small device from her pocket, an encrypted satellite phone that Eli recognized as military hardware. Tom Rodriguez was the lead contractor on the drilling team. Geothermal engineer, 23 years of experience, 3 kids. He started asking questions about why the pressure readings weren't matching the theoretical models. What happened to him? Vehicle accident on a mountain road. Lost control on a curve, went over a cliff. Very tragic. Very convenient. Karen's jaw tightened. Except Tom was one of the most careful drivers I'd ever met, and he'd driven that road hundreds of times. Also, his personal notes about the pressure anomalies disappeared from his trailer the same night he died. The implication was clear and terrifying. Eli was looking at a conspiracy that had already committed murder to protect its secrets. His ransacked apartment wasn't just a warning, it was a preview of what could happen if he continued to threaten their operational security. Why haven't you gone public with this? With what? A story about a secret government project with no documentation, a convenient accident with no witnesses, and seismic data that gets scrubbed from official records. Karen shook her head. They've been very careful to keep everything compartmentalized. Most of the people involved only know pieces of the puzzle. But together we know enough to expose them. Together we know enough to get killed. Karen handed him the satellite phone. This is encrypted and routes through military satellites. They can't monitor it easily. If something happens to me, use it to contact investigative journalists. The access codes are programmed in. As they walked back toward the main trail, Eli felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He was now part of a resistance movement he'd never asked to join, fighting against a conspiracy that had resources and ruthlessness he could barely comprehend. That night, he uploaded everything he'd learned to multiple secure cloud accounts, created encrypted copies of all his evidence, and began drafting detailed summaries that could be understood by journalists without scientific backgrounds. If something happened to him, the truth would still survive. What he didn't know was that Karen Holt had already been marked for elimination, and that his own name had moved to the top of a very short list of people who knew too much to be allowed to live. The conspiracy had spent years perfecting the art of making problematic people disappear without raising suspicions. Eli Grant was about to discover just how efficient they'd become. Chapter 4. The False Flag. Lamar Valley, Yellowstone National Park, June 15th, 2017. The video went viral within hours of being uploaded. Shot on a tourist's smartphone from the Lamar Valley overlook, it showed something that no park official could easily explain away. Nearly 1,000 bison streaming eastward in a coordinated exodus that looked more like a military retreat than seasonal migration. Eli watched the footage for the 12th time, pausing on frames that showed the animals' behaviour. Their ears were pinned back, their movements urgent and purposeful. These weren't animals wandering to new grazing areas. They were fleeing something that had triggered every survival instinct evolution had given them. The official response came within 6 hours. Park spokeswoman Janet Morrison appeared on CNN to explain that large herbivore migrations were completely normal, and that social media was creating panic over natural phenomena that occur regularly in Yellowstone. What Morrison didn't mention was that the bison were fleeing from a section of the park that had been closed to public access for the past 3 months. The Norrisback Basin, officially under restoration after minor geothermal changes, was actually experiencing subsurface temperatures that had increased by nearly 40 degrees Celsius in the past year. Eli had seen the classified reports. New fumaroles were opening weekly. The ground temperature was rising so rapidly that park maintenance crews couldn't approach the monitoring equipment without protective suits. Most telling of all, the area was showing magnetic anomalies consistent with massive metallic intrusions, exactly what you'd expect if the magma chamber was rising toward the surface. His phone buzzed with a message from Karen. "Need to show you something. Tonight. Usual place." They met after midnight at the Mammoth Terraces, their breath visible in the cold mountain air. Karen looked haggard, her face showing the strain of months spent living with dangerous knowledge. "I've been monitoring radio traffic from the restricted zones," she said without preamble. "FEMA has been conducting something called Operation Continuity. Not training exercises, actual deployment." "Deployment of what?" "Command and control infrastructure. They've been installing communication arrays, power systems, and what sounds like permanent housing facilities." Karen pulled out a topographic map marked with red circles. "All of these locations correspond to abandoned Cold War bunkers or natural cave systems. They're building something underground." Eli studied the map. The marked locations formed a rough circle around the Yellowstone caldera, each one positioned outside the immediate blast zone but close enough to maintain operational oversight of the area. How many people could these facilities support? Based on the supply manifests I've been able to intercept, maybe 2,000 people per facility. Enough for essential government personnel and their families, plus a skeleton crew to maintain basic infrastructure. The scope of the deception was staggering. While telling the public that Yellowstone posed no immediate threat, the government was quietly building underground cities designed to preserve a small fraction of the population through the greatest natural disaster in human history. "I want to see one of these facilities." Karen shook her head. "Too dangerous. They've got military-grade security at all the sites now." "Then how do we prove any of this exists?" "We don't. Not directly." Karen handed him a small device that looked like a modified GPS unit. "But we can document the construction activity. This is a ground-penetrating radar unit, modified to detect large underground structures. If we can map the facilities from the surface, we can prove they exist without having to penetrate their security." 2 nights later, they drove to a remote area near the Shoshone National Forest, following Forest Service roads that weren't marked on any public maps. The official designation was a wildlife research station, but the facilities visible from the access road looked more like a military installation than a scientific outpost. Chain-link fencing topped with razor wire surrounded the compound. Guard towers equipped with searchlights and what appeared to be automated weapon systems monitored the perimeter. Most telling of all, massive air conditioning units and ventilation systems indicated that whatever was happening here required significant life support infrastructure. Karen set up the ground-penetrating radar while Eli photographed everything he could see from their concealed position. The radar readings revealed the truth. Beneath the modest surface facilities lay a complex that extended at least 5 levels underground, with enough space to house thousands of people for extended periods. "My God," Eli whispered as he studied the readouts. "It's like an underground city." "One of at least 6 that we know of," Karen replied. "And this is just what they're building in Wyoming and Montana. Intelligence suggests similar facilities are under construction throughout the western United States." As they packed up their equipment, Eli felt a mixture of vindication and terror. They now had proof that the government was secretly preparing for a Yellowstone eruption, while publicly denying any threat existed. But they also had evidence of a conspiracy so vast and well-funded that challenging it openly would be tantamount to suicide. The drive back to Gardner was tense and quiet. Both of them understood that they'd crossed a line tonight, moving from passive observation to active intelligence gathering. The people behind the conspiracy would not tolerate this kind of direct surveillance for long. Karen was right to be worried. Unknown to either of them, their activities had been monitored by satellite surveillance systems designed to detect exactly this kind of unauthorized reconnaissance. Facial recognition algorithms had identified them both, and their vehicle's license plate had been flagged in law enforcement databases across the region. Within hours, orders would be issued for their immediate apprehension and detention. The conspiracy had decided that Karen Holt and Eli Grant had become too dangerous to remain free. But first, they had to be isolated from any support networks or escape routes. The plan that had been set in motion would ensure that when they disappeared, no one would think to look for them until it was far too late to matter. Chapter 5. The Smoking Gun. Secure conference room, undisclosed location, August 3rd, 2017. The recording device was smaller than a matchbox, designed to look like a routine equipment monitoring sensor of the type found throughout government facilities. Eli had placed it in the ventilation system of conference room C7 3 hours earlier, using his maintenance access codes to enter the secure wing of the Denver Federal Building. What he captured on that device would become the smoking gun that proved everything he'd suspected about the Yellowstone conspiracy. The voices on the recording were clearly identifiable. Deputy Director Webb from FEMA, Assistant Secretary of Interior Patricia Vance, and at least 2 other officials whose identities Eli couldn't immediately determine. Their conversation was conducted with the casual tone of people who believed they were speaking in complete privacy. "The latest projections show we're ahead of schedule," Webb's voice came through clearly. "Thermal expansion in the Norris sector is accelerating faster than the models predicted." "How much faster?" Vance asked. 18 to 24 months ahead of the original timeline. We may be looking at a 2029 event rather than 2031. The sound of papers shuffling was audible before another voice joined the conversation. "The infrastructure projects are proceeding on schedule, but we'll need to accelerate the relocation of essential personnel if the timeline has moved up." "What about public disclosure?" Vance asked. Webb's laugh was bitter. "Public disclosure remains a non-option. We've run every scenario through the simulation models. Even with a full year of advance warning, we couldn't evacuate more than 15% of the affected population. The interstate system would collapse within hours, supply chains would break down completely, and we'd face massive social unrest that would interfere with Tier 1 evacuation procedures." "So we maintain the current posture?" "We maintain the lie," Webb corrected. "Continue the public briefings about normal seismic activity. Continue dismissing online speculation as conspiracy theories. And most importantly, continue the media relationships that keep investigative journalists focused on other stories." Eli's hands trembled as he listened to the casual discussion of abandoning hundreds of millions of people to die. These weren't comic book villains plotting world domination. They were mid-level government bureaucrats who had decided that preserving their own lives and positions was more important than honouring their oath to serve the public. The recording continued with logistical discussions that were even more damning. Supply caches were being positioned at the underground facilities. Communication networks that would remain operational during and after the eruption were being tested. Even arrangements for maintaining genetic diversity in the post-eruption population were being planned with clinical efficiency. "What about the monitoring station personnel?" an unidentified voice asked. "Some of them are asking uncomfortable questions." "We're handling that," Webb replied. "Enhanced security protocols, selective information sharing, and when necessary, personnel reassignments to less sensitive positions. What about the ones who have already seen too much?" "Problem solved," Webb's voice carried a note of finality that made Eli's stomach turn. "The park ranger who was asking questions about the deep bore project will be transferred to a remote station in Alaska next week. A routine reassignment that gets her away from Yellowstone and limits her access to sensitive information. Karen." They were talking about Karen, and Eli knew with sickening certainty that her reassignment would be permanent in ways that had nothing to do with Park Service bureaucracy. The meeting concluded with assignments and timelines that painted a clear picture of a conspiracy in its final phases. The underground facilities would be fully operational by 2028. Essential personnel would begin training exercises that were actually disguised evacuations by early 2029, and the public would remain completely unaware until the eruption made further secrecy impossible. Eli retrieved the recording device later that night, his heart pounding as he navigated the empty corridors of the federal building. The evidence he now possessed was explosive enough to bring down the entire conspiracy, if he could find a way to get it to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or discredited. But first he had to warn Karen about her impending reassignment. He tried calling her cell phone but got no answer. Her ranger station reported that she was off duty and couldn't be reached for routine inquiries. Growing increasingly worried, Eli drove to her apartment in Mammoth Hot Springs, only to find it dark and apparently empty. Karen's supervisor, when Eli finally tracked him down, was apologetic but unhelpful. "Officer Holt has been temporarily assigned to a special project in Alaska. She left this morning on a charter flight. Very sudden, but you know how it is with Park Service priorities." Eli knew exactly how it was. Karen Holt had become a liability, and liabilities were being eliminated with bureaucratic efficiency. Her disappearance was a warning and a preview of his own fate if he continued to threaten the conspiracy's operational security. That night, he uploaded the recording to multiple secure servers and began reaching out to investigative journalists whose work suggested they couldn't be easily intimidated. The evidence was now beyond their ability to suppress completely, but Eli understood that possessing it had made him the most dangerous man in America. He was no longer just a witness to the conspiracy. He was the only person outside their organization who could prove it existed, and that made him a target that couldn't be allowed to remain free. Chapter 6. The Countdown. Gardner, Montana, November 12, 2017. The email from ProPublica journalist Michael Chen arrived at 3:47 a.m, marked with encryption protocols that indicated he'd taken Eli's warnings about government surveillance seriously. The message was brief, but electrifying. Audio verified by 3 independent sources. Document analysis confirms authenticity. Ready to publish. Needs secure meeting to discuss protection protocols. Eli had been living as a fugitive in his own life for 3 months, changing locations nightly and communicating only through encrypted channels. The strain was showing. He'd lost 20 pounds, developed chronic insomnia, and started checking his rearview mirror obsessively whenever he drove. But Chen's message confirmed that the months of careful evidence gathering had finally produced results that couldn't be dismissed or discredited. What Eli didn't know was that his encrypted communications had been compromised for weeks, and that every message he'd sent to journalists was being monitored by the same people he was trying to expose. The conspiracy's response was swift and multi-pronged. Within hours of Chen's message, every major news network received exclusive briefings from USGS officials debunking dangerous misinformation about Yellowstone. The briefings included carefully edited seismic data, testimonials from concerned scientists about the psychological damage caused by eruption rumours, and veiled threats about the national security implications of spreading geological panic. Chen's editor killed the story before it could be published. The official reason was insufficient corroboration from government sources. The real reason became clear when Chen contacted Eli through secure channels. ProPublica's major donors had received calls from federal officials suggesting that publishing unverified geological speculation could affect the organization's non-profit status. But the conspiracy had underestimated the modern information landscape. Eli's evidence had been distributed to dozens of journalists, bloggers, and citizen researchers, while mainstream media outlets could be pressured into silence. The decentralized nature of online publishing made complete suppression impossible. On November the 15th, the story broke simultaneously across 17 different platforms. Independent journalists published the recordings. Geology professors confirmed the technical details. Former government employees provided additional context about the classified facilities. Within 48 hours, #Yellowstone Conspiracy was trending globally. The government's response was predictable and desperate. Official spokespeople dismissed the evidence as sophisticated disinformation designed to undermine public confidence in scientific institutions. The recordings were declared fabricated using advanced audio manipulation technology. Alternative explanations were provided for every piece of evidence Eli had gathered, but the dam had broken. Whistleblowers within the conspiracy began coming forward with additional documentation. Satellite images of the underground facilities appeared online. Construction workers who had built the secret bunkers shared their stories. Karen Holt, who had been held at a debriefing facility in Alaska, was released and immediately went public with her testimony about the Deep Bore project. The revelation that the government had been planning to abandon 300 million Americans to die while saving only a privileged few sparked the largest protests in American history. Demonstrations erupted in every major city. Congressional hearings were demanded. International allies expressed outrage at being kept in the dark about a disaster that would affect global climate and agriculture. Most importantly, real evacuation planning finally began. With the truth exposed, it became impossible to maintain the fiction that Yellowstone posed no threat. Scientists worked around the clock to develop actual emergency response procedures. International cooperation emerged as other countries offered to assist with evacuation and resettlement efforts. Chapter 7. The Final Message. Yellowstone National Park, January 20th, 2029. Eli stood on the Lamar Valley overlook, watching steam rise from thermal features that had doubled in intensity over the past 18 months. The park was nearly empty now. Evacuations had begun 6 months earlier when seismic activity had become impossible to hide. The animals had fled long ago following instincts older than human civilization. His phone buzzed with an encrypted message from the Global Yellowstone Monitoring Consortium, an international scientific collaboration that had formed after the conspiracy's exposure. Seismic precursors accelerating. Event window now estimated at 72 to 96 hours. Final evacuation protocols activated. The irony wasn't lost on him. The same evidence that the conspiracy had tried to suppress for decades was now being used to save millions of lives. The underground facilities that had been built for a privileged few were being converted into evacuation centres for ordinary families. The communication networks designed to preserve government continuity were now coordinating the largest humanitarian operation in human history. Not everyone could be saved. The logistics were still overwhelming, but transparency had enabled genuine preparation instead of elite preservation. International agreements had been signed to relocate climate refugees. Agricultural systems had been modified to function with altered growing conditions. Supply chains had been restructured to survive massive disruption. Eli's satellite phone rang. Karen's voice came through clearly from her position at the Evacuation Coordination Center in Denver. "Final transport leaves Gardner in 30 minutes, she reported. "You need to be on it." "I'll be there," Eli replied, but he remained standing on the overlook for several more minutes. Below him, Yellowstone spread out in its terrible beauty, a landscape that had remained largely unchanged for thousands of years, about to be transformed by forces that made human concerns seem trivial. His phone's camera was still recording as he delivered his final message. This is Eli Grant, reporting from Yellowstone National Park on January 20th, 2029. In approximately 3 days, this place will become ground zero for the largest volcanic eruption in human history. But unlike the conspiracy originally planned, this won't be a secret apocalypse that kills hundreds of millions while saving a few thousand elites. Because the truth came out, we've had time to prepare. Not perfectly, not completely, but honestly. The people fleeing this region know what's coming and why. The international community is ready to help. The aftermath will be terrible, but it won't be hidden, and it won't be used to justify abandoning the principles of democratic society. If you're watching this from the future, remember that transparency saved lives. Remember that ordinary people, when given truth instead of lies, are capable of extraordinary cooperation. And remember that the greatest disasters are always made worse by the people who try to profit from them instead of preventing them. As he walked back to his truck for the final drive to the evacuation point, Eli felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Hope. Not for avoiding the catastrophe, that was beyond human power to prevent, but hope that when the crisis came, humanity would face it together rather than divided by the lies of those who valued their own survival above everyone else's. Epilogue. The quiet after the storm. New Geneva, International Reconstruction Zone, January 20th, 2034. 5 years after the Yellowstone eruption, Eli Grant stood before the International Truth and Reconciliation Commission, delivering testimony that would help ensure such a conspiracy could never again threaten global security. The hearing was being broadcast live to millions of survivors in refugee communities across 6 continents. The eruption had been as devastating as predicted. Ash fallout had disrupted global agriculture for 3 years. Climate patterns had shifted dramatically, and large areas of North America remained uninhabitable. But because the truth had emerged in time, the disaster had brought out humanity's cooperative instincts rather than its destructive ones. The Yellowstone conspiracy taught us that the greatest threats to human survival aren't natural disasters. Eli concluded his testimony. They're the institutions that respond to those disasters by protecting themselves at the expense of everyone else. Transparency isn't just an ideal, it's a survival strategy. In the audience, Karen Holt nodded her approval. She now directed the Global Early Warning Network, an international organisation dedicated to ensuring that geological threats could never again be hidden from the public. Around the world, the underground facilities originally built for elite preservation had been converted into research stations, museums and memorials dedicated to democratic accountability. The Yellowstone conspiracy had been exposed just in time to save millions of lives, but more importantly, it had revealed the difference between a society that prepares for disaster together and one that allows the powerful to abandon everyone else when crisis strikes. As Eli walked out of the hearing room into the rebuilt world beyond, he carried with him the knowledge that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are the ones we tell ourselves we're keeping for everyone's own good. The truth, no matter how terrifying, is always preferable to a lie that serves only the few at the expense of the many. Hey everyone! Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content and want to help the channel grow, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps more than you could possibly know and makes a massive difference in getting these stories out to more people. Also, if you're up for it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for the night or just starting your day. No pressure though, only if you want to share. Alright, let's get into tonight's investigation. The file sat in his hands like a live grenade. Evan Hartley had been working at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland for 8 months. It was June of 1998, a Thursday afternoon that had started like every other. The archive facility was a massive concrete structure that housed billions of documents, the collective memory of American government stretching back centuries. Hartley worked in Section 7, a climate-controlled vault 3 floors below ground level, where the most sensitive to classified materials were processed before being made available to researchers. His job was simple, if tedious. Sort through newly declassified intelligence records, catalogue them according to the established system, and prepare them for public access. Box after box of Cold War-era documents, most of them mundane reports about Soviet grain production or diplomatic cable traffic. Some were fascinating glimpses into the machinery of espionage, but none of them had ever felt dangerous before. Until he opened the mislabeled Defense Intelligence Agency container, the box was one of 20 that had arrived that morning from a storage facility in Pennsylvania. Hartley had already processed 9 of them without incident. Standard wartime logistics documentation, exactly what the label promised. Requests for boots, fuel, ammunition, medicine. The mundane necessities of keeping an army in the field. But box number 10 was different. Inside, beneath 3 inches of actual supply requisitions that seemed authentic enough, was a folder that didn't belong. The folder itself was unremarkable. Standard government issue manila, slightly yellowed with age. But the tab bore a label that made Hartley's pulse quicken. Paperclip-classified supplement-not for release. He set down his coffee cup and pulled the folder out carefully as if it might crumble at his touch. The weight felt wrong. Too heavy for just a few documents. His hands, he noticed, were trembling slightly. Everyone knew about Operation Paperclip. It was the famous program that brought German scientists to America after World War II, the one that gave us Werner von Braun and the space program. Hartley had processed paperclip documents before. They were fascinating historical artifacts, and most of them had been declassified, years ago. Researchers came from around the world to study them. But this was marked as classified, decades after most paperclip files had been opened to researchers, decades after the program itself had officially ended. The archive was quiet around him. The only sound was the low hum of the climate control system, and the occasional distant footstep from the hallway above. Hartley glanced toward the security camera in the corner of the room. Its red light blinked steadily, recording everything as always. He opened the folder carefully. The first item was a black and white photograph, slightly faded but clear enough. The edges were crisp, professionally developed. Government photography from the post-war period had a distinctive quality, and this matched it perfectly. The photo showed Werner von Braun, unmistakable with his sharp features and confident smile, standing in what appeared to be a military office. Von Braun wore civilian clothes, a dark suit and tie. Standing with him were 3 men in United States Army uniforms. 2 wore the insignia of colonels. The third, standing slightly apart from the others, wore captain's bars but no unit designation that Hartley could identify. But these weren't the officers usually photographed with von Braun. Hartley had seen hundreds of paperclip photographs during his months in the archives. He had studied the key figures, memorized their faces. These 3 men were completely unfamiliar. On the back of the photograph, written in pencil in a neat hand, Fort Strong Secure Facility, July 1947, Eclipse Preliminary Briefing. Hartley felt his mouth go dry. Fort Strong was a real place, an army installation in Massachusetts. but he had never encountered any reference to eclipse in connection with paperclip. The second item made his stomach tighten into a knot. It was a typed list on official War Department letterhead, dated August 1947. German names, 23 of them, each with a birth date and a field of specialization listed beside them. Hartley ran his fingers down the list slowly. He recognized none of the names, not one, and he had studied the paperclip rosters extensively. Every historian working on the program used the same master lists, compiled from multiple sources over decades of research. These names appeared on none of them. The specializations were unusual too, not rocket science or aeronautical engineering. Instead, he saw entries like neurological field manipulation, bioelectromagnetic interface systems, cognitive enhancement through external stimulation, psychotronic weapons development, non-local consciousness research. Beside each name was a handwritten notation in red ink: Cat 2 Specialist, Category 2. Hartley had never encountered that designation in any paperclip documentation. The third document was a memorandum on Office of Strategic Services letterhead, dated October 21st, 1947. The header read, Project Eclipse, dash continuation protocols and security requirements. The text was brief, written in the clipped bureaucratic style of military intelligence. Eclipse researchers will continue where the Reich left off. Subjects must remain off record. Scientific potential outweighs public risk. Transfer to designated facilities to proceed under compartmentalized oversight. Category 2, specialists to remain separated from NASA track personnel at all times. No cross-program communication authorized. Standard paperclip documentation procedures do not apply to Eclipse subjects. All records to be maintained separately from main paperclip archive. Classification level to exceed top secret. Access restricted to need-to-know basis as determined by Oversight Committee. It was signed at the bottom in a strong angular hand. William J. Donovan, Major General, United States Army. Hartley felt his hands begin to shake. He set the memo down and stared at the signature. William Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan, the legendary spy chief, the man who had founded the Office of Strategic Services, America's first centralized intelligence agency, and led it through World War II. One of the most decorated soldiers in American history, a man who had won the Medal of Honor in World War I. But Donovan had retired from government service after the war. President Truman had disbanded the OSS in 1945, and Donovan had returned to his law practice in New York. Everyone knew that story. It was in every history book. So why was he signing classified memoranda about secret research programs in October of 1947? Hartley turned to the final page in the folder. It was a single sheet, heavier stock paper with text that had been stamped rather than typed. The stamps were in red ink, bold and unmistakable. Program status, terminated. Civilian access, prohibited. Research continuation, off-site. Classification level, permanent. Destruction of records, forbidden. Archive protocol, Eclipse Vault only. The date stamp read, May 18th, 1953. Below the stamps, in the same handwriting as the October 47 memo, was a single sentence. Incident containment complete. All surviving personnel reassigned. Eclipse Continuity Division assumes oversight. Hartley sat back in his chair, his heart hammering against his ribs. The documents were spread before him on the sorting table, innocuous pieces of paper that seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. He knew he should take them to his supervisor. Protocol was clear. Anything unusual, anything that seemed misclassified or particularly sensitive, went through proper channels. That was the rule. But something stopped him. Some instinct, some voice in the back of his mind that whispered, "Once you hand this over, you'll never see it again. No one will. These documents will disappear, and it will be as if they never existed." The thought made him feel paranoid, which bothered him. Hartley prided himself on being rational, methodical. He wasn't prone to conspiracy thinking. He trusted the system, trusted the process. That was why he had taken this job in the first place. But the documents in front of him didn't feel like history. They felt like something alive, something dangerous, something that people might kill to keep hidden. He was still debating what to do, his mind racing through possibilities, when he heard the door to the archive room open behind him. Hartley jumped, his hand instinctively moving to cover the documents. He turned in his chair. 2 men entered. They wore dark suits, conservative cuts, nothing flashy. White shirts, dark ties. Their shoes were polished to a mirror shine. One was older, perhaps in his late 50s, with grey at the temples and the kind of posture that came from a lifetime in military or government service. His face was weathered but expressionless, eyes that took in everything without revealing anything. The other was younger, perhaps 30, athletic and alert. He moved with the controlled grace of someone trained in hand-to-hand combat. His eyes scanned the room with professional efficiency, noting exits, angles, positioning. They didn't belong here. Hartley had worked in the archives long enough to recognise the types who came through. Historians, researchers, journalists, sometimes military personnel following up on specific records. These men were something else. "Mr. Hartley," the older man said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, delivered in a flat tone that expected no response. Hartley felt his throat tighten. "Yes? We need to collect some materials that were incorrectly included in your batch today." The man's eyes went to the folder on the table, to the document spread beside it. That one, specifically, and any others from the same container. His voice was calm, professional, but there was something underneath it. Not quite a threat, but an absolute certainty. The voice of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Hartley felt his throat go dry. His mind raced. "Who are you? I need to see authorization before I can release any materials." "Office of Special Investigations." The older man produced a credentials wallet from his inner jacket pocket, flipped it open with practiced ease. The badge looked legitimate, the photo matched his face. The younger man did the same, but Hartley barely looked at them. His eyes were fixed on the younger man, who had moved with subtle efficiency to flank the sorting table, positioning himself between Hartley and the door. The movement had been casual, almost invisible, but its purpose was clear. "This folder was in a declassified container," Hartley said, hearing the tremor in his own voice and hating it. "It was marked for public release. According to the transfer documentation, everything in that box has been through proper review channels. It's part of the public record now." "No," the older man said simply. His tone didn't change. "It's not." He stepped forward and reached for the folder. Hartley's hand moved instinctively to stop him, but something in the man's eyes made him freeze. It was like looking into the eyes of a predator, calm, patient, but absolutely ready to act. The older man gathered the documents with practiced efficiency, sliding them back into the folder in the same order Hartley had found them. The photograph, the list, the memo, the final page. His movements were careful, respectful of the materials, but completely confident. This was not the first time he had retrieved classified documents. "You never saw this file," the man said, looking directly into Hartley's eyes. The folder disappeared into his briefcase with a soft click of the latch. "Do you understand me? You never saw it. It was never in that box. This conversation never happened." Hartley wanted to protest, wanted to assert his rights as an archivist, as a federal employee, as a citizen. He wanted to demand proper documentation, to insist on following protocols. He wanted to ask 100 questions about what those documents meant, why they were classified, what Project Eclipse had been. But the look in the man's eyes stopped him cold. This was not a request. This was not a negotiation. This was a statement of fact, delivered with the weight of authority that came from somewhere far above the pay grade of a junior archivist. "I understand," Hartley heard himself say. His voice sounded distant to his own ears, as if someone else was speaking. The older man nodded once, a brief acknowledgement. Then he turned to his companion. "Check the box. Make sure there's nothing else." The younger man moved to the container Hartley had been processing. He lifted out the remaining supply requisitions with quick, expert hands, checking each page before setting it aside. His movements were methodical, thorough. He found nothing else unusual. "Clear," he said. The older man looked back at Hartley one final time. "You seem like a smart man, Mr. Hartley. Smart enough to understand that some things are classified for good reasons. Some things need to stay buried. Not because anyone did anything wrong, but because the alternative would be worse. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Hartley nodded. He wasn't sure he did understand, but nodding seemed like the safest response. "Good." The man's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Not quite a smile, but something less threatening. "Go back to your work. Finish processing the rest of these boxes. Nothing unusual happened today. You found exactly what you expected to find. Supply requisitions from the European theatre. Nothing more." The two men left without another word. The door closed behind them with a soft click that somehow sounded final, like a vault sealing shut. Hartley sat alone in the archive room for a long time after they were gone. The table in front of him was empty now, just. The ordinary supply requisitions spread across its surface. The folder was gone. The photograph, the list, the memo, the termination order, all of it gone as if it had never existed. His hands were still shaking. He noticed that his coffee had gone cold, a film forming across the surface. The security camera in the corner continued its steady blinking, recording an empty room where nothing unusual had happened. Nothing at all. Hartley looked at his watch. 3:17 in the afternoon. He still had 2 hours left in his shift, 9 more boxes to process. He pulled the next container toward him and opened it mechanically. More supply requisitions, boots and fuel and ammunition, the mundane logistics of war, nothing unusual, nothing dangerous. He never told anyone what he had seen that day, not his supervisor, who asked at the end of the shift if everything had gone smoothly, not his colleagues during lunch breaks, not his wife when he got home that evening and she asked about his day. He finished his shift, checked out at the security desk, drove home through the late afternoon traffic of suburban Maryland and tried to forget. But he never did forget. The documents haunted him, the names on that list, the strange specializations, Project Eclipse, the signature of a dead man on documents that should not exist. And 20 years later, when he was finally old enough and angry enough and brave enough to break his silence, he would tell his story to a researcher investigating Operation Paperclip, and he would add one final detail that he had noticed in that brief, terrible moment before the documents disappeared. The older man who had taken the folder had a name tag on his briefcase, one of those leather luggage tags that people use when travelling, just visible for a moment as he closed it and prepared to leave. It read, Eclipse Continuity Division, Act 1, The History They Admit. To understand what Evan Hartley may have stumbled upon in that archive room in June of 1998, we need to start with what we know for certain, the acknowledged history, the version that sits in textbooks and documentaries, the story that has been told and retold until it feels like settled fact. In May of 1945, Nazi Germany collapsed. The Third Reich, which Hitler had promised would last 1,000 years, had endured for exactly 12 years and 4 months. As Allied forces swept through German territory in the final weeks of the war, they discovered something that would change the course of the 20th century. The Nazis had been far ahead of everyone else in certain areas of scientific research. Jet engines that could propel aircraft at unprecedented speeds, ballistic missiles that could strike targets hundreds of miles away, rocket technology that pointed toward the stars, advanced aeronautics that made Allied aircraft look primitive by comparison. The V-2 rocket, which had rained terror on London and Antwerp in the final year of the war, represented a quantum leap in engineering. Standing nearly 50 feet tall and weighing over 28,000 pounds at launch, it could carry a 1-ton warhead across a distance of 200 miles, faster than the speed of sound, striking without warning from the edge of space itself. It was the world's first ballistic missile, and the Allies had nothing remotely like it. The Germans had also made advances in fields ranging from synthetic fuels to infrared optics to wind tunnel design. Some of this was practical engineering that could immediately be applied to military and civilian purposes. Some of it was theoretical work that would take years to fully understand and implement, and the scientists who had built all of this were now up for grabs. The United States Army began a frantic operation to locate and secure German scientists before the Soviets could get to them. Special intelligence teams, organised under a program initially called Operation Overcast, fanned out across occupied Germany. They followed leads from captured documents, interviewed prisoners of war, tracked down research facilities that had been hastily abandoned in the final chaos of the Nazi collapse. They found treasures beyond imagination, hidden laboratories carved into mountains, underground factories where slave labourers had assembled rockets while bombs fell overhead, filing cabinets stuffed with technical drawings and experimental data, and scientists, hundreds of them, eager to trade their expertise for safety in America or Britain, or anywhere that wasn't controlled by the advancing Soviet forces. The Soviets were conducting their own parallel operation, of course. The race was on. Whoever could secure the most German scientific talent would have an enormous advantage in the emerging Cold War. Both sides understood this with crystal clarity. In July of 1945, President Harry Truman signed off on what would eventually become Operation Paperclip. The name, chosen later, came from the paperclips that were used to attach new documentation to the scientists' files. Documentation that would help them enter the United States despite their Nazi backgrounds. Documentation that would, in many cases, obscure or outright lie about what they had done during the war. The official program would eventually bring approximately 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians to America over the next decade. Some came immediately in the chaotic aftermath of surrender. Others were recruited more carefully, their backgrounds vetted, their value assessed. By the mid-1950s, they were scattered across the United States, working at military facilities, research laboratories, and the newly formed space agency. The most famous among them, the face of the program in the public imagination, was Wernher von Braun. Von Braun had been the technical director of the German rocket program at Peenemünde, on the Baltic coast. He had led the team that designed the V2, shepherding it from theoretical concept to operational weapon in just a few years despite constant resource shortages and Allied bombing. He was brilliant, charismatic, and ruthlessly pragmatic. When it became clear that Germany would lose the war, he made careful preparations to ensure that he and his key team members would surrender to the Americans, not the Soviets. He got his wish. In May of 1945, von Braun and more than 400 of his colleagues surrendered to American forces in Bavaria. They brought with them truckloads of documents and 14 tons of V2 components that they had hidden in a mine shaft. And in return, America got the foundation of its space program. The story of what happened next has been told many times. Von Braun and his team were brought to Fort Bliss, Texas, and later to Huntsville, Alabama. They taught American engineers everything they knew about rocketry. They redesigned and improved their V2. They developed new concepts. They dreamed of missions to Mars while building weapons for the Cold War. Von Braun would go on to design the Redstone rocket, which put America's first satellite into orbit. He would lead the development of the Saturn V, the massive 3-stage rocket that remains the most powerful machine ever successfully operated by humans. He would become the public face of American space exploration, appearing on television with Walt Disney, meeting with presidents, embodying the promise of American technological supremacy. When Neil Armstrong stepped onto the lunar surface on July 20th, 1969, he did so on technology built by former members of the Nazi rocket program. The Saturn V that lifted Apollo 11 toward the moon had been designed under von Braun's leadership. The trajectory calculations, the staging procedures, the engine designs, all of it bore the fingerprints of Peenemünde. Other paperclip scientists made equally important contributions, if less publicly celebrated. Hermann Oberth, one of the founding fathers of rocketry whose theoretical work had inspired both von Braun and the Soviet program, came to America and continued his research. Arthur Rudolph, who had overseen V2 production at the underground Mittelwerk factory, where thousands of slave labourers died, became a key figure in the Saturn program and received NASA's highest honour. Kurt Debus, who had managed rocket launches for the German military, and had been an active member of the SS, became the first director of Kennedy Space Center. Hubertus Strughold, whose work in aviation medicine had pushed the boundaries of human endurance in high-altitude flight, helped develop the protocols that would keep astronauts alive in the hostile environment of space. These men, and hundreds of others like them, formed the backbone of American aerospace achievement in the 50s and 60s. They trained a generation of American engineers. They solved problems that had seemed insurmountable. They turned science fiction into science fact. This is the story everyone knows. The story of redemption through science. The story of brilliant minds rescued from a fallen regime and given a second chance to serve humanity, to achieve the dreams that politics and war had interrupted. It's a compelling narrative. It's even mostly true, but it's not the whole truth. Because President Truman's order authorizing Operation Paperclip had included one explicit restriction, written in clear language that seemed to leave no room for interpretation. No one who had been involved in war crimes would be allowed entry to the United States. Active participants in Nazi atrocities, those who had ordered or overseen or participated in the horrors of the concentration camps, or the slave labour programs, or the medical experiments, these people would not be given safe harbour on American soil. On paper, this restriction was absolute and non-negotiable. In practice, it was routinely and systematically ignored. Dozens of the scientists brought to America under Paperclip had records connecting them directly to war crimes. Some had been members of the SS, Hitler's elite paramilitary organisation, responsible for some of the worst atrocities of the Nazi regime. Others had held rank in the Nazi Party itself. Still others had overseen slave labour operations where prisoners from concentration camps were worked to death building rockets and jet engines. Arthur Rudolph's Mittelwerk factory was a hell on earth, a subterranean nightmare where emaciated prisoners assembled V-2 rockets while guards beat them for working too slowly. More prisoners died building the V-2 than died from the weapons use against Allied cities. Rudolph oversaw it all, making production decisions that he knew would cost lives, meeting quotas that could only be achieved through slave labour. Hubertus Strughold conducted aviation medicine experiments that pushed human subjects to the limits of endurance and beyond. Some of his research had used data from Nazi experiments on concentration camp prisoners, experiments where subjects were frozen to death or killed in pressure chambers. Kurt de Boos had been an active and enthusiastic member of the Nazi Party and the SS. He had worn the uniform, attended the rallies, believed in the ideology. United States intelligence agencies, faced with the reality that the scientists most valuable to America's national security interests often had the most compromised backgrounds, simply rewrote their files. Incriminating documentation was removed or destroyed. Memberships in Nazi organizations were erased from the record. War crimes were attributed to others or dismissed as exaggerations. Clean histories were fabricated, complete with forged documents and coached testimony. The men came to America with pristine records, their past buried in classified archives, their crimes erased from official history. This is acknowledged fact now, not conspiracy theory. Declassified documents have confirmed it in exhaustive detail. Congressional investigations have exposed it. Journalists have written books about it. It remains controversial, a source of ongoing moral debate, but it's no longer secret. The question is asked again and again, should America have done this? Should we have given safe harbour to men who served Hitler, who used slave labour, who participated in the machinery of genocide? Should we have built our space program, our missile defence, our technological supremacy, on the backs of people who committed atrocities? These are important questions. They deserve serious consideration. The ethical compromise at the heart of Operation Paperclip is real and troubling. But perhaps the controversy focuses our attention in the wrong direction. Perhaps the debate about whether we should have brought Nazi scientists to America distracts us from a deeper, darker question. What if some of the Paperclip scientists weren't brought to America for the space program at all? What if there was a second track, running parallel to the public program? A shadow operation that never appeared in any official roster? Scientists whose work was too sensitive, too disturbing, too potentially explosive to ever be acknowledged? What if the 1,600 names we know about were just the surface? the acceptable face of a program that went much deeper. What if Evan Hartley really did find evidence of this in 1998, buried in a mislabeled box where it was never supposed to be found? And what if the reason those two men arrived so quickly, knew exactly what they were looking for, and removed it with such practiced efficiency was because this has happened before? Because there are people whose full-time job is to find these accidental exposures and make them disappear. Act 2. The specialists who don't exist. The first hint that Operation Paperclip might have been larger and stranger than the official history admits appears in declassified State Department cables from the late 1940s and early 50s. These documents, released piecemeal over decades in response to Freedom of Information Act requests, contain occasional references to something that shouldn't exist according to every published history of the program. They mention Category 2 paperclip specialists. The references are brief, usually just a line or two embedded in longer documents about other matters. A budget allocation for Category 2 specialists requiring special security clearances, a transfer order for Category 2 personnel moving between facilities, a request for additional housing at a military installation to accommodate incoming Cat 2 researchers. But nowhere in any public paperclip documentation, in any of the comprehensive rosters compiled by historians over decades of research, does the term Category 2 appear with any definition or explanation. The official paperclip rosters are remarkably complete. They contain approximately 1,600 names, each with an associated biography compiled from multiple sources: Nazi-era records, American military intelligence files, personnel documents from the various facilities where the scientists worked, immigration records, and in many cases interviews with the scientists themselves or their surviving family members. Each entry includes a birth date, place of birth, educational background, field of expertise, the German institution where they worked during the war, the American facility where they were first assigned, and a brief summary of their subsequent career. The rosters are cross-referenced, footnoted, and have been scrutinized by multiple researchers. They represent decades of painstaking historical work. None of these rosters mention a Category 2 designation. The scientists are all treated as part of a single program, with variations in security clearance and assignment, but no fundamental subdivision into separate categories. So who are these people mentioned in the State Department cables? A handful of researchers working on the margins of mainstream historical inquiry have attempted to track down the answer. What they've found is fragmentary, contradictory, and deeply strange. The pieces don't quite fit together, and there are enormous gaps where records should be but aren't. The Category 2 specialists, according to these scattered references, worked in fields that didn't fit the public narrative of Operation Paperclip. They weren't rocket scientists developing the next generation of missiles. They weren't aeronautical engineers designing swept-wing jet aircraft. They weren't chemists working on synthetic fuels, or physicists working on nuclear weapons. Their specializations, where they can be identified at all, included fields that sound more like science fiction than legitimate research: human sensory manipulation and control, electromagnetic behavioral research and modification, high-altitude survival experiments involving extreme conditions, neurological interference technology, cognitive enhancement through external stimulation protocols, psychotronic weapons development and field testing, non-local consciousness research and application. These are not the kind of specializations that help you build a rocket to the moon. These are the kind of specializations that suggest research into controlling human beings, influencing thoughts, manipulating perceptions, overriding will and choice. And according to the fragmentary records that mention them, these Category 2 specialists were not sent to NASA facilities or aerospace research centres. They went to military installations with higher security classifications, Department of Defense research laboratories that didn't appear on organisational charts, sites that had cover stories explaining their official purpose, while the real work happened in locked wings that required additional clearances. One location appears with unusual frequency in the scattered references that mention Category 2 specialists, a place called Camp King. Camp King was a real facility, and its history is not entirely secret. It sat in the Taunus Mountains near Frankfurt, Germany, occupying the grounds of a former Prussian military academy. During the American occupation of Germany after World War II, it served as a United States military intelligence site. The official cover was that Camp King handled routine intelligence processing, document analysis, debriefing of prisoners, coordination with other Allied intelligence services. Administrative work, basically, the kind of thing that any occupation force needs. But Camp King's real purpose was considerably darker. Under programs with anodyne code names like Bluebird and Artichoke, which would eventually merge into the infamous MK Ultra, the CIA conducted interrogation experiments at Camp King. They tested drugs on prisoners. They developed psychological techniques meant to break resistance. They explored methods of extracting information through means that went far beyond conventional questioning. The experiments conducted at Camp King in the late 1940s and early 50s would later be described in congressional testimony as torture. Prisoners were kept in isolation for weeks. They were subjected to sensory deprivation. They were dosed with experimental compounds that we now know caused permanent psychological damage. Some died, most were damaged, none consented. This is not conspiracy theory. This is documented historical fact, confirmed by declassified CIA documents and congressional investigations. But there's one detail about Camp King that has never been fully explained. A declassified memorandum from February 1950, written by a CIA officer stationed at Camp King, mentions that paperclip researchers were assisting with interrogation enhancement work at the facility. The memo discusses scheduling difficulties, security protocols for the research staff, and requests for additional laboratory equipment. But the names of those paperclip researchers remain redacted in every released version of the document. Black bars cover their identities, their backgrounds, their specializations, their German affiliations, all of it hidden behind classification that has never been lifted. Who were they? What were they doing? What expertise could they possibly bring to interrogation research that the CIA couldn't develop on its own? The official answer, repeated in every response to Freedom of Information Act requests that have tried to uncover these names, is that the information remains classified for national security reasons. The identity of intelligence personnel, even personnel from programs that ended decades ago, cannot be revealed. But that explanation doesn't quite make sense. Thousands of CIA personnel from that era have been identified in declassified documents. Names of case officers, station chiefs, technical specialists, all released without apparent concern for national security. The names of paperclip scientists working on rockets and jet engines were never classified in the first place. So why do these particular names remain hidden? One theory, advanced by researchers who have spent years trying to piece together the fragments, is that these weren't ordinary paperclip scientists at all. They were the Category 2 specialists, people whose backgrounds were too sensitive to ever be revealed, because revealing them would expose the true nature of the program. Because if the official paperclip scientist had been involved in conventional war crimes, slave labour and weapons development, what had the Category 2 specialists been involved in? There's a pattern in the fragmentary evidence, a suggestion of purpose that emerges when you lay all the pieces side by side. These specialists weren't just helping with conventional interrogation techniques. They were bringing something new to the table, something that the Nazi regime had been developing in its final years as the war turned against them and desperate men pursued desperate measures. The Nazis had conducted extensive research into what we would now call psychological warfare and behavioural manipulation. Some of this was crude propaganda, the kind of thing any government does. But some of it went deeper, into experimental territory that combined genuine scientific research with pseudoscience and occultism. Experiments in hypnosis and suggestion. Research into the effects of electromagnetic fields on human nervous systems. Attempts to use drugs and sensory manipulation to create programmable soldiers. Wild theories about psychic influence and thought control. Most of it was garbage, the product of ideological thinking divorced from scientific method. But some of it, according to reports that filtered back to Allied intelligence during and after the war, had produced results. Unexpected results. Results that suggested it might be possible to influence human behaviour through means other than conventional persuasion or physical force. And if Operation Paperclip was fundamentally about capturing German scientific expertise before the Soviets could get it, then these specialists would have been among the highest priority targets, not for their ability to build weapons that could destroy cities, but for their ability to build tools that could control minds. The documents that Evan Hartley saw in 1998, if they were authentic, suggested exactly this. A parallel program hidden within the larger Paperclip operation, bringing scientists whose work could never be acknowledged to facilities where they could continue research that could never be revealed. Research into the human mind, into consciousness and perception, into the possibility of overriding free will itself, and if that research succeeded, even partially, then the implications are staggering. Because it would mean that somewhere in the classified history of American intelligence, hidden in archives that civilians like Hartley would never normally access, there's evidence that we learned how to manipulate human thought and behaviour in ways that go beyond anything the public has been told. It would mean that the real breakthrough from Operation Paperclip wasn't the Saturn V rocket. It was something far more dangerous. Act 3. Project Eclipse. The memorandum that Evan Hartley saw in that archive room in June of 1998, the one that two men from the Office of Special Investigations arrived to confiscate within hours of his discovery, contained a designation that appears nowhere in any declassified government records: Project Eclipse. No program by that name shows up in budget documents from the late 40s and early 50s. No personnel rosters, no facility assignments, no after-action reports or progress updates, no congressional testimony mentions it. No presidential finding acknowledges its existence. If it existed, it was buried deeper than anything that has been revealed in the decades of investigations and exposures that have gradually pulled back the curtain on Cold War-era intelligence operations. But the date on that memorandum, if Hartley's memory is accurate, is significant. October 21st, 1947. That was a pivotal moment in American intelligence history, a hinge point where multiple storylines converged. 3 months earlier, in July of 1947, something had crashed in the desert near Roswell, New Mexico. The official explanation was a weather balloon, part of a classified project to detect Soviet nuclear tests. The alternative explanation became the cornerstone of UFO conspiracy theory. But regardless of what actually happened at Roswell, the incident triggered a wave of interest in unconventional phenomena within the military and intelligence communities. Suddenly, questions that had seemed like science fiction were being taken seriously at the highest levels. In September of 1947, the National Security Act was signed into law, fundamentally reorganizing American intelligence operations for the emerging Cold War. The Act created the CIA, consolidated military intelligence services, and established the National Security Council. It represented a recognition that the United States needed permanent intelligence capabilities, not just wartime expedients. And if Hartley's document was real, then in October of 1947, someone was signing memoranda about continuing research where the Reich left off, about maintaining subjects off the record, about scientific potential outweighing public risk. The signature on that memo was supposedly Major General William J. Donovan. Donovan was a genuine American legend, a figure whose career seemed too dramatic to be real. He had won the Medal of Honor in World War I for leading his battalion through withering German machine gun fire, earning the nickname Wild Bill for his courage under fire. Between the wars, he had practiced law in New York and travelled extensively, developing connections with foreign intelligence services and thinking about how America might need to conduct espionage in a future conflict. When World War II began, Donovan lobbied President Roosevelt to create a centralized intelligence agency. Roosevelt agreed, and in July 1941, the Office of Strategic Services was born with Donovan at its head. He led the OSS through 4 years of war, building an organization from nothing into an effective intelligence service that conducted espionage, sabotage, psychological warfare, and covert operations across multiple theatres. The OSS's achievements were real and significant. It had recruited Nazi defectors, supported resistance movements behind enemy lines, conducted daring operations that saved American lives. Donovan had built something impressive, but when the war ended, President Truman disbanded the OSS. Truman was suspicious of intelligence services, worried about creating an American Gestapo. He wanted military intelligence to return to the military services and civilian intelligence to be handled by the State Department and FBI. Donovan argued against this decision, warning that America would need coordinated intelligence capabilities in the peace that would follow. But Truman's mind was made up. In October 1945, the OSS ceased to exist. Donovan, disappointed and pushed aside, returned to his law practice in New York. That's the official story, the one in every biography and history book. Donovan retired from intelligence work, practiced law, gave occasional speeches about national security issues, but held no official position in the government after 1945. So why would he be signing classified memoranda about secret research programs in October of 1947? The simple answer is that he wouldn't. The document must be a forgery, someone trying to lend authenticity to a hoax by using the name of a famous intelligence figure. But there's a more complicated answer, one that researchers who have studied Donovan's post-war activities have uncovered. Donovan may have been officially retired, but he remained deeply connected to intelligence circles. He advised government officials on security matters. He maintained close relationships with former OSS personnel who had moved into the State Department, the military intelligence services, and eventually the CIA. He worked on classified projects through back channels, operating in the shadows without official title or acknowledgement. Donovan believed in the necessity of intelligence work, in the hard choices that had to be made to keep America safe. He was pragmatic about means and ends. He had ordered operations during the war that violated conventional morality because he believed they served a greater good. He had recruited people with compromised backgrounds, made deals with criminals and collaborators, overlooked ethical lines because winning the war mattered more than maintaining purity. If someone needed to run a program that was too sensitive even for normal classified channels, someone who would ask the right questions without worrying too much about the answers, Donovan would be exactly the kind of person you'd bring in. Someone with experience, connections, and a willingness to operate in moral grey areas. Someone who could make things happen without leaving official fingerprints. Someone who understood that some secrets need to stay secret forever. The memorandum that Hartley saw mentioned designated facilities where the Eclipse researchers would continue their work, separated from the main paperclip operation and hidden under deeper classification. Fragmentary evidence from Freedom of Information Act requests and occasional witness accounts suggest several possibilities. Wright Field in Ohio, which later became Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, was a centre for aerospace research and development. It was also, according to persistent rumours, a repository for unusual materials and classified projects that didn't fit elsewhere in the military structure. The base was enormous, with hundreds of buildings spread across thousands of acres. It would be relatively easy to conduct sensitive research in one corner without anyone else knowing. Fort Detrick in Maryland was officially established as a biological warfare research centre in 1943. Its secure laboratories and isolation from public scrutiny made it an ideal location for sensitive experiments of any kind. If you needed to study things that most people would find disturbing, Fort Detrick offered both the facilities and the security to do it without observation. Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island was created in 1947, supposedly to conduct research into peaceful uses of nuclear energy, but its government funding, extensive security measures, and remote location could have covered work that had nothing to do with nuclear physics. And there are hints, buried in various documents and testimonies collected over the years, of an unlisted facility somewhere near Los Alamos, New Mexico. The Manhattan Project had established multiple secret sites around Los Alamos, some of which continued operating after the war under cover of nuclear weapons research. One of these sites, never officially acknowledged, may have hosted research that had nothing to do with atomic bombs. According to the conspiracy theory built from these fragments, Project Eclipse was focused on continuing and extending research that the Nazis had begun. Psychotronic weapons research. The idea was that electromagnetic fields, properly tuned and directed, could influence human nervous systems at a distance, make people feel fear or confusion, disrupt their ability to think clearly, perhaps even implant suggestions or commands, cognitive behaviour alteration through chemical and psychological means, finding combinations of drugs, hypnosis, and conditioning that could reshape how people think and perceive reality. Not crude brainwashing, but something more subtle and effective. Rapid learning induction, techniques for implanting information or skills directly into the brain, bypassing normal learning processes. The implications for military training would be enormous. Neurological dominance strategies, methods for overriding human will and decision-making, for making people carry out actions against their own interests without consciously recognising what was being done to them. Some of this sounds like pure science fiction, the kind of thing you'd see in a B-movie from the 50s. But research into these areas was very real during the Cold War, and some of it produced results that we're still trying to understand. The CIA's MKUltra program, which has been thoroughly documented through declassified records and congressional testimony, explored many of these same concepts. Between 1953 and 1973, MKUltra conducted hundreds of experiments on unwitting subjects. They dosed people with LSD and other psychoactive drugs, often without the subjects knowing. They researched hypnosis and suggestion. They explored sensory deprivation and psychological manipulation. They sought methods of mind control that could be used against enemy agents, prisoners, or anyone else who needed to be controlled. The programme's excesses were finally exposed in the 1970s during the Church Committee hearings, a series of congressional investigations into intelligence abuses. The testimony shocked the nation. CIA Director Richard Helms formally apologised. Reforms were implemented, files were declassified and made public. But the conspiracy theory surrounding Project Eclipse suggests something more disturbing. MKUltra wasn't the beginning of this research. It was the continuation. Or perhaps more accurately, it was the public-facing version. The program that could be acknowledged if anyone asked too many questions, while the real research continued elsewhere under deeper cover. Eclipse, according to this theory, had started earlier, in the immediate aftermath of World War II. It had recruited the Category 2 paperclip specialists, who knew things that mainstream science hadn't discovered. It had given them facilities, funding, and subjects to experiment on. And it had achieved results that MKUltra scientists would spend decades trying to replicate. Then, something had gone wrong. An incident in May of 1953, catastrophic enough to force the programme's termination. At least the termination of Eclipse as it had existed up to that point. But the research didn't stop. It was reorganised, compartmentalised, hidden, under different names and different budget lines. Some of it may have been folded into MKUltra. Some may have continued under the Eclipse Continuity Division that Hartley saw mentioned on that briefcase. Continuity. Not closure, not completion. Continuity. As if the programme hadn't ended at all. As if it had simply gone deeper underground. Act 4. The Scientist with No Name. Among the fragmentary references to Category 2 paperclip specialists scattered across decades of partially declassified documents, one designation appears with unusual and troubling frequency. Researcher 47. Not a name, not even initials that might be cross-referenced against other records, just a number, stark and impersonal. Researcher 47 appears in classified budget documents from 1948, in facility transfer orders from 1949 and 1950, in what appear to be progress reports from 1951 and 52. His designation is always the same, never a name, always just the number. His field is listed variously, depending on which document you're looking at, as bioelectromagnetic interface systems, non-local cognition research, field-based neurological manipulation, and in one particularly cryptic entry, simply consciousness alteration through resonance protocols. These are not standard scientific disciplines. They don't correspond to any recognised academic department or research specialty. They sound more like concepts from science fiction than legitimate areas of inquiry. but the documents treat them as real, with funding allocations measured in tens of thousands of 1940s dollars, progress reports detailing experimental results, and security classifications that exceeded normal top-secret designations. The strange thing about Researcher 47, the detail that makes him different from every other scientist associated with Operation Paperclip, is that he seems to have no background, no history before appearing in American custody in 1947. Every other paperclip scientist, including even the Category 2 specialists where their names can be partially uncovered through research, has some kind of paper trail in Germany. University records showing where they earned their degrees, publications in scientific journals even if the journals were obscure, patent applications for their inventions, military service records from the Wehrmacht or Luftwaffe, membership records from Nazi party organisations or professional societies. The Nazis were meticulous record keepers, maintaining detailed documentation on millions of people, and the Allied intelligence teams that swept through Germany in the months after surrender were equally thorough in documenting what they found. They photographed everything. They seized every archive they could locate. They interviewed thousands of people, but Researcher 47 has no German records, no birth certificate from any German municipality, no university enrolment at any German institution, no publication history in any German scientific journal, no military service record, even though virtually every German man of his generation would have been involved in military service or war work in some capacity. It's as if he didn't exist before appearing in American custody. Researchers who have tried to track down his identity have generated several theories to explain this absence. Perhaps his records were deliberately destroyed by the Germans before surrender, part of a last-minute effort to conceal the most sensitive programs. Perhaps he worked for one of the Nazi research programs so secret that they kept no formal documentation that might fall into enemy hands. Perhaps he was recruited from occupied territory outside Germany itself, from Poland or Czechoslovakia or Austria, and was given a German designation for administrative convenience. Or perhaps he was never German at all. This last possibility is the most disturbing, because it suggests something else entirely. Something that would explain why his records are sealed more tightly than any other aspect of the program. If Researcher 47 wasn't a captured Nazi scientist, then what was he? One theory, advanced by researchers who have spent years studying the fragments and anomalies in the paperclip records, is that he was a joint creation. Not a person brought from Germany, but someone whose identity was manufactured by the program itself. A test subject who became a researcher. Someone whose background was erased deliberately because revealing it would expose the true nature of what was being done. The theory suggests that the Nazi scientists brought to America weren't just conducting research. They were conducting it on American subjects. Military personnel, perhaps. Volunteers who didn't fully understand what they were volunteering for. Or prisoners. People whose absence wouldn't be noticed or investigated. Or patients from mental institutions. People who could be experimented on without consent because their testimony would never be believed. And perhaps one of those subjects turned out to be particularly receptive to whatever was being done. Particularly talented at the skills being developed. So talented that he became part of the research team himself, his origins obscured behind a number designation, because the truth would be too explosive to ever acknowledge. This sounds paranoid. It sounds like conspiracy thinking taken to an extreme. But the history of classified research programs includes many instances where ethical violations that seemed unthinkable were later revealed to be real. The Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where black men were denied treatment for decades so researchers could study the disease's progression. Project MKUltra's dosing of unwitting Americans with LSD and other drugs. The CIA's operation of secret prisons where torture was routine and documented. Is it really so impossible that a program buried deeper than any of these, hidden behind multiple layers of classification and deniability, might have crossed even more fundamental ethical lines? The final reference to Researcher 47 appears in a CIA memorandum from May 1953. The memo, partially declassified in 1987 with significant redactions, describes what it calls an uncontrolled field resonance test resulting in personnel loss. The language is bureaucratic, almost antiseptic, The kind of careful phrasing that government agencies use when describing disasters they don't want to take responsibility for. But the implications are clear enough. Something went catastrophically wrong during an experiment. The memo includes a list of names, scientists who died in the incident, but the names are redacted, replaced with number designations. Researcher 33, Researcher 42, Researcher 59, and 7 others, 10 in total, killed in whatever happened on that May Day 70 years ago. But Researcher 47 is not among the dead. Instead, there's a separate notation, more disturbing than a simple death record would have been. R47 cannot be located. Full facility sweep completed. No remains recovered. No trace evidence found. Security review conducted. Recommend immediate termination of Eclipse program and redistribution of remaining personnel to alternative research tracks. Oversight to be assumed by Continuity Division pending final disposition. He had vanished. A handful of people working on the fringes of conspiracy research, people who study these fragments in their spare time while working ordinary jobs, have tried to find out what happened to Researcher 47 after May 1953. They've searched death records, immigration records, military personnel files, hospital records. They've looked for anyone who might match the few details that can be inferred from the documents. They found nothing. No death record, no subsequent employment anywhere in the government or private sector, no medical records, no trace in any database, no matter how obscure. Either he died in that incident and for some reason his body was never recovered or couldn't be identified, or he disappeared in some other way that left no trace. Or, according to the darkest version of the theory, the one that even most conspiracy researchers hesitate to voice out loud, whatever happened in that test succeeded in ways that the memo doesn't acknowledge. Whatever research was being conducted into consciousness and perception, and the alteration of reality itself, achieved some kind of breakthrough, and Researcher 47 became something that couldn't be recorded in conventional files, something that existed outside normal categories of life and death and identity. This is where the conspiracy theory crosses into pure speculation, untethered from any evidence or rational analysis. It's the kind of thing that makes serious researchers uncomfortable, the point where investigation into hidden history becomes science fiction or paranoid fantasy. But the speculation is worth noting because it reveals something about what people fear when they think about classified research into human consciousness. They don't just fear unethical experiments or violations of rights, they fear something deeper. They fear that some of this research might have actually worked, that somewhere in the classified history of intelligence programs, someone figured out how to fundamentally alter human consciousness, human perception, perhaps even human existence itself. And they fear that if it worked, it might still be working, that the capabilities developed in those hidden laboratories might still be in use, deployed against targets who would never know they were being manipulated, controlled, fundamentally changed from what they had been. It's an existential fear. Not just the fear of what was done to subjects in the past, but the fear of what might be being done to all of us right now. The fear that our thoughts might not be entirely our own, that our perceptions might be shaped by forces we can't detect, that free will itself might be something that can be overridden by the right combination of electromagnetic fields, chemical compounds, and psychological conditioning. These fears probably say more about our anxieties in the modern world than about any real capabilities that emerge from Project Eclipse or its successors. But the fragmentary evidence, the unexplained documents, the gaps in the record where something should be but isn't, these things feed the fears and keep the questions alive. Who was Researcher 47? What happened to him in May of 1953? And why, 70 years later, are his records still sealed more tightly than almost any other aspect of Cold War history? Act 5. The truth they'll never admit the incident in May of 1953, whatever it was, whatever really happened in whatever facility was conducting Eclipse research, appears to have been a turning point. A moment when something that had been controlled went out of control, when research that had been contained broke containment. All references to Project Eclipse in the fragmentary documents that can be found stop after that month. No more budget allocations in subsequent years. No more personnel transfers to eclipse-designated facilities. No more progress reports using eclipse terminology. The program seems to have simply ceased to exist, wiped from the record as completely as if it had never been there in the first place. But other things were happening in 1953 that provide context and raise more questions. 7 months after the eclipse incident, in November of that year, a CIA scientist named Frank Olson died after falling from a hotel window in New York City. Olson was a bacteriologist who worked at Fort Detrick on classified projects. The official story at the time was suicide, a tragic case of mental breakdown. Olson's family accepted this explanation, grieved, and tried to move on. 22 years later, in 1975, the truth began to emerge. Documents declassified as part of the Church Committee investigations revealed that Olson had been dosed with LSD without his knowledge, part of an MKUltra experiment. The drug had been slipped into his drink at a CIA retreat. Olson had reacted badly, becoming paranoid and disoriented. The agency had tried to manage the situation, but Olson's mental state deteriorated rapidly. A week after being dosed, he went through the window of his 10th floor hotel room. Was it suicide? Was it murder? Was it an accident during a psychotic episode? The truth has never been definitively established, but it became one of the most infamous casualties of the CIA's mind control research, a symbol of the ethical violations and reckless experimentation that characterized the program. The timing is suggestive. Olson died 7 months after the eclipse incident. Was there a connection? Did the catastrophic failure of one program lead directly to changes in another? Did eclipse personnel, fleeing from whatever disaster had occurred in May, bring their research into the MKUltra program that was just getting started? MKUltra was officially authorized in April of 1953, just weeks before the eclipse incident. It's possible that the two programs had overlapped, that Eclipse was running parallel to the early stages of MKUltra, perhaps exploring more extreme or exotic possibilities while MKUltra focused on more conventional approaches. It's also possible they were connected more directly. Perhaps Eclipse was a test bed, a place where the most radical experiments could be conducted before techniques were refined and transferred to MKUltra. Perhaps the Eclipse failure provided crucial data or warnings that shaped how MKUltra operated, teaching the CIA what boundaries couldn't be crossed without catastrophic consequences. Or perhaps, as some researchers have suggested, MKUltra was created specifically to be the public-facing version of research that was actually centered in Eclipse. The program that could be acknowledged, even if its details remained classified. The story they could tell if anyone asked too many questions about what was happening in certain facilities, what certain scientists were working on, where certain budget allocations were really going. While the real research, the research that had produced results too sensitive to ever reveal, continued elsewhere under deeper cover. This is pure speculation, unsupported by any direct evidence. But it fits a pattern that conspiracy researchers have identified in other classified programs, the existence of what they call sacrificial layers. Programs that are classified but deliberately discoverable, designed to absorb scrutiny and satisfy curiosity while protecting something deeper. The Manhattan Project is a good example. It was enormously secret during World War II, hidden behind elaborate cover stories and security measures. But after Hiroshima, it was revealed and gradually declassified. Books were written, documentaries were made, the story became public history. But aspects of the Manhattan Project remain classified to this day. Certain techniques, certain relationships, certain capabilities that were developed in the rush to build the first atomic bomb. These details stay hidden while the main story is told openly. MKUltra followed a similar pattern. It was exposed in the 1970s. Congressional hearings revealed its abuses and excessive experimentation. The CIA director formally apologized. Thousands of documents were released to researchers and the public. The story became known history, a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked intelligence agencies. But significant portions of MKUltra's files were destroyed before they could be subpoenaed. In 1973, when it became clear that congressional investigators were closing in, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the destruction of all MKUltra records. Most of the files were shredded or burned. What survived was damning enough. Proof of illegal experimentation, violations of human rights, reckless endangerment of innocent people. The documents that were released painted a picture of an agency that had lost its moral bearings in pursuit of mind control capabilities. But what was in the files that were destroyed? What was so sensitive that it couldn't be allowed to survive even congressional investigation? And through all the investigations and revelations and declassifications of the 70s, through all the testimony and leaked documents and journalistic exposés, Project Eclipse never came up. Not once. It was never mentioned in congressional hearings, never referenced in released CIA documents, never investigated by any official body, either because it never existed, because the handful of references that researchers have found in obscure corners of declassified documents are mistakes or misunderstandings or forgeries, or because it was protected by a level of security that MKUltra never had, because it represented research that went so far beyond MKUltra's experiments with LSD and hypnosis that it could never be revealed, not even in the wave of exposure that supposedly brought transparency to intelligence operations, because some secrets are kept secret forever. Epilogue. The signature that couldn't be 20 years after Evan Hartley saw that classified folder in the National Archives, after 2 men from the Office of Special Investigations had taken it away and warned him never to speak of it, he finally broke his silence. He was 68 years old by then, retired from government service for a decade, living quietly with his wife in a comfortable house in suburban Maryland. His children were grown and scattered across the country. He had grandchildren he doted on. He had a garden he tended and books he read, and a life that was, by any conventional measure, pleasant and peaceful. But he had never forgotten what he had seen that June afternoon in 1998. The photograph of von Braun with unknown men, the list of Category 2 specialists with their strange specializations, the Eclipse memorandum signed by a man who wasn't supposed to be signing anything in 1947, the final page ordering termination of civilian access and continuation of research off-site. And he had never forgotten the 2 men who had taken it away, particularly the older one with eyes that saw everything and revealed nothing, who had warned Hartley that some things needed to stay buried. For 2 decades, he had kept his silence. He had followed the implicit command. He had told no one, not even his wife during their most intimate moments, not even his closest friends over drinks when conversation turned to mysteries and conspiracies and the hidden machinery of government. But in 2018, when Hartley was old enough to feel the weight of his years and brave enough not to care about consequences anymore, he decided to tell someone. Not a journalist who might sensationalize the story. Not an official investigator who would be bound by the same classification restrictions that had hidden Eclipse in the first place. But a researcher, a historian who had spent his career studying Operation Paperclip and who might understand the significance of what Hartley had seen. The researcher was a professor at Georgetown University named Thomas Kellerman. He had written 2 books about Paperclip, meticulously researched and carefully documented. He approached the subject with academic rigour but also with moral seriousness, neither excusing the ethical compromises nor reducing them to simple propaganda. Hartley had read both books and trusted Kellerman's judgment. They met in a coffee shop in Bethesda on a cold November morning. Hartley told his story slowly, carefully, trying to remember every detail. Kellerman listened without interruption, taking notes on a yellow legal pad, his face showing nothing except professional interest. When Hartley finished, Kellerman asked the obvious questions. Was he sure about what he had seen? Could he describe the documents in more detail? Did he remember the exact names on the list? What about the men who had taken the folder? Hartley answered as best he could. But his memory after 20 years was imperfect. He could recall the general content of the documents, but not their exact wording. He could describe the photograph but not identify the unknown men in it. He remembered the warning he'd received but not the precise language used. Kellerman thanked him for coming forward. He said he would look into it, file some freedom of information, act requests, see what he could find. He knew researchers who specialised in finding classified documents, people who understood how to work the system and extract information that was technically public but hidden behind bureaucratic obstacles. But Hartley could see in Kellerman's eyes that the professor didn't expect to find anything. The story was too strange, the documents too sensitive, the time too long past. They shook hands and parted. Hartley drove home, feeling simultaneously relieved and disappointed. He had finally told someone. The secret no longer sat in his chest like a stone, but nothing would come of it. The truth would stay buried. Kellerman, for his part, did what he had promised. He filed Freedom of Information Act requests for any documents related to Project Eclipse. He searched for references to Category 2 paperclip specialists in every database he could access. He reached out to other researchers, to retired intelligence officers, to anyone who might have heard something about a shadow program running parallel to the main paperclip operation. He found nothing. Every FOA request was denied, either because no responsive records could be located, or because any such records that might exist remained classified for national security reasons. Every search came up empty. Every person he spoke with had never heard of Eclipse. It was as if none of it had ever existed. As if Hartley had imagined the whole thing, or had somehow misinterpreted what he had seen. But then Kellerman found something else. Not through official channels, not through any FOIA request or database search, but by accident while researching something entirely different. He was going through a collection of declassified OSS documents from the late 1940s, material that had been released years earlier and was available to researchers at the National Archives. He was looking for references to William Donovan's post-war activities, trying to establish what role, if any, the former spy master had played in early CIA operations, despite his official retirement. The documents were mostly routine, meeting minutes from various committees, budget proposals, administrative memos about personnel and facilities, the mundane paperwork that any organisation generates. But in a batch of files from 1948 concerning security procedures at Camp King in Germany, Kellerman found a memo that made his hands stop moving. The memo itself was unremarkable. It discussed updating background check procedures for staff assigned to secure facilities, establishing new protocols for compartmentalised access, routine bureaucratic process. The kind of document that survives classification review precisely because it contains nothing sensitive or interesting. But at the bottom of the final page was a signature, a handwritten name, slightly faded but still legible after 7 decades. William J. Donovan. The same signature, with the same distinctive angular style that Hartley had described on the Eclipse memorandum, the same signature that should have belonged to a man who had retired from government service in October 1945. Kellerman stared at it for a long time. Then he carefully photographed the page with his phone and sent a copy to Hartley with a simple question. "Is this the signature you remember?" Hartley called him 2 hours later. His voice was shaking. "That's it," he said. "That's exactly it. I remember the way the J crosses the W in the first name, the way the final N in Donovan extends below the line. That's the signature I saw." Kellerman felt something cold settle in his stomach. Because if the signature was authentic, and there was no reason to think it wasn't, since it was on a document that had been declassified through normal channels decades ago, then it proved something important. Donovan had been active in intelligence work in 1948 despite his supposed retirement. He had been signing documents related to Camp King, where according to later revelations some of the earlier CIA interrogation experiments were conducted. And if he was doing that, then it was entirely plausible that he might have been involved in other classified programs as well. Programs that went even deeper than what happened at Camp King. Programs like Eclipse. Kellerman wrote back to Hartley, asking if there was anything else he remembered, any detail he might have forgotten to mention in their original conversation. Hartley was silent for a long moment on the phone. Then he spoke quietly. "There is one thing," he said. "I didn't mention it before because it seemed too small, too unimportant. But when those men took the folder, when the older one put it in his briefcase, I saw a name tag. One of those leather luggage tags that people attach when they travel. It was just visible for a moment before he closed the case." "What did it say?" Kellerman asked. already knowing somehow that the answer would be important. Eclipse continuity division. The words hung in the air between them. Kellerman felt his skin prickle. Continuity, he asked. Not completion or closure. Continuity, Hartley confirmed. Like it was still ongoing. Like it was something that needed to be continued indefinitely. That conversation took place in January of 2019. 21 years after Hartley had found the folder. 66 years after the supposed incident that had ended Project Eclipse. 71 years after the program had allegedly begun. If the name tag was real, if Hartley's memory was accurate, then Eclipse wasn't just history. It wasn't just a program that had existed once and then ended. It was something that had continued, something that was still being protected, something that required its own division, its own organisational structure, just to maintain the cover-up and ensure that whatever had been discovered remained hidden. Kellerman filed one more, Freedom of Information Act request, this time specifically asking for any documents related to an Eclipse Continuity Division or any similar organisational entity within the Department of Defence or intelligence community. The response came 6 weeks later. A single-page letter on Department of Defence letterhead, signed by an official in the Office of Freedom of Information. The text was brief. A thorough search of relevant records repositories has been conducted. No records responsive to your request have been identified. The entity named in your request does not exist and has never existed in any Department of Defence organisational structure. Further inquiries on this topic will not produce different results. Standard language, the kind of boilerplate response that government offices send to researchers who are chasing ghosts. Nothing unusual about it, except for one detail. At the bottom of the letter, below the printed signature, handwritten in blue ink in the margin, almost too small to read, were 3 words. Stop requesting this. Kellerman stared at those 3 words for a long time. Then he carefully compared the handwriting to the signature he had found on the 1948 memo. They matched. The same angular style, the same way certain letters were formed, the same pressure and flow. The handwriting that belonged to William J. Donovan, who had died in February of 1959, 60 years before this letter was written. Operation Paperclip brought 1,600 German scientists to America after World War II. They helped build rockets and satellites. They helped win the space race and establish American technological supremacy. They helped land men on the moon and expand the boundaries of human achievement. This is historical fact. This is confirmed by thousands of documents and hundreds of witnesses and decades of research. This is taught in schools and documented in archives and accepted by serious historians around the world. But what if those 1,600 were just the public story, the acceptable face of something larger and darker? What if there were others, scientists whose work could never be acknowledged, whose presence could never be recorded, whose research went into areas that touched on the fundamental nature of human consciousness and perception? What if the real breakthroughs weren't in rocket science at all, but in the science of controlling minds? The ability to manipulate thought, perception, behaviour, perhaps even the structure of reality itself as experienced by human beings? What if some of that research succeeded in ways we still don't understand and aren't meant to discover? And what if it never stopped? What if somewhere in the maze of classified programs and compartmentalized research and black budgets that disappear into bureaucratic labyrinths, the work that began with those Category 2 specialists in the late 1940s continues still, protected by layers of deniability and maintained by people whose full-time job is ensuring that no one ever asks the right questions? The official records say Project Eclipse never existed. There are no files, no budgets, no personnel rosters, just fragments and anomalies scattered across decades of declassified documents. Just stories from people like Evan Hartley, who saw something they shouldn't have seen and were warned never to speak of it. Maybe they're all mistaken. Maybe it's just conspiracy thinking, pattern making and random noise, the human tendency to see connections where none exist and create narratives from coincidence. Or maybe some secrets are kept so well that their very existence can be erased from history. Maybe there are programs so deeply classified that they leave almost no trace, maintained by people who understand that certain knowledge is too dangerous to ever be made public, until someone finds a mislabeled box in an archive, until someone asks a question that hits too close to something that should stay hidden, until someone gets a response that they weren't supposed to get, written in handwriting that shouldn't exist. The truth about Operation Paperclip might not be about rockets at all. It might be about something far more disturbing and far more profound, something that challenges our understanding of science, ethics, human consciousness, and the nature of reality itself. Something that was never declassified because it can never be declassified, because it's still happening. Somewhere in the shadow of government secrecy, in facilities that don't appear on any map, under programs that have no names in any public record, the research that began with those Category 2 specialists might still continue. The work of understanding and manipulating human consciousness, perception, thought itself. And if it does, if even a fraction of this is true, then the question isn't just what they discovered in those hidden laboratories 70 years ago. It's what they've become capable of doing with that knowledge in all the years since. What techniques they've refined, what capabilities they've developed, what boundaries they've crossed in pursuit of control over the human mind, and whether we would even know if they were using those capabilities on us, whether our thoughts are entirely our own, whether our perceptions of reality are authentic or shaped by forces we can't detect and wouldn't recognise if we could, whether free will itself, the fundamental assumption underlying all of human society and morality and law, is something that can be overridden by the right combination of technology and technique developed in programs that officially don't exist. These are the questions that the story of Project Eclipse raises. Questions that can't be answered because the evidence is sealed or destroyed. Questions that most people will dismiss as paranoid fantasy. But questions that won't go away as long as fragments remain, as long as witnesses break their silence, as long as researchers find documents that shouldn't exist and signatures that belong to dead men.